dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for
Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the into the wild.
black hole, coalesce beneath the ground. All done by my own hand. I allow my feelings to become sand. If you're gonna cut me down, better do it quickly now. Now you can cut me down, but I won't stay for long. I'll grow back again. Oh yeah, my roots are strong.
Hello and welcome to week number 9, the final week before the finals tournament of the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Lisa, also known as Jolly, and I've got Kari Wave here. How are you doing, Kari?
Oh, I'm so nervous.
So
I don't
bittersweet.
know. Yeah, so bittersweet, but definitely nerve-wracking. There's a lot on the line today. We definitely have a lot on the line, and it's so weird to see these teams that we've been with since the beginning
All
in
grown
their
up.
final. I know, our babies are all grown up in their final stretch here, so oh man, I did a lot of studying about like our past games and stuff, and it was just really like heart-wrenchingly nostalgic to just go back and watch all of this stuff. And
It's not over yet, though. It's not
No.
over yet because we have
No.
not just this week, but we also have the finals at the beginning of October. So you guys have about a month to train up for that. We do have 4 teams already locked into that. So nothing too crazy in terms of swaps around that at the moment. There might be some adjustments in terms of the seeding there, as we do have our current rosters here. So the weekly rankings we have now definitive. If you remember, if you were here for last week, obviously Kari, you were, but any viewers that were here for
Had to
last
be.
week, right, would have seen the first 2 teams tied for first place, and then the second 2 teams after that tied for second place, or for third and fourth, and first and second for the first teams there. So what we're currently at is Limit Testers sitting pretty at 550 points. Your Nightmares, and that's been the fight between those two for most of these 9 weeks, 500 points, so down 50 points. Sailor Scouts 475, and then Gamer Snails 450. So still some potential to either tie up or to knock somebody out, depending on how far one team is able to go and how far another is not. But those 4 teams are absolutely going to be going to the finals tournament today. And I love that this happened. We've got some new teams set up for today, and it is the last week. I love it when some teams come in and they're like, "All right, you know what? Let's see what we can do," because the victors of this evening might even be going home with a little prize themselves.
A little bit of cash here. We have a $1,000 cash prize on the line for whoever manages to come out victorious. Just because we have some of this stuff locked in, and it's fun just to see these other teams come in and try to make something happen. So I mean, why not? Why the heck not? At least try to snag yourself a little bit of that prize money.
Yeah, if you can jump in the last week and get $200 for each of your teammates, hey, it's absolutely worth it to hop in and just participate in the final week. Your participation in general is desired. I don't really care if it's been from the first week or if it's just from now here. Either way, we like seeing you participate. But we do have some exciting games coming up today, as we have had exciting games really every single week. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket here so we can see a few new team names on board. Limit Testers against Malding Muppets, Gamer Snails into Ara, Your Nightmares against Sag, Sailor Scouts into Fighting Dreamers. So 2 new teams for us here today, Kari.
Woof, the Malding Muppets and Sag. I'm really actually very excited to see what we're looking at here in terms of skill spread. We are doing seeding right now, so I mean we are making sure that these are paired as far as close as skill as humanly possible, so that nobody gets unjustly knocked out at the very tail end here. And so I mean, I hope we see some like returning. It'd be really funny to see like revenge returning players from other teams. But I don't know.
It would be great. Yeah, if some of the teams that maybe didn't do as well kind of came together as a collective and they're like, all right, let's make this the Pug All-Star team as we gather the best of the or the best of the worst, I suppose. Which
Oh,
now that I
no.
say it out loud, that's a little brutal.
No, it's perfect.
But
Exactly the kind of motivator you need when you're a losing team. You need
hey,
the casters to
you know
neg
what?
you
You can
into being
still
good.
you can still make it like in a regular style tournament. You can still make it through the bottom of the bracket, okay?
I love it.
But
I absolutely love it.
I am intrigued to see if this is all new players, if we have some returning players from previous teams. But a lot of familiar teams, as you guys saw there as well. No big surprise that the main leaders of that are going to be Seed tonight, Limit Testers, Your Nightmares, Gamers, Snails, and Sailor Scouts, as well as Fighting Dreamers and Ara Ara. And then those two new teams that we are adding to this roster here. We're not going to see them at the beginning of October, but they might be going home with $1,000 tonight if they can take down the the current seeded victors, which are going to be the Limit Testers, then Your Nightmares after that. So lots of excitement that we've had over the last 9 weeks. I am so sad that this is the last one, that it will be coming to an end. But thank you guys for joining us through all of this, because it has been absolutely spectacular. All right. Is there anything today, Kari, that we are hoping to see? We are in 8.16. We were last week as well. Anything in particular you've been enjoying in the meta at the moment that you want these players to bring onto the Rift?
Oh gosh, I really, my greatest wish at the end of the day is to see another Limit Testers, Your Nightmares, Sailor Scouts. If any of those three, end up, at least one of them ends up against one of these strange teams, I'll be so stoked. Just to see like one of our old faithfuls just getting, I don't want to say stomped, just getting challenged by one of these new random entries here. I think that would be absolutely hilarious. I think it would be just a lovely little thing to just put on there for that end tournament.
Yeah. Along those lines, I think the best possible thing would be if Ara Ara fought their way all the way up and brought home that $1,000. They were not able to make it into the semis really at all. We casted a few of their games, just a couple of them, but they have been participating for a good portion of this tournament and have just had such a struggle, but have grown as a team themselves and done a really good job of trying to learn how to outplay their opponents, or how to just improve individually as players or as a team, get that communication really wrung out properly. So that, I think that would be an absolutely spectacular outcome if RR went up maybe up against either one of these new teams or one of the old ones that we saw. That's the team to take home that $1 grand for tonight. And that's not just $1,000 for the League of Legends portion either. That is their prizes as well for CS:GO, and then also for Hearthstone. So CS:GO, same thing, $1,000 available, and then the Hearthstone player, since that is going to be an individual, gets $250. So a nice split there, just going across, since all of the finalists for each of these games have already been locked in. They're like, you know what, let's give a little bit more of an incentive to these players to continue to participate, and as we can see, get some new players involved and participating in this tournament. This is all still just best of ones. When we do get to the finals at the beginning of October, which we'll keep you guys updated on the Twitter page, the supergirlgamerpro.com website, the Facebook page as well. All of that is at SG Gamer Pro. So you can follow all of that information there, as well as all the broadcasts that are going on. But until then, this has got a little bit of a qualifier for some importance to it. Not only is it the last one, we've got some prizes on the line, but it's also the last chance for some of these teams to really make their faces known, or I guess, their gameplay known, if they won't be making it to that finals. And the finals, by the way, $12,500 to be distributed between the first and second teams for that finals tournament. That will be best of threes, but again, tonight, just solos. You got one opportunity to show your best performance here, and we have seen some
Alrighty, so we do have a bunch of teams, a bunch of really silly comps that we've had in the past here. Honestly, I think that the best thing that we've had so far has been Teemo Jungle help Slifer, which is kind of why I think we wanted Ara Ara to why we think it would be really funny if Ara Ara managed to rocket its way up to the ranks. And it's Ara has done their best, and they have managed to stay really competitive in this particular tournament. But they are, as far as like the top 4 go, pretty shaky in their spot there. So kind of hoping that they can actually see some sort of success. And we are cheering them on. We have given them some really good tips. And last week we saw Help Slifer, their jungler who usually picks Teemo, actually get on that Graves.
It was only twice, all right. They only picked Teemo 2 times. That was definitely
painful.
one that was struggle to watch, in particular Help
Yeah.
Slifer on the Teemo the 2 times. And then a couple other selections. There were a couple Echo pickups that were really well played at the beginning, but then just a little too much aggression. I'm assuming you can hear me now again. I just started talking. But a little too much aggression once they started to falter and kind of lost the early lead. Going into a jungle without any vision whatsoever, knowing that the other team had pushed past your first turret in multiple lanes. And so we saw a lot safer play coming from Ara. That is definitely something that I would like to see implemented again this week. Maybe even help Slifer doing her best to really try to pick maybe a safer, safer than Teemo for sure, safer jungle there. But the Echo, I really like the Echo pickup. I think we saw that again last week, and it worked much better. It's just that conservation of energy, of knowing when to go in, when to disengage from a lot of these fights. But we've seen a lot of focus, no surprise, towards the top side of the map, top and jungle, as is the standard meta. We've seen a lot of Ashe. We've seen a lot of Caitlyn. I would not be surprised tonight if we saw more Senna, because we have been seeing quite a bit of her as well. The returns of some of those tanky big boys up top, the Ornn, the Volibear. We've seen a lot of Hecarim jungle. So relatively standard meta picks, at least in terms of high-end pro play, which is nice to see these players on a very, very high standard elo. We are going to take a quick break, though, before jumping into Champ Select for the first game. We'll get into all those nitty-gritty details once we come back. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back to the Supergirl Gamer Pro series.
Hey!
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling. It's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Break. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
Hey, thank you guys for sticking around. You can see there one of our new sponsors on the board, Power Crunch, and now I'm just hungry.
I know. Get some
I want
protein
those-
in this body,
I
this
want those
fragile
kids'
body.
flavors, man. Birthday cake, I'm in on that. We are going to be heading straight into Champion Select on this one, though. We have starting up here. We've got Your Nightmares going up into Sag on the red side. It looks like so. Your Nightmares. Standard, at least from what we're used to, roster here. Sign me up at the top lane. Alpha Male Jungle in the jungle. Solari's Revenge in the mid lane. Ame as the ADC and Clorox on the rocks in the support.
Alrighty, on the Sag side, we have Only Yours in the top, Cute Boy in the jungle, Cute Girl in the mid lane, Fujio in the ADC position, and E-Boobies as support. They do need support, honestly. I'm like, it comes from experience here. You have to support those E-Boobies, so this is really great.
Sona's the easiest way to do that. I as a standard, 3 non-binary or female players per team. We don't have any non-binary representation in this particular game, but we absolutely do in some of the games coming up later on tonight. We all know Alpha Male Jungler is a big favorite of yours and mine, Kari.
Absolutely.
She has been absolutely spectacular in the couple of weeks that she was out. I think it was 2 weeks that she was gone from the roster. It was kind of devastating for your Nightmares. It allowed limit testers to hop up into that first place position where they have been sitting pretty now for the week. They were tied with your Nightmares previously, so we'll see if they can continue on with this fight. They are 50 points behind limit testers now, so limit testers is going to have to get knocked out really early for them to be able to make up on those points. But we've already got some bans coming in. Your Nightmares starting things out with the Graves. Sag has the Anivia ban on there, definitely one against Solari's Revenge, though maybe not one of the best selections in my opinion based on what we've seen from this specific player.
Sorry, restate that one more time. I had you cut out.
Uh-oh.
I know. It's awful. What did you say? Sorry, Jolly.
I was saying that. How dare you, Kari? I was saying the Anivia may not be the best ban selection against Solari's Revenge. We've seen a lot other more prominent champions that this player has picked there in the mid lane. One of the big players for sure for your Nightmares. Kha'Zix is going to be banned, so 2 jungle bans there from your Nightmares, as well as the Orianna away from Cute Girl. And then the Fiora and the Cassiopeia, which is a little more reminiscent of some really disparaging Solari's Revenge play coming from that cast, very high scaling. And Sign Me Up doing a really good job on really most top laners, very much so, though, on the aggressive ones like the Fiora there. So good round of bans. Your Nightmares is going to have the pick priority, but Sag will have the counter priority.
Woo! This is super scary. I mean, we've said this before, Twitch chat knows as well. Solari's Revenge's champion pool is a little too deep to be banning to them. I suppose, I mean, if you're looking to take away their like solid CC, then Anivia is a good pick. But I agree with you that, as far as carries go, Anivia is not it. The Cassiopeia ban, really, really great. Sign me up on that Fiora. I remember last week I was like, no, Sign Me Up didn't play Fiora. And you're like, no, Kari, you're so wrong there. It's absolute crushes with Fiora.
Sign Me Up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of their favorites for sure.
Oh yeah, and I rewatched that game and it just absolute domination. So good bans on that end. Maybe not the Anivia so much, but what can Sag do? I wonder how much they actually studied here. It does seem like they do know that banning to Solari's Revenge is something that we've done in the past, but I don't know if it's gonna see them through. I don't know. We can't really speak to Sag's the bans coming out of your Nightmares to Sag. I'm assuming that they probably only got this information like in the last 10-15 minutes, just like us. So we do have the picks coming up here. Having a little bit of a lag, but it's okay. We do have Ame on the Ashe and Clorox on the rocks on that Lulu. This is so classic. Clorox on the Rocks absolutely dominates with this Lulu, as well as Ame being our first pentakill on Kaisa, right?
Vayne.
Oh, Vayne, that's right. Oh, terrifying stuff. Good. I don't know if it was Ame. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, and I do believe there was a Lulu with that Vayne, if I'm not mistaken, because I think the wild growth helped with picking up that pentakill on Ame.
Truly
so
terrifying.
Spectacular. And then Ame, I think the next week as well, following it up with a quadra kill. So getting a lot of really, really high multi-kills there. And a lot of Ashe Lulu. That's been a pretty big standard combo in the bottom lane. The Ashe Lulu or the Ashe Nami has been a big one. So the Caitlyn there, I wouldn't be surprised if Nami was picked up here as well for this bottom lane, since it seems like most of the focus on aggression has been towards the top side or the mid lane, and really just more of an attempt at sustaining that bottom side there. We've also seen a lot of, a few Threshes come out here, but for the most part, they've been sticking with the Lulu, the Nami, the AP caster supports, and it's been working out very, very well for the aggressive playstyle of these teams.
Yeah, they really want to shut these games down as quickly as possible. I don't think we've had precious few, I think like 1 or 2 games that have gone over 30 minutes. Otherwise, they stick in the 20-25 range. 20 to 30 range, and they just kind of wrap it up. And it seems like aggression is the name of the game. They really do want to end these things as quickly as possible. A lot of the defensive comps end up failing just because they can't come online before these aggressive comps overtake them. So, I mean, it's quick to establish your lead and exploit anything you can with the other team. We have had a quick 17-minute game a while back that was just like pure hot aggression against like a Nautilus. Like it was just, the other team was like, aha, we're going to remain in control. And it just didn't happen just because of the sheer power of that comp. So aggression is the name of the game here. We do have Alpha Male Jungler on their main Vi. That's a really risky pick to give over. I don't know if I agree with Sag picking up Ahri. I mean, it's a safe enough pick, but picking up mid that early when there are other priorities, I would think.
Right.
But, you were right on the money with the Morgana pick. That's, as far as aggression goes, I don't know if you can get much better than Lulu and Morgana as far as like establishing kills and making sure they get locked down. So I think we're probably going to see, I'm hoping that we will see quite a bit of mess on the bot lane. We definitely have not had a ton of action in this tournament as far as like ADCs being the Chads that get to carry the whole game. But give them a chance to shine. It looks like they're making a commitment to be pretty aggressive here. And like I said, Ame and Clorox on the Rocks, classic comp. Really excited to see those two doing what they do best, honestly. I'm really happy to see some really good familiar faces, too. You always get so nervous that they're going to make roster changes at the end here, Like, just in like a final act to try to, like, lock down these points to make sure that they get into the finals. But lovely to see your Nightmares sticking with what they know works and works best. We do have some bans coming in here. The Ziggs and the TF. Again, Solaris Revenge. How deep is your champion pool? What will we see here? I am with bated breath. I will wait with bated breath since
the Syndra is very powerful right now. That may be a solid pickup for Solaris Revenge. You've seen how well Syndra does in the current meta. TF very, very powerful and certainly picked up in the past by Solaris Revenge there. But yeah, that is 4 bans from Sag against this mid laner on your Nightmare. So that is a lot of potential fear in the eyes here of Sag and Cute Girl in particular running in that mid lane that's going to be up against Solari's Revenge. So we'll see exactly what is selected there. And yeah, Ahri, a little bit risky for an earlier pick. Might have been better off going with something like the Morgana if you know that that's going to be a selection there just to see if you can get a counter in. But it was a jungle pickup, and then it looks like Cute Girl certainly wanted that Ahri. So I have faith that they made their decision on solid ground there.
Oh, breaking news, Jolly. It is Alpha Male Jungler's birthday. What? Excellent. Birthday tournament. Birthday. If you beat somebody on their birthday, it's actually really bad karma. So good luck, Sag.
There's no karma.
There is no karma. No, absolutely not. I would love to see a shakeup. As much as Solaris Revenge and Alpha Male Jungle are, two of my favorite players in this tournament, and they have been so fun to watch and so entertaining. A shakeup, ultimately, especially, is what casters want. Casters are out for blood. But happy birthday, Alpha Male Jungler. So glad to have seen you in this tournament as much as we have. And we do have some more picks coming. We have a Camille here for Only Yours, and an Aurelia. Sign Me Up does have an incredible amount of prowess with this Aurelia. It's a solid pick. It's the Yakety Sax pick. It's the run into the base and distract them while we get objectives pick. So I'm really excited to see some really slick dashes coming out of Sign Me Up this round.
For sure. Well, and we do know also last week Sign Me Up did pick up the Camille. We know that's one of their favorite champions there. So having only yours snagging that Camille and then Sign Me Up picking up the Aurelia, which is a nice matchup there for them. We'll see exactly how things work out. Now the mid lane to be picked for your Nightmares and the jungle still to be selected here for Sag. Just taking a little bit of time on getting the pro draft moved over here.
Yeah.
As it was handled ahead of time. What would you like to see, I suppose, in either of these roles? Anything in particular?
Alpha Male Jungle is gonna perform just as well as they always have. So I mean, it's if this late in the game, unless Sag has watched VODs of your Nightmares, which I suspect that they have based on their bans, that they're just going to need to pick whatever their main is. Cute Boy really is just going to need to lean into their strengths and outplay Alpha Male Jungle. I don't think this is going to come down to picks. I think this is going to come down to comfort with the champion and your ability to make and break engages. Like you've said about, especially regarding like Help Slifer, knowing when to disengage with your Nightmares is absolutely essential. They will try and bait you into engagements that they know you cannot win. All right, so the final picks here. Solaris Revenge is going for Echo. I'm so excited. Hecarim is also an extremely mobile, extremely strong pick up against that Vi there.
Yeah, absolutely massive in the meta right now, that Hecarim, and the ability to really dive in very early on to some of these ganks. We obviously know that Alpha Male Jungler has the same idea with this Vi, though it's usually a little more difficult to get successful ones in case there is a counter gank. More opportunity for the Hecarim to jump in, deal a bunch of damage, and then get out, whereas Alpha Male Jungler really has a full commit early on here.
Yes.
So we can expect a lot of aggression based on all of the champions selected, and I'm liking both of these rosters. It's hard to actually lean either way. The bottom lane with the Caitlyn Morgana is stellar. That Black Shield will certainly help later on for a lot of the potential engages there from your Nightmares. But we know how well these guys play together. They have been doing it for close to 9 weeks, not considering the fact that they weren't there for the first week, and they did have a couple weeks of a mixed roster where it wasn't exactly what we're seeing now today. But this is the best compilation of these players so far that we have seen. It is the most consistent on your Nightmares. Sag, though, if they are coming into this expecting to be able to take home that $1,000, they are coming in with some high elo players and some high capabilities as well. I am very excited to see what these two new teams today have to offer.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited. I think this is going to be really dynamic. I really think that Sag is either going to get just completely steamrolled and crushed, or we will see them put up a good fight. I don't necessarily see your Nightmares, especially at the skill level that they have been at, and the way that they just have really good synergy together, getting completely crushed. I could be wrong. I think that's more me projecting my hopes and dreams that this team that you and I have seen and fostered since week 2, I would really, really hate to see them fall to Sag. But again, we have to give these new teams kind of their own due. So I'm really excited to see how it goes here. But the Ame and the Lulu on the Ame and Chloris on the rocks on Ashe and Lulu is just such a synergistic combo. Like all of the benefits that Lulu brings to Ashe, especially later in game, once she gets going with her item builds, it can be so nasty. And I don't know necessarily if Caitlyn and Morgana has that same synergy. However, on that other side, we do have Hecarim is not a hard counter for Vi, but the mobility that Hecarim does have adds to their ability to be in skirmishes a lot sooner and a lot more effectively, especially with that engage in terms of Vi. So, I mean, yeah, Hecarim does have the lead. I assume that Cute Boy is probably a fairly competent jungler, so I don't think Alpha Male Jungler is going to have an easy time of it, especially because that's a counter pick. Hecarim is absolutely a counter pick to Vi. So, I mean, we do have strengths on both sides here, but we haven't seen this team play, so there's really no way to make any sort of assumptions here.
That top lane also may be very difficult for the Camille, the Aurelia. I mean, so there is the ability absolutely to... Oh, we're back on as I'm definitely not
Oh,
wearing pajama
I just
pants.
scratched my nose. Sorry, guys.
There is the ability for this Camille to do a good job as long as you can avoid the second W proc from the Aurelia, as long as you can basically go in on these engages without fighting behind minions whatsoever. You constantly have to have your own minions somewhere within that fight, whether it's a 50-50 fight or whether you sway it a little bit towards your advantage by pulling the enemy in to your side of the minions. It gets very difficult though for that Camille to be able to navigate. And once the ultimate gets thrown down as well from the Aurelia, there is the opportunity for the Camille at that point to do a bit of outplaying if you can avoid again. Trying to avoid that second W proc is really, really tough. Will end up hurting a lot from her. But we've seen crazier things happen. We've seen Sign Me Up go into losing matchups and just absolutely decimate what should not be possible.
It's insane.
Yeah, so this team in particular is one that can go into losing matchup. However, I flipped it. It's actually the other way around. Sign Me Up is the one on the Aurelia going into the Camille on the opposing side for Sag. So it might be difficult for this team, especially having never played in this tournament up against these players in particular, to be able to go up against this losing matchup. It can be tough in many lanes, but again, this team came here saying, hey, we didn't need to have been there for the first 8 weeks. We're going to come in just for the last week and pick up that $1,000 for first place that will be going home with some teams or some members tonight. That'd be $200 a piece. You know, I can do fast math. $1,000 divided by 5 is $200. So you guys don't have to don't double check that.
Don't take a calculator out and check my math, please. For the love of God.
Let's move on. So first match here, we have 2 quarterfinals games that go on in the four quarterfinals games going on in the background. We're going to cast one of those. We're going to also be covering the 2 semifinals games that occur, and then still a best of 1 will be the finals matchup based on who progresses through this bracket, starting things out with Your Nightmares going up against Sag. Your Nightmares currently sitting in second place overall on the roster. They have been a huge contender this entire tournament. So of all the teams for them to go up against, the only one I would be a little more worried for them about would be Limit Testers, currently sitting in first place because of the improvement these guys have shown. We're going to be hopping right into the game, though. Game number 1 of Supergirl Gamer Pro Series, week number 9, the final week of this regular series here, and already we got a little bit of invading.
Oh, I'm so glad to be able to hear game sounds. This is amazing. What a good day for me. You know what's funny is that I've been doing most of this tournament without my game sounds, which sounds really really bad, but I just want people to know what a great talent I am. So I'm actually completely stoked. Like, look at this this potential invade here. Didn't quite go the way that you wanted it to, I suppose.
Yeah, it is committed recalls there for 2 of them. And now it just looks
Ooh!
like they're kind of poking back and forth. The charm did land on Clorox on the rocks. Alpha Male Jungler's going to follow that up. First blood going over to Sign Me Up. Neither team's really knowing whether or not they want to take on that. But Your Nightmares very quickly realizing that they were going to be the ones to follow through with more damage. Now Cute Boy is on the run as 3 members of Your Nightmares are on to the chase here. The flash in from Sign Me Up. And it will not be enough. Cute Boy barely staying alive there thanks to the refillable potions. Always a good purchase. A recall there, so that is certainly going to set off jungle for the red side for Sag. But that's okay because Your Nightmares was also set back a tiny bit in that aspect.
Yeah, just kind of having a fun little yakety sax in the jungle there. The stakes are actually pretty low for Your Nightmares, considering. I mean, I don't see them getting knocked out of the tournament unless we have a very serious shakeup here. So it does seem like they're maybe indulging in a little bit of fun and taking a couple risks. Whereas before in this tournament, we had seen Your Nightmares become extremely serious. None of those silly engages, but they saw an opportunity, they took it, and now Sign Me Up is going to start ahead. We do have a game pause right now. Hopefully it's nothing serious. We really hate to see the technical difficulties that sometimes come with that stuff. I know, the look of concern on your face, Jolly. That's okay though, it's okay. Good early start. You know what's fun about this particular game is that, you know, these new teams kind of just are like in it to, you know, like try to get that prize purse. And so, I mean, the stakes are pretty low. Like, I mean, yes, this is a substantial amount of money and it's great, but it's more about having fun. You know what I mean? It's more about entering this tournament at the last minute, challenging yourself to see if you can kind of go against these teams that have been effectively playing with each other for 2 months. And I think it's a fun challenge. I'm really glad that our pleas to have some fresh blood actually reached some ears. I'm really surprised about that, and I'm really glad that we had this extra like prize purse, this little extra thing to get a couple more people involved. So Sag so far, not having a great time. They lost first blood, but there's plenty of time in this game to see a silly shakeup. So
there's plenty of time to recover from a lost first blood, especially with a situation like that where clearly both teams were like, "Oh, is this happening? Okay, this is.
You want to dance?
You know what? We might as well make this happen, I guess." And the other team's like, "No. I thought we weren't. We didn't want it.
Kidding. We
didn't want it." But the Hecarim made it out totally fine. So it was just 1 kill going over. It could have been much worse. I guess that's we like to find silver linings in these clouds. But it is a good start for your Nightmares, who we've seen take a first blood like that and run with it without stopping. So it is potentially a slightly concerning spot to be holding for Sag. I do like the composition that they went with, though. I like the amount of crowd control that they have. I like the Black Shield on the Morgana there. And again, relatively self-reliant bottom lanes. Less so, I would say, for the Ashe and Lulu, just because of a bit more squish there. The Morgana has a bit more survivability. And then you also have the major crowd control of her binding as well. Plus, that Tormented Shadow can just deal a massive amount of damage and push back both minions and enemy players there. So I do really like this composition. Clearly, the Aurelia was able to find the early lead, and that is exactly what Sign Me Up needs to really just face roll this Camille. And as we were talking about before the game even started, Camille going to Aurelia alone is really tough. That is a losing matchup. You're going into somebody that should have a lot more. I mean, the early game as the Camille, you should be able to still go in, get a few hook shots, get a few really solid amounts of damage on there, but that's kind of the risk of using the hook shot, as well as if you engage to get a lot of damage down while being aggressive in the early game so that you can keep some pressure in your lane. You don't have that hook shot utility to escape if the enemy jungle decides to jump in on your lane during that time. So you have to be really reserved with the hook shot, but at the same time be willing to utilize it to at least get some of that early damage so you have some pressure, because otherwise it becomes impossible. Now with 1 kill already on Sign Me Up, that impossibility is becoming closer and closer for the Camille, but still much of an opportunity here for some potential outplays, especially if the jungle on the side of Sag the Hecarim there has a lot of pressure towards the top side. A slower clear, though, might make things difficult, as that Hecarim was the first one to, or not the first one to die, but had to recall, had to get a really late start into the jungle. So hopefully that doesn't affect Sag too much, as they required the recall and a late start.
Yeah, a lot of Camille's... woohoo, we made it! A lot of Camille's utility, too, is in her ability to, roam a little bit, kind of push that in and roam. And with Aurelia, that's going to be nigh impossible. We do have Sign Me Up kind of sneaking in on Cute Boy there, and maybe is not aware. I mean, they have engaged Krugs, but it's just a nice deep ward for your Nightmares, and that's how we like to see it. We like to see good, deep wards so you can keep track of a jungler, especially because, like we said, the Hecarim is a direct counter pick, but that ward has enabled Alpha Male Jungler to go here and vertically jungle and grab that blue out of Cute Boy's jungle. But do they have the same benefit? They don't. They don't have that deep ward, nor the ability to see where Alpha Male Jungler is at this time. So he may show up to that blue a little bit disappointed. We'll have to find out here and see how that goes. But the top lane, Sign Me Up, definitely has a massive advantage. And we have seen, we've seen ridiculous matchups where Sign Me Up was absolutely against their odds. They even played Lilia, 2 weeks after she was released, to great success. So Sign Me Up has a lot of versatility, a lot of ability to adapt. And genuinely, I really, like I've said before in the past, this is the player I want to go hang out at the bar with and have a beer with. They seem like a lot of fun. They just kind of like to have a lot of fun. And they really seem like a super relaxed player. They just kind of go with the flow. Ooh. And I really, really enjoy that play style, that kind of flexibility where you don't take yourself too seriously. And even in bad matchups, you can manage to come out ahead. So Sign Me Up, really, really skilled player, really fun to watch. That doesn't mean that only yours, as somebody we've never seen play before, can't manage to get ahead. So, I mean, they do have, Sign Me Up just ticked on level 4, but they did have one level there. Cute Girl engaging Solaris Revenge, taking that electrocute, just trying to kind of keep it together here in mid lane. Things are actually pretty even in mid lane. You know, one of Solaris Revenge's big things is roaming for their team and their implicit map awareness. So the important thing here for Cute Girl is to keep Solaris Revenge in lane no matter what.
All that damage, that's what I'm talking about. When you have the minion push, you can go in and engage and do a considerable amount of damage, but it becomes a real struggle if you get locked down a single time with the E from that Aurelia. But it was a great opportunity there for Only Yours to put a lot of damage down on Sign Me Up, who just used their teleport to return back into lane. We can see they picked up the recurve bow there and a second Doran's Blade from the forced recall on that Camille, who actually decided to take a nice long stroll up to that top lane. That also is going to set a pretty big disparity in terms of creep score. We can see double the CS in Sign Me Up's advantage right now. So while it's nice to have that pressure from the Camille, we can see the deep ward placement that just occurred by Only Yours towards the Grom on your Nightmare's side there. Still might not have been worth it due to the loss in creep and gold in the overall there.
Yeah, I don't think that sort of journey down was enough. That should have happened much earlier in game, potentially, you know, at a point where Sign Me Up had recalled. But now the disparity in farm, hopefully they can continue to try to make up for it. But wow, what a huge disparity to have between the two of them in top lane. That's just a testament again to the consistency of Sign Me Up as a player. But they did kind of stop and peek at that deep ward. Not 100% sure how they would have intuited that though. So you do see alpha male jungler kind of making their way over to the Gromp, and they will, Sage will get vision on her and be aware of where she's at and what she is up to. They did also manage, your Nightmares managed to grab Dragon early on. One of the Vi specialties there is that early good ability to take that down. The high damage threshold, especially in early game for Vi, not a bad thing to prioritize. We do have some missing pings coming out here at the exact same time, in fact. Solid behavior on the part of both teams. You know, I think that Sag, they definitely have the right kind of coordination, and they seem to be playing, I guess, a step behind your Nightmares in terms of like wards and plays and objectives. That doesn't mean that they can't catch up, but right now, your Nightmares does have a bit of an edge on them in terms of gameplay. Their macro play is definitely a little bit further advanced, but this top lane is so much fun to watch. I'm really enjoying, especially because the win conditions for Only Yours do kind of involve being pushed pretty heavily in. But you do have alpha male jungler there setting up for a gank on Only Yours, but backing out once they see that Only Yours is aware of that situation and not quite ready to commit.
No vision placed down there. Cute Boys are trying to get an engage here on Solaris Revenge in the mid lane. No vision placed down as we saw the Camille went way deep to get that ward placed in by Gromp. It's now down, and then we can see one in the tri-bush as well. The defensive tri-bush on the top side of that Baron pick. Cute Boys gonna take a lot of damage here. Charm comes through from Cute Girl. There we go. The recall from Solaris Revenge, who is also ignited here. Gonna return to try to deal some more damage to Cute Boy. Down goes one. The exhaust coming out onto Cute Girl. Alpha male jungler trying to make her way down and around to assist, and Ame is there as well. The charm does go through. Cute Girl takes one down before she goes down herself to Ame, and that's going to kill over to the bottom side for your Nightmares. A 2-for-1.
Perhaps a few annoyed pings by Solaris Revenge there at the end. Just saying, hey guys, you should have been up here just a minute earlier so I didn't have to die. But that was a purely skill-based outplay on the part of Solaris Revenge. Really, really good, stylish stuff. Great kiting, great use of Echo's ult. Really, you love to see it with Solaris Revenge. But Cute Girl, really, really stellar performance as well. Managing to try to do some very serious and quick target switching and target prio. You don't see that a lot. That's the mark of a very skilled player. Their ability to adapt as quickly as possible to changing conditions, which in this case were the members of your Nightmares showing up in that skirmish. So great testament to Cute Girl. I think this is somebody who will keep Solaris Revenge in lane.
Ping's coming out here from Cute Boy, who wants to engage on Sign Me Up. Only Yours staying alive. The ultimate coming out from Sign Me Up, and Cute Boy taking a lot of damage. The ultimate in response there from Cute Boy, but a double kill will be enough. The Hextech ultimatum did come out there at the very end from Only Yours, but it was not enough to lock down Sign Me Up. 3-0-0 currently, having gotten that first blood onto the Ahri early in the game. Your Nightmares sitting above Sag by 4 kills, sitting at 5-1 currently, and a 3K gold lead in their favor.
Dang, sign me up to Sign Me Up's newsletter there. Holy crap. I think that this can be attributed probably to the farm disparity there, plus the fact that Sign Me Up already had that first blood. The 2v1, a real delight to watch, especially because that had little to do with any sort of skill on either party's part, but the fact that Sign Me Up has really just dedicatedly and very seriously farmed and just kind of has the edge there. So rough lane for Only Yours. I think that it's still recoverable, but damn, Cute Boy having a really tough time of it. And Your Nightmares is going to take advantage of that. With the jungler not having any sort of edge or advantage, even if you are Hecarim, even with that extra mobility, Alpha Male Jungler is going to make sure that they are there and locking down these objectives in ways that Cute Boy probably cannot challenge unless they happen to have sort of the numbers against Your Nightmares. So things are already, Your Nightmares is already kind of trying to crack open Sag, and we'll see what kind of techniques they try to employ to recover here. Yeah,
I'm gonna recall right on top of your ward. You guys can't do anything about it. Oh, and yeah, Cute Girl, while my recall finishes up, Cute Girl's gonna finish it out. So some focus now should be around the Rift Herald as Cute Boy has begun the engage. Alpha Male Jungler recognizing it has already been engaged. John, there we go. The ultimate follow-up, the flash in from Alpha Male Jungler. Is Solari's Revenge even needed here? No! Alpha Male Jungler going to take one down. Cute Girl landing the charm onto Solari's Revenge, who was trying to disengage from that fight and potentially peel back that Ahri. And Cute Boy is going to die for the 3rd time. That is half of the team's deaths. Currently just on that Hecarim. The first 2 deaths were on attempted ganks for their lane, and both times it failed. There was the pickup by Cute Girl in the bottom side in response to one of those ganks, but 3 attempts at either picking up an objective or helping out a lane, and all 3 of them failed. Now, the Jungler's going to pop up to the top side, throw it down. Shelly, the hook shot away from Only Yours, acknowledging, I cannot take these 2 on, at least not at this moment. And Your Nightmares is going to try to push Shelly in for a second charge. We'll see if Sag allows that.
Oh, man. Maximizing the benefits with Sign Me Up with that 3-0-0 lead with the 500 gold bounty. Just making sure, I mean, they've got a completed fork as well. They're absolutely dangerous. They could 2v1, some maybe like 2v3. It's a really ridiculous to have that Aurelia so fed. And now free of their turret, the ability to push in hard and roam to continue to affect other parts of the map. It's pretty nasty. It's a pretty nasty thing, the fact that they grabbed that Rift Herald and maximize the benefits to Sign Me Up rough.
Oh my gosh, Sign Me Up just got so incredibly low. That, I guess, is the power of a corrupting potion and just barely making it out of tower range alive. The Hextech ultimatum from Only Yours ended up being a good one. Sign Me Up still had the ultimate available, but the hook shot away from Only Yours forced that disengage. And Your Nightmares almost lost that star member of Sign Me Up there to just overstaying a little bit under the turret, but it did not quite happen.
Like to see it. You like to see these close calls, especially coming from Your Nightmares, that show such prowess in their ability to engage and disengage, boomerang through that. It does look like there's a little bit of tension around this Ocean Drake here, but Cute Boy is conceding and recall. Oh, no, not a recall. Not a recall at all. Cute Girl trying to keep this whole situation from actually going super south. I don't necessarily see them getting this objective with Solari's Revenge and Alpha Male Jungler standing guard. Cute Boy seems to have a little bit of indecision on whether or not to actually take that dragon. Alpha Male Jungler backing up, backing away. Cute Boy can't take it by himself. Doesn't have the resources to do that, so that Ocean Drake gets to stay alive, at least for a little bit longer. Look at the farm disparity between Sign Me Up and Only Yours. Sign Me Up doesn't even feel like they need to be in lane, pushed out that far, but Solari's Revenge getting into a little bit of trouble while Florx on the rocks coming behind with a little bit of whimsy and keeps it together. That's actually a lovely play on the part of Chloris on the Rocks. Good roam, great roam. They had the time, the ability to do that. And now, taking out Cute Girl, they have opened up their objective here with the Ocean Drake. Really, really good stellar macro play from Your Nightmares. You love to see it. And the fine-tuned ability to lock down these objectives. I appreciate that they did go back, reset a little bit to get that Ocean Drake, just to make sure that they had it locked down. Sign Me Up is Oh man, Cute Boy just having the hardest game of their life. Not only are they 0-3-1, they're down in farm, and now they can't even farm their own jungle because Sign Me Up has made sure that they've taken every scrap except those little Krugs there. So, well, super rough day for Cute Boy.
And it doesn't matter how cute this boy and girl are, they are dying a lot, and by no fault of their own, just a lot of pressure from your Nightmares. 3 deaths apiece for the jungle and the mid laner here. Good attempt at some roams from both of them. Obviously, the Hecarim is to be expected there, but not as much accomplished. We can see Cute Boy did manage to come into the enemy jungle. It looks like that will be a stolen blue buff, so feeling pretty good about that one. But I think these lanes need a little bit more assistance than you need that blue buff there, Hecarim.
Yeah,
because
buddy.
Sag is really struggling in terms of pressure on each of these lanes. Only 1 tower is down, but that was a lot of plates picked up from your Nightmares, a lot of extra gold that they currently have in their pockets, as we're close to 6K at just 15 minutes in.
A crazy gold disparity. You know, I think that there is something to be said about Cute Girl's ability to continually keep up and farm despite having 3 deaths, despite their very voracious and well-timed roaming. They're still keeping up with Solaris Revenge in terms of farm, and that's exactly how you want to play against a player like Solaris Revenge, is you have to keep them in lane. You have to keep them in lane or they will wreak havoc. Unfortunately, Sign Me Up is also similarly positioned in that way, and is no longer bound to their lane with that tower down. So it does look like they're still continuing to keep the lane phase intact. Sign Me Up has not really made any very serious or overt overtures to really affect the map at this exact moment. I think that they're really just laying down a really solid finale here. But Sag still has time to recover. Again, like you said, only 1 tower is down. But
a root and flash in from E-Boobies, the ult in as well coming from Cute Boy there. 2 teleports, 3 teleports secured here. The stun on the back line there. Solar's Revenge attempts to engage here towards the front side. Bugio is going to go down. The Sign Me Up's ultimate comes through after the teleport. Many ultimates that came out in that engage. Another attempt at re-engaging on Only Yours there. Sign Me Up misses the stun. Your Nightmares finding a relatively successful fight. However, that was 2 more pickups at least for Sag, so a 2 for 2 could be a lot worse for these guys.
Didn't that kind of feel like your parents showing up to like bully the kid that bullied you on the playground? Like, oh man, Clorox are like the little ones in the bot lane. They get bullied, and then all 3 of them just kind of bound in there like a dream team. That was really fun to watch. Sign Me Up, Alpha Male Jungler, and Solaris Revenge, all 3 of them exactly where they needed to be to try to back up their bot lane and at least get some retaliation going. So kind of funny to watch, kind of adorable. I love the way that your Nightmares plays. Their synergy is really good. The way that they rotate is also really great. And Sag is understandably struggling a bit with those rotations, especially with that top lane. Sign Me Up has become absolutely essential in helping the flow of these lanes and assisting comps like Ame and Clorox on the rocks. Even if they do go down, they can manage to make up that disparity. So pretty rough for the part of Sage, but Cute Girl, again, really solid player here, keeping Solaris Revenge in lane. Solaris Revenge has only been able to roam, what, 2 so far? Not a lot of roams have been able to happen on their part, and that's their specialty. That's one of their strengths. So again, props to Cute Girl for keeping Solaris Revenge in that lane with their cuteness. That second tower did go down though.
Yes.
As well, so that's not that doesn't signal great things for Sag either. Opening Solaris Revenge.
That's where the roam comes through. Solaris Revenge able to perform a lot of roaming after taking the tower down. Cute Boy might be looking for an engage here. The hook shot comes through from Only Yours. The exhaust in response, and the Hextech ultimatum to follow it up, as well as the ult from the Hecarim there. Clorox on the rocks, taking a lot of damage. The crystalline arrow from the Ashe is going to come through and get the stun down onto the Hecarim, and on the backside, Solaris Revenge gets the stun onto Cute Girl. The charm follows it up though, and now it is 3v1. The blast cone utilized there by, I think it was Solaris Revenge to actually get away at a flash over the wall in an attempt to try to pick up that final kill there, but Sag finding out 3 members and staying alive. A 3-for-0 there. In the meantime, your Nightmares has Sign Me Up sent towards the bottom side, and that is going to be 4 towers picked up. So a big gold disparity in their favor for that, but Sag making the best of a good situation. They're going to pick up Shelly in the process.
Yeah, great way to capitalize capitalize on what was an extremely messy corridor fight for your Nightmares. Not a great way to spin that situation as a positive. And great part on Sag, making sure that, you know, with every action, there's also a reaction, especially prioritizing these objectives, grabbing Shelly, trying to catch up in towers. I think that's probably a really great way to try to mitigate the damage that's been done to them in this game. There's no irreparable damage having been done here, but your Nightmares is picking up their third Dragon Mountain Drake here on the bot lane.
That's sole point.
Yeah, I completely agree with prioritizing the Rift Herald. I think that's probably the best you can do considering the circumstances, considering Cute Boy is basically out for the count at this point. And it really can only serve as like sort of an engage, like a rock to throw through a window to start the riot. But that's about it at this exact moment. Not a great situation for a Hecarim to be in, to fall behind, especially because even though they are a counter pick to Vi, if they fall behind at any point in the game, Vi can capitalize on that as she starts to get going later in the game. Solaris Revenge, they give chase. Caitlyn's giving chase to Solaris Revenge here in the top lane, not so much. But they still do have that Rift Herald, waiting to see how that's going to come into play, see if they can maximize the amount of turrets they can take from that, since they have none at this exact moment, and they could absolutely use the benefits. So I hope to see that come out pretty soon here, especially because they are hurting for those turrets. And your Nightmares is putting the pressure on and not letting go at all. Sign Me Up going in for the kill. They're popping the ult. Unfortunately gets shut down by Fujio. Not a great engage for Alpha Male Jungler and Sign Me Up. They can afford that. They can absolutely afford those 2 kills, but this is giving Sage the opportunity to catch up. Now they're only 5k in terms of disparity, and those were expensive bounties to give up. Those were very expensive bounties to give up on the part of your Nightmares, which will allow Sage some recovery, especially they still have this Eye of the Herald unused. Might go into mid lane here with Cute Boy and Fujio trying desperately just to get a couple turrets here for themselves.
They certainly need at least one, you know, as reparations for the 4 that your Nightmares have taken here so far. That gold disparity is going to creep back. Less so in your Nightmares' favor, thanks to Sag finding out a few good kills. As you mentioned, a couple solid bounties going over. We can see Sign Me Up still having 200 after losing his life there. So a lot of potential for that recourse that Sag has proven to offer here now. Only about a 4k difference. So slowly closing that disparity out and throwing down much more defensive vision as those main towers, so the first towers, have been taken down. We can see 2 in the bottom as well as where that 4th one has come through here. So vision is going to be a huge part of this game. Some pings now coming out from your Nightmares around this Baron pit. Some question marks as well as on the ways, and some response pings from Sag saying, hey, everyone is right here. They may be attempting to look for an engage. Maybe we want to try to set up for something to counter that.
Yep. It's a little bit of a river dance here. It doesn't look like your Nightmares has any intention of fully engaging with Sag here in this particular instance, but Sag is catching up. They are managing to make a very slow recovery here. I'm actually really impressed with their scrappiness, prioritizing that Rift Herald after that messy corridor fight, and then taking advantage of that top push, which usually would serve as a distraction. While your Nightmares manages to lock down another objective, there was no objective for them to lock down. They had already taken down that Mountain Drake, and so that was just an unfortunate bounty collection on the part of your Nightmares for Sag. Waiting to see. I think that it's really a testament to Cute Boy's mental. The fact that they are now 3-3-5. They are catching up. They have a positive KDA now. They're managing to just hold it together. I think that being a jungler is an exceptionally difficult job, especially when you feel like you're being targeted. It's hard to catch up, and great testament to Cute Boy's tenacity there, just sticking with it, being there at the right place at the right time, making sure that they have their teammates with them. No unnecessary roaming, not getting caught out. This is the kind of recovery you love to see. You love to see this kind of well-played behavior, even temper. I really like to see this bot lane as well here. Only Yours had a bit of a struggle lane, but didn't necessarily get farmed by Sign Me Up in ways that we've seen before. So, I mean, in terms of scrappiness, I think Sag is probably the best we could have asked for a completely new and random team. Really good performance by them so far. I think we should be impressed.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I already am, for sure. They are trying to close this gold gap as quickly as possible. But again, they've had a really big focus on vision, which is good. It's worth spending that little bit of gold so you can have a bit of an advantage. Actually, it's a huge advantage to be able to aggress on some of these fights, either knowing that the enemy team is not somewhere close or disengaging from an attempt and forcing the other team to waste time on setting up for, maybe a push play or something like that. Seems to be a favorite of both of these teams. Now, Cute Girl might get jumped on here. The charm just barely going to miss as Ame avoids it. Lots of good traps coming from Fujio as Sag does a good job of setting up here for this Mountain Dragon. Your Nightmares wants to have this so badly. This is sole point for them, and Sag wants nothing more than to prevent these guys from taking this 4th dragon of the game. That would be very rough on the current composition. There we go, the Whimsy, a Cute Girl getting hit by that. The Blast Comb gonna pop over Fujio, who instantly goes down. The Hextech ultimatum coming out, and Sign Me Up is going to oppose that with an ultimate of his own Alphaville Jungler and Cute Girl here on E-Boobies, or on Solari's Revenge on E-Boobies, and that is just going to be a 1 for 2.
Wow, strong retaliation.
Nothing else coming from that one. Just, a 1 for 2 for your Nightmares. Sag picking up 2. Solari's Revenge getting dangerously close, though, as Cute Boy is going to engage the ultimate coming out from the Echo there. But that is a Camille who can flash and hook shot in, picking up another kill there. And that is going to round it out to 3 deaths on the side of your Nightmares. Still just the 1 having gone down for Sag.
It looks like Solari's Revenge was kind of counting on hopefully getting a quadra kill there, not being able to close the deal. Not quite accounting for the fact that E-Boobies has that incredibly strong shield in addition to Camille's shield. Not a great play on the part of Solari's Revenge, but listen, hey, you're allowed to have a little bit of fun right now. You've worked so hard, you've made it nearly to the very tip top of this tournament. Why not try? Why not throw your body into the ring and see if they can't keep up? Unfortunately, they did, or actually, fortunately, for the part of Sag, mixing it up, and they have started to really catch up here. This is so exciting, seeing them slowly close the gap and make these really smart engages. Watching your Nightmares get trapped, half their team behind that blue buff wall earlier over that dragon tension, really rough on the part of your Nightmares. The positioning in terms of corridor fights hasn't been the best. I think that's where they haven't been excelling in this game in particular, and Sag, realizing that, has been exploiting it at every possible turn, engaging these team fights. Sag's team fight is incredibly impressive. What do you think about that, Jolly?
Oh, it is stellar. It is very good. Yeah. They're finding really solid engages, but look at the creep score for the top side. Over 100 excess for Sign Me Up, 275 to 166. So yes, while that gold disparity is closing for Sag, your Nightmares still have a lot of pressure, in particular on that top side. 275 at 26 minutes. It is fantastic here.
Oh, wow.
And Sign Me Up is going to continue the pressure here as well. And we've seen how some of these 1v1s can go when it is just Sign Me Up and another member of Sag. A lot of these fights, though, with your Nightmares might engage on them in a counter fashion in terms of the numbers. They are not going in with winning numbers of players, so they keep fighting a 3v4, 3v5s, things like that. And yes, while they do have the advantage in a lot of aspects, especially in that gold aspect, as has been the case for the majority of the game here, it has not helped them enough to be able to stand up against the response time of Sag, to be able to either, get down the damage quickly enough and the CC quickly enough, or just not allow the rest of your Nightmares to catch up on something. Now, only yours is trying to find out Solari's Revenge here. A great back and forth. Solari's Revenge is going to dash over the wall, though, and just escape from that one. Only yours putting out a considerable amount of damage. We can see the Tiamat there. Death's Dance, I think, being worked on by both of these top laners, and several Triforces on board at the moment. So very, very damage heavy. A lot less in terms of the sustain. A lot of bursts coming from both of these teams. But Solari's Revenge's utility definitely allows for those kinds of situations to go unanswered, with him being able to either ult out or just dash over a wall and escape, even from somebody with a hook shot like that, Camille. So, while Sag is playing really well on these engages, your Nightmares, I think, just kind of needs to reconsolidate and say, hey, okay, we're playing a little bit too forward, we're playing with a little bit too much pressure, let's group together, let's put pressure on the lanes that need it when we can get towards the inhibitors there. But until then, let's stop making these kind of silly fights that are just far too aggressive.
Yeah, and I think you and I can both tell that Your Nightmares is not necessarily, this is not like their best game. This is not necessarily them putting on their best performance. It's been more fun to watch than anything, something that I am eternally appreciative of. But we do have a little bit of a skirmish there. No, not too much. I'm still completely blown away by that farm disparity you brought up between Sign Me Up and Only Yours. It's almost like Sign Me Up hasn't quite reached their final form, but they're so close to it. And there will be a point where they hit that ultimate power spike and they'll be able to exploit that. And I don't know if we will be collecting all 3 of those 150 gold bounties right into the pocket of Sign Me Up, but I would keep all of those players away from Sign Me Up in any sort of damaging fashion, any sort of 1v3 situation. There's a lot of gold sitting on the Sag side in terms of bounties, and if Your Nightmare sweeps that up, that could signal the end of the game. So one of the win conditions here, I think, for Sag is probably just stay alive and keep those heads away from Sign Me Up in particular. Although Alpha Male Jungler is having a pretty good game themselves here at 4-2-1 as well with a completed Triforce. So, I mean, not a bad game for Alpha Male Jungler, and it doesn't put out of the realm of possibility that she could also carry these games. Not a bad situation for both teams. I'm actually really, once again, very impressed with Sag. Would like to see them pick up a couple more towers here to aid to their ability to control the map, because right now they are not in control of the map, although they are definitely putting forward some very serious attempts to be.
Absolutely. They have pulled back on a lot of these fights. Also consider, though, too, we were talking about the bottom lane being a low priority here. Q-Boy gotta use the Ghost in to try to follow that up with the ultimate as well, but nothing to come of it. The teleport being dropped here by Solari's Revenge, who gets exhausted, diving into this fight. The Sonya's used. Alpha Male Jungler getting hit there by Only Yours. Fujio getting a kill as well, and then going down immediately to Sign Me Up. Q-Boy is going to be on the run, losing their lives to Ame, and a very clean ace from Your Nightmares, only losing 1 member in that entire fight. This might be game.
Yeah, this might be game for our heroes here. Your Nightmares Sag, what an incredible performance right up until this point, but gosh, that Lulu spike, that is so nasty for the other team to have to deal with. The buffs coming onto Ame, the buffs coming on to Sign Me Up, it makes them nearly invincible with the amount of farm and items between them. And Clorox not necessarily being a priority for the other team to take down. What an ace, Jolly, what an ace from Your Nightmares. I feel like if they rewatch this VOD, they're just gonna laugh at us. Like, oh ye of little faith. How dare you? But listen, I'm still the captain, the co-captain of the Alpha Male Jungler fan club, regardless.
Oh, absolutely. And as usual, that Vi went exactly according to plan. The aggressive style of both teams led to a really exciting game from the very start of that. But there was a lot more success on the side of Your Nightmares towards the start of the game. A lot of great comeback plays out of Sag there. But when it gets past 30 minutes, that's when you start getting to those really long gray screens that can push for, multiple towers. 3 towers and an inhibitor aren't really enough to keep you down. And a Nexus on top of that was enough for Your Nightmares to break through to the semifinals. Once again, we're pretty used to this and seeing them at least in the semifinals, if not in the full-on finals at the other side of that bracket. But spectacularly played by both of these teams. Do we actually, can we pull up the bracket? Do we have the bracket to see like how the other games went? You guys are always on top of that.
It's all good.
Kind of give me, oh my God, so good. They're so good. They're so good.
Oh wow, this is a familiar sight here. Gay who? Gamer Snails? Interesting. What an interesting name. No, I'm just kidding.
Gamer Snails.
These are our top 4 right now,
Classic.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, absolutely. Our top 4 as of right now: Limit Testers in first place, Your Nightmares in second, Sailor Scouts in third, and Gamer Snails in fourth place. So it's first versus fourth and second versus third here in this current bracket. Might be a little bit difficult for Gamer Snails going up against Limit Testers, but we just watched a game between Your Nightmares and Sag. We have yet to see how Limit Testers are performing today or what changes they may have made to how they operate here this week. It is the final week, so we can't imagine anything too insane in terms of adjustments, as they do want to stay there towards the top side. keep getting too comfortable towards
I
the
know, I'm
top
just
side of that bracket. Yeah, no, I just curl up into a ball here on the seat, so like
Yeah,
sit with my
same.
knees up here.
Try to.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to see what we go for here. I'm not sure exactly which side of the bracket we're going to be starting on, but we will be broadcasting both of the semifinals games. So we have 3 more games in the works for you guys to experience. And if you thought that last game was crazy, you ain't seen nothing. Last week was
Nah.
absolute insanity, and some of the compositions and some of the plays that we were seeing teams get away with. So I'm excited to see what these other teams have to offer. Gamer, Snails, Sailor Scouts, and Limit Testers, as well as the victors of that last game, your Nightmares, moving on to the quarterfinals bracket. So I am hoping then that we will see a little bit of a Limit Testers not get taken down a notch, but Gamer Snails have grown a lot. They've been struggling, but I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime,
Yeah.
and while you guys ponder that as much as me, I suppose, we're going to take another quick break. Go get your water, your energy drinks, or both, because you got to stay hydrated. So if you're drinking an energy drink, you should also be drinking a water, folks. Okay? We're going to take a quick break. Yeah, there it is. See? There it is. That's how you do it. Because we're going to have several more hours of this exciting gameplay coming for you. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We will be right back with the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series in just a moment.
Get it.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling is good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right.
That a girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Oh no, not your good pen, Jolly.
Is gone.
So I saw some Twitch chat shit talking about me not having enough plants, so I brought this plant here to hang out with us. However, I slammed it into the door when I closed it behind me. So Jolly's response to that, Jolly, will you just tell the people what your response was when I told you that I'd slammed my baby in the door.
So funny. I said you need to call the botanist. Call 911.
Oh my god, I can't take you anywhere. It was incredible. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Alrighty. Who do
Get
we
ready
have
for the
coming
bad
up next
puns.
year?
Yeah.
We have so many.
Yep.
There's so many.
You know, you guys don't even know. I think actually, yeah, I'm wondering who we've got set up next to the bracket because we've gone back and forth. Sometimes we start with the top of the bracket, sometimes we start with the bottom of the bracket. I'm really not sure what we've got going into this next one. I'm sure we'll get a ping here from production any second now on who's going to be casting or who's going to. Well, we're going to be casting. Oof. Yeah, you guys have to.
Who's going to be casting?
You guys are stuck. You guys are stuck with that. But the next teams that we have coming up, once we get that information here, it's going to be another exciting matchup. Either we're going to see Your Nightmares again. I think it was Your Nightmares into Sailor Scouts because it was 2 and 4, and then 2 and 3, 1 and 4 on the bracket is Gamer Snails and Limit Testers. So we've already seen Your Nightmares. We know how well these guys do. Now for Limit Testers, as usual, as we've been kind of talking about throughout the entirety of this. Yeah, it's my composition book. Look, get out of here. You're just jealous.
I am. I'm so jealous.
So what we've been dealing with a lot Limit Testers, we'll have to see if there are any changes. I can't imagine there being any as this roster has been incredibly consistent. There was 1 week where we did have the sub out for Dang, and that ended up working out incredibly well for them. We actually thought it might have been Dang in disguise because of how well that player just meshed with the rest of the team. So we can expect to see things like the Volibear. We can expect to potentially see things like we've seen quite a bit of Urgot and Set these last couple of weeks, actually. And then as well as the jungle, we will probably expect the Graves kinds of things popping out. We have seen a bit of the Olaf as well, the Hecarim as a pretty big standard in terms of the picks and the bans. Yep. So a lot of opportunity for these teams to manipulate the pick bans. Now that we're 9 weeks into this, now that we've seen at least 8 weeks or 7 weeks, I think, of Your Nightmares and Limit Testers, and then not all 9 weeks now for Sailor Scouts and Gamer Snails, I do believe. So a lot of research that can have been done or should have been done, I suppose, over the last 2 months that we have been doing this tournament. But we know one of the top 4 players on the current roster, the top 4 returning players, one of these guys is going to be going home with $200 in each player's pocket, $1,000 total, just for taking first place tonight. Now, that's not including the $12,500 that is up for grabs to be split between the first and second teams of the tournament that will be coming here for the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series at the beginning of October. Keep an eye out for that. Those will be best of threes. Those will be best of threes. But just tonight is that's my doggy. Just tonight is going to be best of ones, pretty standard. So we are going to have way more exciting games. 3 to be exact is the number of games. 2 semifinals. Again, Limit Testers into Gamer Snails and Sailor Scouts into Your Nightmares, and then the finals. And this is, while $12,500 to be split between the top 2 teams is a big incentive, $1,000 right now is pretty huge. You have a month to spend that grand before you plan to go home with several more in your players' pockets. So there's a lot on the line here and a lot that these players have put into all 9 weeks.
Yeah, they absolutely deserve this little prize purse is a really great motivator for our top 4 teams to really just kind of, have a little bit of fun. The stakes aren't too high for everybody. I mean, it's not too bad because Fighting Dreamers and Ara did not make it through here. So we've basically locked down our top 4 in the roster. It's just a matter of who's going to start in which position. And the championships will be best of 3, so everybody kind of starts on the same solid ground. But woe upon Yi who has to go up against Limit Testers.
Yi, hopefully we don't see a Yi.
Yeah, oh no. Woe upon Yi. God damn. Oh man.
It's just, you should be used to it by now, Kari.
Honestly, it's the most charming thing. I absolutely love it. But woe upon the humans that have to go against Limit Testers. I suspect that we will be having some really good games here tonight, but Limit Testers has had such an exceptional meteoric rise to the top, with some really strange, weird losses. Like if they do lose, it's pretty extreme. Like your Nightmares and Sailor Scouts kind of have these like this little like sort of like though like the one where they Sailor Scouts won by 800 gold. They had the exact same amount of towers and all of that. Like it's super close. But Limit Testers really kind of like rises above in terms of as far as like gameplay goes. I wouldn't say in terms of skill. I just think that these teams need more time to practice scrim and make sure that, because it really at the end of the day, this is all coming down to the team dynamic, because they're all kind of like similarly skilled, but it has been coming down to how these teams rotate. And how they respond to skirmishes, and when they all agree to pull out of not favorable skirmishes over nothing. Like if there's no objective on the map, why are you fighting unless you're sure you can win? And setting up really good favorable situations for yourselves. So I'd really like to see, especially in this next month before the championships, hey, if you get this $1,000, spend it on like, I don't know, a premium subscription of Zoom so you guys can get together, do scrims, rewatch your games, and study a little bit. I think that'll be the best use of your money.
Oh yeah, that's definitely that, and then probably energy drinks as well as water bottles.
Yep.
But I did get confirmation that the first game is going to be Limit Testers versus Gamer Snails, so you guys will have to wait a game to watch your Nightmares reemerge. And speaking of Nightmares, actually, we've seen quite a bit of Nocturne as well coming from a lot of these teams. That has not been as much in the meta. It has been kind of rotated out. I like having done 8-9 weeks of this now. This will be our 9th week. Being able to see the meta adjust and change. At the very beginning of things, it was heavy into the Volibear and the set, heavy towards the top lane. We saw Kindred, Kayn, a lot more aggressive junglers there. And some Nidalee and Silas and things like that. And then kind of adjusting over to like the Hecarim jungle, the Olaf, the Jarvan, the Volibear Echo. I already said those ones. But it's fun to have our own meta, and it kind of goes along with the standard meta of the game, or at least for NA. But it's definitely defined itself in my book, at least. I was going to say in our books. But it absolutely has defined itself, and it's fun to watch that these players kind of, they've put in the research, they've put in the studying to be able to get this far in. And the top 4 teams were considerably higher up by a couple hundred points, actually, between 4th and 5th place. So it's been a lot of these same teams that we've been able to watch and that they've been able to play each other, going back and forth. Both winning and losing, because we have not seen a single team go undefeated for much longer than a couple of weeks, and picking up some really solid victories. So tonight, all eyes are going to be on Sailor Scouts and Gamer Snails as those teams in the 3rd and 4th positions, trying to accumulate as many points as possible and knock out 1st and 2nd place from the finals, and from that opportunity of picking up $1,000 here tonight. So we're doing pro draft now. Sorry for the slight delay here, guys. That just means that you have to listen to more of our bad jokes.
Oh no, more dad jokes.
For
just
that,
kidding.
I apologize.
No, don't apologize. This is a really exciting, like, I mean, it's fun that we have that extra, like, dynamic, instead of it being like, you know how, like, you do best of 3 and somebody's already won 2, so the final game's more of like a consolation game. We don't have that situation here. We have $1,000 on the line, and all of these teams have won weeks before. They all have proven that they can make it to the top of the ladder. So, I mean, it's anybody's game. I hate that phrase. I keep trying to strike that from my vocabulary, but it is anybody's game.
It's always anybody's game.
It's always anybody's game, in all seriousness. And I'm actually really excited to see. I would love to know what they're going to do with their extra cash. Like, I'm kind of excited to see if they, I don't know, buy some team jackets. You have a month. That's super easy to get that stuff embroidered, sent back to you. I would love to see some team uniforms. So listen, I'm not telling you what to do, but if you get velour tracksuits that all match with your names on them, I think that I can probably rig the game for you.
Well, we'll be able to see, because I've got cameras set up in all of your guys' houses. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see them at all with their tracksuits, because unfortunately, we will not be having an in-person event. It is all going to be online, thanks to COVID. Darn COVID. It's not up there, but COVID has certainly put a little stopper in that. We were supposed to have a live in-person event, but we will still have the event. And I think that actually ended up increasing the prize pools, if I'm not mistaken. They weren't released until just last week or the week prior. So they were kind of trying to figure out, hey, are we going to need to invest a lot of this money in flying these players out or getting these guys to our location to play? Or are we just going to be able to invest that back into the players themselves? And based on the immense size of the prize pools that none of us were expecting, to be honest, we can assume that money was placed back into the players. And so somebody's going to be going home. 10 players are going to be going home with a good chunk of money, top 2 getting some of that cash prize there. So it is very exciting. And they do have several weeks now to kind of study up some more, to do a little bit more practicing, get a little bit more of that synergy that we have seen forming over the last 8, now 9 weeks. It's just been a very exciting ride. Now, since we know which teams we're going to be seeing here, Limit Testers and Gamer Snails. Week 4, they were both in the finals together. Limit Testers did end up winning that one. Gamer Snails have not won a single finals week here. What would you either like to see or like to see banned out here for these teams based on, I don't know if you've got like a cool notebook like me with all the notes.
Nope, sure don't. Notebookless and extremely jealous.
Well, darn! I mean, come up with a new question now.
No, I've got a notebook. It's digital, but I can answer this question.
Oh,
all right, I can answer this question.
Okay, this is all fancy.
I'd like to see if there's any roster changes first and foremost, because Sailor Scouts have had the most.
That.
Oh, can we? Hopefully
somewhere we got that. We got that somewhere here at some point.
But Sailor Scouts have had, oh no, not Sailor Scouts, sorry, Gamer Snails and Limit Testers. So as far as like consistency in rosters go, they both have had some changes here and there. But listen, Jolly, I appreciate your question about picks and bans, but I want to know, listen, if we were allowed to do this in person, which player out of these 2 teams, you get to pick one player from Limit Testers and one from Mercenails, which one would you want to go to dinner with? And we're not talking in like a romantic way. We're just talking in like a one-on-one, hang out with your buddy. Like, which one would you like pick? Because I mean, listen, I just want to know. Just give it to me. Lay it on me.
Well, all right, because we got, we've got subs and stuff. So I gotta see, who would I take?
You can pick any of them. You can pick any of them.
I could pick any of them. Okay, Limit Testers and that's really tough. Okay, because we've kind of gotten to know each of these. You got Pistachio,
Oh, it's hard to bet. Hootie McCootie.
Whittle McGriddle. Like you've got, but then you've got Dang, who has just been. You know what? Actually, I lied. I would take out Arthidius.
Me too. Just to see if it's actually. No, I'll take out Dang and you take out Arthidius, and we'll make sure they're not the same.
I have ever seen, jumping into this number 1 team. And then absolutely killing it. We were not expecting that. All right, there's my Limit Testers answer. We do have Champ Select, though, guys. This is the best part of the game, aside from the actual game itself. Limit Testers here on the blue side, Gamer Snails on the red side, and going down the rosters real quick. In the top lane, we have Dang, Doimu. We just call him Dang. Jungle is Luckman, back to the standard. Mid lane is Dopamini, ADC Ryoklu, and support Whittle McGriddle Pistachio.
Oh, our sweet baby Pistachio on the Gamer Snail side. We have Noisy in the top lane, Krakadon in the jungle, Haori in the mid lane, Lustfully as the ADC, and Hanabi in the support position. I'm really excited, but a little sad that we are missing our sweet baby Ghosty in the Gamer Snails camp.
No.
That's a big old bummer, but Krakadon, great player.
Yeah.
Has been an incredibly strong performance, but Ghosty, where are you? Where are you?
Yeah, that is sad to not have the classic on the team.
Yeah,
big Hecarim player. I know.
Ghosty.
Big Hecarim player we have seen for Ghosty in the past, picking up bye a few times there, but instead this time we are seeing Krakadon, who played a pretty solid Zac, actually winning the game in week 7. And then also picking up the Nidalee. Now that one didn't go as well as the previous game that they had. They're losing to Your Nightmares that same week. But still enough for Limit Testers to decide to ban out the Zac there. So they know Krakadon is in the roster. They are not going to limit that. They're not sure about the Hecarim on this one because, like I said, Ghosty, that was a big one that you would instantly have banned out, and that's not going to be the case here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Graves banned away from Luckman, as that has absolutely been a favorite there, but the Kayn is going to be the first selection here. And Luckman, that has been one that has been picked up. I wouldn't say that's like a main Kayn, a main Kayn player, probably the main Kayn player that we have seen in the last several weeks, but still a very powerful champion. There we go, the Graves ban, and it has to end. It has to end with the Lux ban. If this does not end for the Gamer Snails with the Lux ban, then it's just got to be GG at that point. Dopamini dominates on this Lux, and we've seen time and time again, no matter how good a team is opposing them, it's just better. You're way better off just banning it out. Don't let it get through.
Yeah, just don't even think about it. Don't let that happen. The amount of hurt and damage that they managed to put down on that Lux, it's just not worth it. Banning that Lilia, I don't know what that is. Is that a BM?
You know what? A horse is broken. A deer is broken.
It's true.
Whatever she
broken
is.
deer. You just don't want to take the chance.
It's definitely a rough one. That we haven't seen much now, but with the current state of the game, it's certainly something that someone can pick up here. I don't think we've seen it on Gamer Snails. I think we've only seen maybe the one Lilia coming out of Sign Me Up.
I think that's you were 100% correct. That's the only time we've seen a Lilia play. So interesting selection on the part of Limit Testers. However, I do like the Darius ban. I don't know if you remember all the way back to week 3. Where we had we had Noisy on a Darius. Week 4, we had Noisy on a Darius and Arthidius on Shen. And Noisy did everything they could, push and pull on that Darius to really try and change the tide of that game. They were a serious hyper threat. Unfortunately, Gamer Snails, they were not successful, but Noisy is a force, is an absolute force on that Darius. Great ban, solid one. Seeing the Kayn, the Graves, and the Lux, you and I aren't even surprised. We actually are extremely supportive of those bans.
Oh yes.
It's not even a question. The ADCs are taking priority here. That's really interesting to me. Ryoklu and Lustfully both going for the Caitlyn and the Ashe. Ashe has actually to date been the most popular champion in this tournament. I don't know if you knew that. Fun fact.
And to the game itself, you know, she's the first champion
absolutely.
you are forced to play.
Oh, absolutely forced to play. I mean, a great selection. These are good, reliable ones. We've got that Galio on Kaori, who has been such a solid, stalwart play for Kaori. Lots of good roam, even if they're not doing particularly well in lane. They still manage not to feed, not to do anything particularly compromising for their team. But when they do succeed, when they are able to get out of that lane, they do a lot of damage and hurt. That Galio, they are pretty much a participant in every single team fight. Always present, always there. Kaori is one of, I think, in my opinion, one of the best team players in this entire tournament. Really puts it forward to say, hey, like, I'm here for you. I will make sure that I'm where I need to be, reliable. It's just a matter of the rest of the team stepping up to that teamwork plate. Kaori is absolutely a top player in this tournament.
I like seeing that. And some non-binary representation, too. From Kaori, sorry if we say it wrong. I blame you for having a complicated name. Make it easy. I can only read so many things, all right?
Yeah, we do 4 characters maximum here at the caster desk. 4 characters maximum. Luck is easy to say, but yeah.
2 separate words. I do like, the Ahri for Dopamini obviously is the second choice every time. If it's not the Lux, then it's going to be the Ahri, and we have not seen both of those banned out, so we actually haven't seen Dopamini forced onto anything else. We have seen Dopamini pick up some other champions throughout this. I love the hero's entrance coming from that Galio, who's going to be in the mid lane. Kaori, certainly a solid pickup, and the Olaf, who is just so incredibly powerful. We saw last week picked up by Luckman, and just running over the enemy team there. So the opportunity here for some counter picks, and the Gamer Snails are going to lock in Lulu for Hanabi. I would imagine now that Inami will be the pickup for Pistachio. That seems to be the classic second choice, unless they decide to go with something a little bit heavier or tankier, depending on what the top lane decides to go for. Dang tends to pick really tanky or slightly tanky champions, but heavy bruisers, very high damage. A lot of the Volibear, the set, some nice Death's Dance champions that we've seen in the past here. So we'll see what the second ban phase brings out from both of these scenes.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we get in terms of support on Pistachio. Thresh is one of their is part of their roster, really good, reliable, and like you said, Trent's a little bit tankier. So I think it depends on what kind of top picks we see here. I would imagine that supports are probably going to come last. Taking away that Wukong from Dang, we have seen two absolutely game-winning, devastating backdoor, backline Wukong ults from Dang. That's not anything you want to give them. That's not even an option at this point. That's not something you want to ever give having Dang's hand. So a really solid pick there. The Olaf, I would say, is just as comparably good though on Luckman as that Graves. So I mean, can you really ban to that Sejuani for Krakodon? That I believe is one that they actually played in one of our games. But solid. I mean, I believe Sejuani's like fallen out of favor, but it's a solid champion with a lot of utility, good CC, and I mean a great roamer as well. So not a bad ban. Taking away that Thresh from Pistachio, which is the second. I think we've seen Lulu, Nami, and Thresh on Pistachio. So I think you had already spoken to the fact that they will probably see a Nami pick here, if I'm not mistaken. I'd love to see what this last ban who it trends towards, because they've got a really even spread of bans here for top and jungle.
A Morgana would also be good for Pistachio, but we haven't seen the Morgana pickup. I just love the utility of the Tidal Wave later in the game. I prefer it over Morgana's immensely, because you can use it as a disengage or an engage, or to, catch off part of the team that might be trying to escape if it is a split engage. So there's a lot of utility from that Nami. Plus, again, we've seen Pistachio with some amazing bubble hits on that. And having the Caitlyn there on Ryoklu on the Caitlyn with that long auto range, being able to throw down a bubble and then place a trap beneath it and have that set by the time the bubble drops is a nasty amount of CC on a single target. It's just a little bit more vulnerable. But they're going up against an Ashe and a Lulu. So there is also that good utility from the Lulu. You've got, the Whimsy to speed someone up. But I would definitely say less escapability, considering everything. The Wild Grow is probably a good thing to factor in there, though, for that. Krakodon gonna be locking in the Kindred. So a very aggressive team here from Gay Mercenaries. We're likely going to see a tankier top lane, either that or they're just going to be going in a fully aggressive, but they do have a bit of late game, so they need to stall things out for just a bit.
Yeah, okay, I can see that here. They have banned every single choice that Krakodon has picked in this tournament so far. They've played, twice, I believe, in this tournament. At some point, it wasn't an early week. I think it was later in the week. It doesn't really matter because they have played Zac
and the Nidalee.
Yeah, Zac and the Nidalee, banning those out and away from them. I'm excited. We haven't seen Kindred since week 1, and so it'll be really interesting to see how they manage to make their way around the map, especially considering Olaf's incredible map presence, especially in the hands of Luckman. That's definitely going to be a Janna pick from left field. Pistachio.
All right.
You booty McCootie, sassy McCassie. I'm super excited to see a solid Janna play in this tournament, especially because Janna has only been on the losing end of parties so far.
Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred the Nami or the Morgana, to be honest. I think the Morgana would have fit this comp pretty well, but again, the Nami just offers such great utility. The set is going to be the final lock in there, so Dang on the set. I mentioned the set and Volibear being two big picks for him. He likes damage, but also survivability. And now set, we are building essentially, that tank meta is pretty much out. Going with Blade of the Ruin King first, going with things like the Death's Dance, which is very, very strong on him. So a lot of opportunity to deal a lot of damage, but the opportunity for a counter pick by the game Mercenaries there. They do have quite a few options, and I would say that something tanky aggressive like we've been talking about would be good. The extra survivability to allow Krakodon to jump in, maybe throw a bit of CC down in front line that while Krakodon provides damage on the backside, because it's going to be a long time in the jungle for Kindred. Otherwise,
Yeah, to top off that Kindred, farm up, get some marks going, but really doesn't have an incredibly strong start. A little bit worried, honestly, about Crackedon, although they have had really good performances as far as, that their Zac play. They were the ones who carried in week 7 that 10-0 and 8 on Zac, so who knows what kind of prowess we'll see here. Vladimir, that is one that we also have not seen a ton. I'm excited to see that, this in particular was set. Not a favorable matchup for Dang at all. Not even kinda. Oh,
well,
no.
it's definitely, it can be a tough one for sure. But
later game he has it, right?
Yes, later game, yeah. He can get shut down though, and with the Olaf, there's the opportunity to keep a lot of pressure on that top side.
Yeah.
The counter ability is good for both of these players, but now because of the meta, as I talked about the meta not really being tank meta at all, again, Force set, it is a lot of the Blade of the Ruin King, the Trinity Force. You have the options to go into either like a Death Dance for the extra lifesteal, or you can go into like Dead Man's Blade is really popular on him for that extra movement speed. So there are some options, and Dang, we've seen, can provide so much pressure early game, even in a losing matchup, that they can make it work to their advantage. But again, this is just a later game. It is a much later game for Game Mercenaries. So that's the big problem that I see, is if Limit Testers get early advantages in just 2 lanes, that's pretty much the game. So Game Mercenaries needs to make it last, needs to survive long enough to get to the later game for their power spikes. And for, those ultimates to really come in handy for the 5v5s once they move from the laning phase out to the team fight phase. It might be a real struggle for them. And while there's comeback ability from both Set and Vladimir, I don't know if there's going to be comeback ability from this entire team on Game Mercenaries if they fall behind.
Yeah, it's gonna be super rough if they can't manage to keep up. Crackedon just has to do their damnedest too, not to get farmed, and to be able to be a valuable member of the team there. Oh, we're both.
I'm writing notes.
Yeah, me too. You just got to keep up with the rest of the team. They have to make sure that they're a valuable member and not fall behind. We saw in the last game there. With your Nightmares, their jungler just kept getting farmed, and despite their best efforts, wasn't able to make a comeback, and so they gave up a lot of really integral objectives early on, and they weren't ever able to recover in that regard. So, it's rough. I really think that Limit Testers has more has less win conditions than Game Mercenaries does. It's more of a sensitive game for Game Mercenaries, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the potential to outscale Limit Testers. So, Dang does have late game in the top lane there with Vlad, but if Vlad does have a strong start, then Dang becomes essentially dead weight to the party.
Yeah, and that would be a real struggle because Dang is one of the best players there for the entire team. All of them are huge on this team. That is the big thing. Dang and Luckman, though, are massive here. And the bottom lanes for the majority of these games, just like we saw in the last game, awesome. We're popping into the start of this one. It is first semifinals game number 2 out of 4 for tonight here for the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series, week number 9, the final week of the regular season. So lots of good story that we have been able to accumulate over the last little bit. But Dang is certainly somebody that needs to do well on the Limit Testers team. Or you know what, either of these 2 players early on, Luck Manly or Dang Meow. Okay, so it was not a name change from Dang back to the original. Same thing with Luck Manly. They are the same as last week. We had a couple name changes over the course of the last few weeks. Thanks, Limit Testers, by the way.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Confusing us. It was basically the same kind of game for these players. But while I do like what Game Mercenaries have in mind, I think it's going to be really tough against this team. They have to know that this is a team that decides to engage aggressively, early, and very, very often. So that's kind of an issue that Game Mercenaries is going to encounter, especially again with Luckman on that Olaf. I just see a lot of struggle on this red side. Hopefully that's not the case, because we hate seeing games sway heavily in the favor of one team here.
Yeah,
They
we
just
like it when
really
it's
need to
close.
keep, absolutely. They just need to keep things just played a little bit safe towards the beginning of this game. It's just it's such a struggle because playing safe then means that limit testers are just going to put on as much pressure as possible. So it's a really rough one here.
Yeah, it's really rough not to have that hemorrhage, especially while you're jungler. Not an early or strong start.
No, there's no Darius, no hemorrhage.
Is not going to be able to put pressure on these lanes super effectively, especially with Luckman on that Olaf, who always seems to be all over the map. So I'm not saying that Gamer Snails doesn't stand a chance, but you're right. Their comp is definitely, like, the house of cards that it is built on is definitely not quite as stable as limit testers. So we haven't seen these slow burn comps, these comps that need a little bit more time to spin up, reach a lot of success. We do have a bit of aggression there with Noisy and Dang in top, though. I have heard just a rumor floating around that Noisy has an extremely nasty Vladimir, and you know what? It would be my pleasure to witness that sort of thing happening, especially this early in the game. So I'm interested to see what happens in this top lane, especially if Vlad is one of Noisy's mains, but Luckman and Krakedon just kind of eyeing each other from across the map there. Kaori trying to come in there and stop him, and Krakedon jumping over the wall and potentially closing this deal here for first blood, going to Kindred. That is absolutely something we have not seen ever in this tournament. Kindred is not a very common, it's actually we've only seen them play once, I think week 1, game 1. So really interesting, successful gank on the part of Krakedon. So
we have seen a lot
already.
less of Krakedon. I think just the 1 week at least is what I was seeing in my notes there. They did make it through to the semifinals though and got knocked out in that. So it's still a good addition to the team. Krakedon get a nice little refresh on those just picked up red and blue buffs. Now Kaori taking a lot of damage here. The ignite did come out. It will not be enough there. The potions saving the life of that Galio. Dopamine very, very low. Going to have to recall here shortly. Luck Family, though, is in the wings to help provide some backup or engage on Krakedon and say, hey, remember that thing you just did? That was really rude. I want my buffs back. Luck Family, though, is taking a big risk here by going in on Krakedon, who has a lot more mobility at this point in the game. And that is going to allow the rest of Gamer Snails from the bottom side to come up. A nice whirlwind from Pistachio is going to pop up 2 members there of the Gamer Snails. Throw down a little bit of vision, and they're just going to back away from this one, concede with taking the Scuttle Crab.
That's 2 marks as well for Krakedon on Kindred. They basically get the bulk of their benefits at 4, so that's something to watch here and count towards, just to see if they manage to get that earlier in the game. That's a massive benefit to that champion, hitting that 4 mark. Obviously, more marks doesn't hurt, but 4 is the one you kind of want to shoot for. And they're already at 2,
no
so.
pun intended. Shoot for 4. Shoot for 4.
I can't take you anywhere, Dad.
You did that one. I
did.
it out.
It's true. You've raised me well.
Noisy! Dang, flashing in.
attempt.
Try to get the pickup on the Haymaker, but to no avail. The Vladimir is just going to Sanguine Pool away from that one.
Yeah, stylish and nasty from Dang. You really like to see it. I mean, you hate to see him fail, but that was absolutely a valiant attempt, and just by the skin of his neck getting away there on Noisy. So really, definitely exciting here in the top lane. I feel like I've heard quite a few things about Noisy's Vlad, and I'd like to see that actually come to fruition. There's nothing like watching a player that you've seen nearly all of these weeks really just kind of pop off, as they say. So that'll be really fun. Krakedon, great pick for the jungle as well, is already kind of thriving there at that first blood. And Luckman, a little bit of an early game struggle, getting that Graves banned away from him and just trying to catch up and stay stable here. So this is going to be a fun game. I can already tell that we're not going to see any sort of scary stomps happening. But, you know, the bot lane, true as usual. We've got a nice, clean, even, humble farmer start.
Humble farmer start. Yes, that is what we have come to get used to down towards the bottom side of that map. Both of these players really good, though, at
Krakedon.
A very resilient lane there. Luck Manly getting jumped on by Krakedon. In comes the hero's entrance from Kaori, who's going to take down Luck Manly. The charm hitting Dopamine, but it won't be enough as Krakedon picks one up. That is a 2-0 in favor of Gamer Snails, who are finding themselves in a 2K gold lead.
Hey, Mersnails, spicy babies, look at this! Grabbing an Infernal Drake in addition to those 2 kills as well in the jungle. Wowie, wow, wow. I think that you and I are in for a surprise. This has been a really good hot opener on the part of Gamer Snails. But listen, if I could give Gamer Snails any piece of advice, do not give limit testers a single scrap. Do not give them anything to go ahead on because they can rip those little cracks open wide. So a massive upset right now for the limit testers. This is something that you and I have certainly didn't expect, but then you and I have also, begged the other teams that are kind of a little bit lower on the ladder to really study their opponents and kind of learn to adapt and change to their playstyles. And it looks like Gamer Snails might have some very serious plans to mitigate limit testers' usually fairly aggressive playstyle. So far, so good. But again, anybody's game. I really hope to see a lot of action here. We do kind of have a little action. Dang, Noisy. But backing out as well. Ooh, there's that lifesteal that you hate to see.
Yeah, we'll get it on both of them eventually, though. Noisy has that much more innately at the beginning of the game on the Vladimir here. The teleport was utilized by Noisy after picking up some items. Dang, not going to actually commit to this recall. We can see a bit more vision placed by the Gamer Snails at the moment. Really not much in terms of that for limit testers, just the one towards the dragon pit, the empty dragon pit right over there. Krakedon taking good use of the Infernal Drake that was picked up by the Gamer Snails there, and the fact that the double buffs and the Kindred is a thing in this game. That is going to be the Rift Herald going over to Krakedon. Luck Manley just getting there in time to realize that Shelly is no longer available.
Look at these objectives. Shelly did not pick up the phone for her boy Luckman. Instead goes over to Krakedon. That is really impressive timing and performance on the part of Krakedon. Now they have the Infernal Drake, they have First Blood, they have 3 kills, and now they have Shelly in their possession, in their midst. So definitely, ooh,
showstopper coming out from Dang. Noisy is going to try to just back away from this one. The level advantage is in favor of Noisy now. The Hemoplague still available there. The flash over from Noisy, and the Hemoplague is going to go down. An auto to try to finish that off. The shield from Dang should be enough to keep him alive through that second burst of the Vladimir ultimate. So that is a flash and an ult down from Noisy. Still no teleport available. A risky play, and it didn't quite amount to what Noisy was looking for.
Yeah, not to make another pun, but these people, these folks in top lane, they're hungry for blood. They really want it out. Dang, Noisy, one of them wants that first kill in that lane. They want the fame, they want the glory. There is some serious aggression, some very tight plays being made here. Both of them are really, honestly, I think probably on their main champs. We've seen Dang on set so many times so far, and to their the team's success as well. They exercise a lot of really interesting plays on set, and they also, I think the ability to just get away with a sliver of health is one of the Dang specials on set as well, and it seems to be Noisy's chosen preferred strategy as well. Krakedon coming in and using the blast code to go in on Luck Manley, and manages to close the deal.
Expended, and that's a gray screen for that Olaf. Luck Manley finding another death, and that's going to be the 4th kill for Gamer Snails, who are looking to get closer to a 3K gold disparity. We're sitting at right around 2.5 now for them, so they are feeling, oh no, just getting closer to that 3 as I say it. Finding all of these little victories that we really didn't expect from this team. Again, this team has not made it to the finals aside from that one other time, and I think it was up against Limit Testers actually previously. They ended up having a really rough game, and aside from that, they've made it to the semis a few times, but got knocked out a lot earlier than some of the teams here. They are number 4 in the overall, so they are still sitting top 4, but safely seated in that number 4 slot, going up against the number 1 team right now as the Limit Testers. So they are feeling very good. The research has been put in. Gamer Snails came here looking to take home the $1,000 that is on the line for today's match, and then looking forward as well to the $12,500 that will be split between the top 2 teams in the finals tournament that occurs at the beginning of October. So very exciting to see how much both of these teams and all 10 players have put into trying to take down these opponents. Krakedon now going in the Ragnarok, coming out there. Krakedon is going to get the pickup. Ragnarok is not enough to prevent the damage that will come through from a Kindred. Kindred. The recall coming through. We'll see if Limit Testers try to prevent that one. Nope, they're not going to be able to get there in time. Shelly's still in the pocket of Crackdown.
Dang Meow just trying to mitigate the damage that's been done to their jungler. Poor Luckman wounded. Like you said, another gray screen there. Not ideal. You know what's crazy is that I think it does. I do believe it needs to be said that Game Mercenaries made it into the finals on a technicality. So the one time that they were in the finals, it wasn't on their own merit. And so it's really important, I think, to say that the Mercenaries have come insanely far in terms of gameplay, in terms of their ability to pull off these incredible plays. And with the addition of Crackodon, I think that, you know, Ghosty and Crackodon are equally skilled in terms of their ability to jungle. So, I mean, potato, but they have come incredibly far, and I think that this is a crazy testament that they are actually really bullying our top tournament winners right now.
And it's nice to see, as horrible as it sounds to say, it is nice to see these guys taking on the #1 team and doing well. The next Dragon again going over to Crackodon, who decides to solely take that one out. Really good vision as well from Game Mercenaries around that Dragon Pit. Limit Testers now starting to put up quite a bit of their own, as we can see a few aggressive wards, one towards the blue and one there on the dry bush above the Baron Pit. But 5 kills over to Game Mercenaries now, over a 3K gold advantage at just over 13 minutes into this game. Limit Testers really being put to the test here. That was definitely intentional, but there's a lot here that is an opportunity for Game Mercenaries to now commit to. Kaori there, trying to jump in, getting charmed. Dopamini dealing a bit of damage, but taking quite a bit in return. Crackodon sitting there with the double buff, waiting for an opportunity to engage him with the lane push so far forward. That is going to give the Game Mercenaries a very good one. Kaori does have the Hero's Entrance available there. We can see Noisy up on the top side, trying to take down some plates before that 14 minutes hits. There's only 10 seconds left of availability on that. We can see 2 plates taken to the bottom side by Game Mercenaries, 1 in the top by Limit Testers, and that is going to be the second plate right before the plating falls that Noisy was able to pick up. A great job collapsing on that. And in the meantime, we can see a flash hit from Noisy. The Sanguine Pool to follow it out. Dang, very low, and the Hemoplague is going to finish it off. And the ultimate from the Kindred, saving Noisy's life. The Ragnarok coming out to take down Noisy, but immediately after, Crackodon finds yet another kill. Currently sitting at 5-0-1. Limit Testers picking up their first kill of the game so far, but losing 2 in the process.
This is the nastiest Kindred play I have ever seen. Just unrelenting. Absolutely there when they need to be, making really intelligent decisions in terms of what ganks they pick and which ones they don't. Prioritizing objectives. They have both dragons. They've managed, this is their second Rift Herald. A little bit of a slap fight happening in mid lane with Kaori as well, and Dopamini helpless to resist the call of the Galio chicken Bak there in the middle. And bot lane too. Limit Testers is actually bullying the bot lane here. Hanabi and Lustfully having a bit of a rough time with the Pistachio Ryoku combo. That doesn't surprise me at all. It takes a little bit for that Ashe Lulu to come online as well. They can really just play it safe and hope for the best at the moment. But Kaori really coming through with a strong performance. It's important to keep Dopamini in lane. Like many of our mid laners, it's important to keep them in lane so they can't roam and make any lane killing plays for the other team. So great job on Kaori's part. Bot lane not quite as exciting as one would hope, but it's important to set down the good foundation for your ADC and your support to participate in team fights later. This top lane is so interesting, and I think that Noisy actually may have the edge here, both in terms of farm, utility, and does have a completed item as well. It is really, honestly, just slowly gumming Dang to death. That is an unfortunate way to be indiscriminately hunted down by Noisy on that Vlad. That was sad. That was hard to watch.
It was. That was rough. We've got a Shelly, though, in the pocket here of the Kindred that may be making an appearance somewhere shortly.
Ooh, we've got
still no first tower down yet, but Noisy is trying to change that. Luck Manly heading up to the top side. There's a lot of really solid deep vision from the gamers. Snail, so Noisy saw that one coming and Crackodon so deep in the enemy jungle. You're going to try to assist Noisy. The teleport coming through now from Dang.
Oh!
Ragnarok will not help again. They are taking out Noisy and Dang. Try to engage on Noisy there, but Krakedon hiding in the bush before that. The hero's entrance now coming through from Cowrie, the showstopper in response by Dang, and Krakedon is going to pick up the kill without letting Noisy go down in the process. That should be the first tower of the game as well, going over to Gamer Snails, and a 5k gold disparity for the limit testers.
Golly, what is happening? This is insane. This is not the limit testers that I recognize. I'm so confused emotionally, mentally, even physically at this point. I've had so much Mountain Dew, it's coming out of my eyeballs. This is ridiculous. This is something that we have never seen. This is a performance from limit testers that I don't think we've always seen them try to keep those games as close as possible, even when they lose. And this is turning into a bit of a stomp. The fact that Krakedon is just everywhere that they need to be to make sure that they can punish any sort of retaliation that comes from limit testers with the maximum amount of damage possible in terms of gold, resources, death timers, all of it. And also, in addition to taking objectives whenever they're unavailable, we are popping Shelly in the mid lane here. This is their second Rift Herald for the game Snails on Krakedon, who is currently sitting at 6-0-1 with a 600 gold bounty. Dang and Noisy, even still, at Dragon.
Ace the hole though, hitting Krakedon, who's forced to flash out. The crystalline arrow coming through. The ultimate on the Kindred is going to set vulnerability on Krakedon and on Luck Manly. Krakedon picking up another kill onto Luck Manly, who's sitting at 1-7-0. Ryoklu now on the run and a double kill going over to Krakedon. They're just going to let Pistachio waltz away from this one because Gamer Snails wants to be sitting as sole point for this dragon. It's going to be their third pickup of the game, sitting on an Infernal Cloud and now an Ocean Drake here. They're feeling very good about that. In the meantime, limit testers are going to try to put a little bit of pressure on the mid lane, but definitely not enough to make up for their loss.
Yeah, incredibly bad day for limit testers here. You know, everybody has bad games, it happens. But Game Snails really impressed with how strong they have managed to come back, even in just a week's time. Just really making an incredibly strong presence, making sure Krakedon definitely is the leader of these pushes and the leader of these really strong plays that Gamer Snails are making. And limit testers is having a really hard time keeping up. Usually, limit testers are the ones running circles on their foes, opening those cracks as hard as possible. I expected a little more from Luckman on that Olaf, but I also think that Krakedon and the rest of the team is aware that that's a high priority target that they need to shut down, because if given the opportunity to scale on that Olaf, Luckman can absolutely carry a game with absolute immense ease. So a good part on the game Snails making sure that they can bury Luckman in as many deaths and as many obstacles as possible. Despite that though, despite having 7 deaths, is doing really incredibly well on farm. You know, considering the circumstances, you just gotta keep your head down, farm up, complete some items, and then maybe be able to 1v1 this absolutely massive, immense Krakedon on Kindred. So that's actually really scary for the rest of this team. But limit testers still, they have a chance, they have great players, and they have come back from worse, so I think that there's probably a little bit of recovery potential here. But that Kindred has scaled out of control. I don't necessarily see Krakedon tilting at this point. I don't see them not making just the maximum amount of use of that 8-0 and 1
Dopamini pushed too far forward once again. Krakedon should not have trouble here. It looks like the Dopamini is going to be able to disengage from that one. Good for them. I feel bad for this bottom lane on limit testers. They're like, all right, we're not doing horribly, you know, 0-1-0, close on CS, 0-0-0, and then they look up and see that there are 12 kills that have gone over to Gamer Snails. 7 of those deaths on Luck Manly, and in the meantime, Dang ends up getting caught out here. The showstopper gonna come out to Krakedon, but again, not gonna be enough. A 2v1 against a team that currently has 6k over you is a rough place to be at. 0-4-1. The only death that Gamer Snails have is on the 4-1-3 Noisy, so Noisy's still feeling more than okay with that. And a 2-man Baron is going to be started here at 21 minutes in the game by Gamer Snails. Cowrie is just like, I'm fine with it. I will absolutely distract Luck Manly and Dopamini. Cowrie most likely still going to be able to survive through this one. And oh my god, so much damage. There you go. Luck Manly is going to end up going down. So only 4 members getting the Baron on that one. But hey, good on you, Cowrie, for making sure that your team secures that massive objective with just 2 members. And limit testers had no idea they were not guessing that 2 members there of Gamer Sales were going to be able to take that down so easily.
I definitely would not have guessed myself, especially like giving up their bot lane turret, making sure that there's lots of pressure in mid lane, and just absolutely keeping their senses occupied. Let's see a replay of Kaori here giving up their life for their teammates. Olaf pops the ult there, and Dopamine gets the charm off, and they manage to close that kill on Kaori. A really solid, incredible distracting play on the part of Kaori, making sure that they occupy that mid lane. Hey, if ever there is a death to give up, that is the one.
Wow, all right. Noisy's like, sure, ace in the hole me. What's going to happen here? Sanguine Pool, I think, was used just before that, actually, because that's a great opportunity for a wasted ultimate, to force out a wasted ultimate, at least for the ace in the hole. He just Sanguine Pool away from that shot. But not too devastating for Ryoku. The cooldown is very, very short on that one. And Dang now is just trying to keep pressure in this lane, but the vision is very minimal on the top side there for the limit testers. Very, very solid vision towards that side for Gamer Snails there, and that blue turret in the bottom side is going to be destroyed here. We can see some pings coming out for the limit testers saying, hey, they may be coming around this dragon pit. We have a new dragon spawning. It is soul point now for these guys. That's the last thing that they want, for them to get an ocean soul at this point in the game, or any soul for that matter. But again, look at the vision on the board right now. Gamer Snails are dominating the scene. Get it? Scene, S-E-N. Dominating the scene with the vision play here. And
I'm so proud of our babies. I mean, can you even believe, like, they've taken every piece of advice we've given them, especially the vision.
Oh, don't
the
take
jolly
credit for it.
patented vision.
They took our advice. That's why they're doing well.
They're so good at this game.
So they are prepping here, the Gamer Snails, for this dragon. They want to try to poke out limit testers, though, if they can in the process. It looks like a couple members are going to start up. Noisy taking a bit of damage there. A nice whirlwind is going to pop up a Navi, but so much damage coming from the Gamer Snails. Now the Ragnarok popping there from Olaf here. Dragadon is going to be able to take him out very easily. The Showstopper on the backside onto Dragadon, who gets wild growth there. That is going to be okay. Sanguine Pool absorbing some health there, and the ultimate did come out. The Hebo Plague from Noisy as well, picking up the double kill, or at least getting the first kill on that one, and still running the Baron buff down these lanes now. That is a soul here for the Gamer Snails, Ocean Soul, and they are feeling very good about grabbing that last objective. They have gotten every single one so far this game.
Oh, man, the Gamer Snails swimming in the Ocean Soul here. That is a really awful, difficult situation for the limit testers. Overwhelming. Watching Noisy harass that back line, rendering them nearly completely useless in that dragon fight, was a real treat for the Gamer Snails to watch that happen. Ryoku did make it out alive, but at what cost? I mean, there's really nothing you can do when you have a Vlad this huge, 7-1-3, harassing your back line. What else can you do but run? You can't mitigate the damage.
Oh, there's the Ragnarok again coming out. The exhaust onto Kraken on these Zonias being popped there, and it is still going to be a death. Luck Manley flashing out as the hero's entrance comes through. Noisy now dealing quite a bit of damage. Sanguine blading into that one, using the Hemo Plague to pick up another double kill. And Gamer Snails are going to come out ahead 2-for-1.
Yeah. Luck Manley picking up that 700 gold bounty on Krakenon is probably going to serve them very well. They can begin to actually equip themselves and try and catch up here. Noisy, though, really absolutely making it as hard as humanly possible for anybody on this team to catch up. They make sure that they are there, harassing the lowest health members of their team, that backline, just erasing, just deleting them from the game as quickly as possible in every engage. That Noisy knows exactly what their part is in this game, and it's to make sure that Rio, Clue, and Pistachio and Dopamine don't have any recourse, anywhere to hide, anything to do there. So they're just desperately trying to stop the hemorrhage right now while Noisy puts the pressure in. Dang does do a flash in with a showstopper there as well. They may have Noisy here down for the count, but what else is the other
Hemo
team up
Plague comes
to?
out, though. It might be enough. There's at least going to be the one pickup onto Luck Manley, but that was 3 ultimates out. The Monsoon as well from Pistachio there, as we can see, as well as the Ragnarok and the Showstopper from Dang towards the top side. So yes, Noisy does have to sit at that gray screen for quite a long time, as we are 26 minutes into the game. Only the second death on that champion. A Pistachio is going to be the focus here of Krakenon's attention. A charm barely missing from Dopamini, but Pistachio is going to be able to get out of that one alive thanks to a well-timed whirlwind.
Oof. Yeah, this is, things are looking pretty dark here. You've got so many Fed members of the team giving up their lives when exactly necessary. It's really important to know when to die in this game for maximum benefit to the team. And nearly every death so far that they've given up has been for the benefit of the team. Luckman just really having a truly awful game in the face of this incredible Kindred, and I think that those rumors I heard about Noisy being a Vlad main are likely true. This has been a really nasty, when he gets stacked up like that, nearly impossible to kill unless you have 3 to 4 members of your team all focusing that champ, and some CC as well to keep him from using that Hemo Plague. So another Baron
there it
here,
is.
a second Baron, Jolly? Is that what we're going for?
Absolutely. So much pressure. The Gamer Snails have so much pressure on the map right now. Look at, again, the vision. It was just all faded down from the bottom side there. Now all 5 members are going to get that. Limit Testers were kind of making their way up. They saw the vision being removed from that side of the map, though, around the blue buff, so they had to have some sort of idea that that's what the Gamer Snails were going for. And now with that Baron push, it is going to be even more difficult for Limit Testers as it gets close to a 10k gold disparity here. Actually, sorry, over a 10k gold disparity. 11,000 in favor of Gamer Snails. Again, Ocean Soul on them, a second Baron buff. Every single objective has gone over to these guys. Oh no, we do have a pause. Hopefully, again, my biggest hope every single time this happens is that nobody's having any issues, any internet issues. But a spectacular game so far. I am ashamed that it's not that I had so little faith in Gamer Snails, just that I had so much invested in what we've seen from Limit Testers. But Gamer Snails, this is almost like a new team. And it's absolutely not. Krakenon really offering a lot to this team. We've only seen Krakenon one time previously. They made it all the way to the semifinals, but lost in the second to last game of the night. And now face rolling. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Just face rolling on to Limit Testers here. 11,000 gold up, every single objective, running with the Ocean Soul now. And not only is it that they've gotten every objective, they've gotten it almost the moment it becomes available. That first Baron was picked up by 2 players at 21 minutes in.
And it's insane at level 13. I mean, just the 2 of them, and then you've got Kaori in the mid lane distracting them. Really, really solid plays coming out of Gamer Snails. This feels like an entirely different team. This is, again, the same upset that we've been asking for over and over. We could not ask for a better set of teams to be playing against each other. The ebb and flow of the skill levels and of the ability to win here is just an absolute delight. The addition of Krakenon, really spicy out of nowhere. I'm really excited to see this player again in the next game here, assuming that Limit Testers doesn't have a meteoric comeback here in the next couple minutes before things spiral out of control. But second Baron buff here they're putting to at least some use. And there will be an Elder Drake spawning, giving Limit Testers another opportunity to grab some sort of edge, to grab some sort of objective. But at the moment, they can't really directly team fight.
Kaori flashing out of that one, getting chased down here by the Ragnarok Luck Manly. Now Kaori taking a lot of damage, but the taunt is going to go through, and Kaori's going to pick up the Luck Man. The charm from Dopamini is going to allow for the shutdown from Ryoklu with Ace in the hole. Dang, try to flash in. The showstopper through onto Noisy, but already a lot of damage dealt onto Dang, and that is going to be a dead set. The kill going over to Lustfully on that Ashe. The Baron minions now pushing through. Dopamini on the wrong side of this fight is going to head up towards the top side to try to clear out those minions, but this is going to be very easy pickings here for Gamer Snails. Only 2 members left alive, only 1 summoner spell on the blue side available at this point in time, and a lot there for the Gamer Snails. First tower going to be focused down.
This
Looks
is a
like,
really nasty situation.
Yeah, Noisy on the backside in the Sanguine Pool trying to poke out Dopamini. Pistachio is going to respawn and immediately engage on a Noisy. Luck Manly quickly following that one up to Sanguine Pool. The second tower destroyed. The Emo Plague came out, has not come out yet in this fight. Dopamini now getting forced onto by Lustfully after the Wild Growth comes through the Sanguine Pool just to BM and get the kill onto Dopamini. Down goes Noisy in response after being on out, but Gamer Snails find a massive win, taking down the #1 team in this tournament, potentially going on to win $1,000 prize just from tonight's win if they can take out the winner of the next semifinals game. We are only 2 games in tonight, 4 games total. We're going to be seeing the second semifinals game. It's the Sailor Scouts versus Your Nightmares, who we saw win the first game, going up against Sage. Just a spectacular performance from everyone and mind-blowing improvement from Gamer Snails.
I'm like so overwhelmed by their performance. Just incredible rotation, incredible map awareness. I believe they secured every single objective. I don't believe the Limit Testers was able to get a single objective in that situation.
Yeah.
Really super rough situation to find yourselves in, especially as like, you know, the crowned kings and queens of the tournament here. It's a really rough to see that kind of just like soul crushing defeat at the hands of the team that is essentially in 4th place. So incredible performance.
Yep, literally in
Gamer
4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always knew they had it in them, but gosh darn it, I mean, so proud, so incredibly proud. Like being able to watch this performance from Gamer Snails and just beaming with pride. You and I both are trying not to compliment them too much, and we're like trying not to, you know, hit the Limit Testers while they're down, but that was something that I don't know, you could only really dream of, especially as a caster. We went in, you and I both, thinking that Limit Testers they did have a stronger comp, and we really were feeling really, you know, kind of shaky about what Gamer Snails had picked up, but incredible. Just absolutely, eat my own shorts, eat my words.
Right.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that'll be the next broadcast, by the way, of Kari eating her shorts.
Yep,
a spectacular second game. Once again, we have 2 more games tonight. $1,000 up for grab. That's $200 a player for the #1 team here tonight. And the top 4 teams who are already locked in, we just saw this last game and we will be seeing in the next game, going for the tournament in early October for $12,500 to be distributed between the top 2 teams there. So we will see how things pan out tonight. Who goes home with that $1,000 in consolation money? And in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Everybody go pee if you need to. Go grab your water. Go grab your beers. We're going to have to wait till the end of the broadcast for that one here. But we won't be going far. We have 2 more games in the works. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brake. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
back. Thank
Oh
you
my
for
God.
hanging in there with us. This is week 9, the final week of the standard part of the season here. Standard series for the Supergirl Gamer Pro series. It is a series dedicated to women in gaming, and one of the rules here to follow that is that each of these teams must have at least 3 of the 5 players as female or non-binary. So I know we do have a few players that are contributing that non-binary representation, a lot of females as well, and we do request the pronouns so we can get the nomenclature right on these players. It's very important to us for everyone to be represented properly in this. But Supergirl actually has a lot of things going on. Part of the reason that the tournament is going to be postponed until, well, not postponed, but the tournament is not going to be happening next week or the week after. It's going to be happening at the beginning of October, so about a month from now. That's because there is, I think, the surf competition going on. So Supergirl Pro has been around since 2007. This is a group that, dedicates everything to representing women, whether it is all-female skateboard competitions, all-female surf competitions. I mean, it's every aspect of just empowering women in things that they might be underrepresented in across the board. And then Supergirl Gamer Pro started up in 2017, so about 10 years after the inception of Supergirl Pro. Since then, has had many tournaments. This is obviously the best, most exciting one, as Kari and I are involved in it, with some big cash prizes for not just the overall tournament, $12,500 to be distributed to the top 2 teams in that finals tournament that occurs at the beginning of October. But tonight, one of these teams is going home with $1,000. That's $200 per player, or $300 for the captain, and the rest can be distributed amongst the others, depending on how nice your team leader is. So it is a very exciting game here tonight to round out this series before the finals occur. It's going to be the top 4 teams that go to that. Until then, though, we've got our second semifinals game. It is going to be Your Nightmares going into Sailor Scouts. I do believe we've got Champ Select ready, so we can hop right into that. Most exciting part of the game, aside from the game itself.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the most fun. Why don't you do us the service of running down the Your Nightmares roster here?
Oh, if I must. Your Nightmares, as we saw in the first game, going up against Sag and taking a win home. Sign me up at the top lane. Alpha male jungler in the jungle. Solari's Revenge, a fan favorite in the mid lane. Ame, our pentakill queen, as the ADC, and Clorox on the rocks in that support lane.
Oh, I'm so excited. Love, friendship, and the power of the moon prevails with Sailor Scouts here. We have Prothean in the top lane, our beloved Volibear lover. We got Dog Impersonator here in the jungle. We have Pan in the mid lane. Lilac Soul on ADC. And Fried Chicken ×9 in the support position. We have seen this player before.
Yes.
Not part of the regular Sailor Scouts roster. Really interesting because they have had the most consistent roster other than this particular player. Sailor Scouts before had Neki Lime as their support for nearly the entire, I believe, actually for the entire tournament has been Neki Lime, and then we've had Fried Chicken the last 2 weeks. So this week and last week.
Yeah,
So,
this week and
interesting
last
roster
week,
change.
but well, last week it was the standard Goldflower in the jungle who is not here, who has been a really pivotal point of this team. And Fried Chicken did show up one of those weeks. Dog Impersonator did show up one of those weeks. But for the most part, it has, been Goldflower in the jungle and Neki Lime in the support role. So I wonder if this was a swap because it was forced. For instance, somebody, having internet issues. I know we've had a few subs have to come in to recover from that on one of the players. Or just somebody not being available, because Goldflower has been really, really big for this team. So it's unfortunate that we're not seeing that massive player on the side of Sailor Scouts. But I do have a good feeling about this team. Probably one of the most growing teams. They and Gay Mercenails by far have improved over the last 9 weeks the most out of any of these teams. As we get into the first round of bans here, the Kane taken away from Dog Impersonator. We've seen Goldflower run the Kane before, and another ban there for the jungle is the Hecarim, who is just incredibly powerful, really, for any of these teams, as most of the compositions are lined up for a lot of burst damage, a lot of really aggressive early jungle play, and a lot of map control, and Hecarim allows a lot of that. The Fiora and the Jacks both going to be banned out. So Your Nightmares banning out 2 away from Dog Impersonator. Sailor Scouts banning out 2 away from Sign Me Up. We've only seen the Jacks once or twice, but it has been on Sign Me Up, and it has been played incredibly well. So they recognize that Sign Me Up might be the one to focus out here for tonight because of how much power remains on the top side of the map at the moment. But Prothean is also a very formidable player up there.
Yeah, I think that we usually see most of these bans going towards Solaris Revenge and Sign Me Up. That Fiora ban seems to be the first thing that people are banning against Your Nightmares. I mean, obviously for good reason. In the hands of Sign Me Up, she's becomes an absolute nightmare. You got the Cassiopeia ban on Solaris Revenge. The very first champ we ever saw Solaris Revenge play, and it made such an impression on us. Just a very confident champ that they obviously know back and forth, and they're a little bit cheeky on. It's a pleasure to watch Solaris Revenge play on Cassiopeia, but Sailor Scouts has decided they don't want to experience the trauma, honestly, if you're playing against her. So I think that's a solid ban so far. The Morgana also coming out away from Fried Chicken ×9. Probably a solid bet too. She's so good at turning the tide of games, especially in those small corridor fights. So I highly recommend that. Nearly, I think every game that we've seen today has included Ashe. And I'm thinking that Clorox and Ashe are probably
this
going
whole
to,
series.
yeah, seriously. Like I think they're going to prioritize Ashe Lulu.
All right, I'm done.
What?
Yeah,
What?
you said seriously, and I was like, seriously.
Seriously. No, that was good.
All right. The Ashe picked up.
Ashe.
No big surprise. Orianna is going to be picked up for Pan there. Orianna always incredibly powerful, and again, going very much along with the bursty compositions that I was just talking about as a favorite of all of these teams, in particular the top 4 teams currently sitting at the tournament, the stats, what's rankings, standings, I guess there's a lot of words for that. The top 4 players who are already locked in going into the finals. So we know we will be seeing Limit Testers, Your Nightmares, Sailor Scouts, and Gamer Snails in the finals that occur, or in the tournament itself, the finals tournament that occurs at the beginning of October. But the $1,000 is tonight. So a bit of a roster swap on Sailor Scouts might put a little bit more pressure on them, considering Dog Impersonator and Fried Chicken have both shown up once or twice a piece throughout this. For the most part, it was Goldflower and Neki Lime. Hopefully that doesn't sway things for them. The Jinx is actually going to be the lock-in for Lilac Soul. I'm a little bit surprised at that one, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I definitely out of left field. But I think that Lilac Soul probably has a handle on that one. I mean, Jinx is definitely a great alternative to, they've played Miss Fortune, they've played Ashe, and I don't think that this is going to be a massive deviation in terms of playstyle for them. They also have picked up Caitlyn before, and Ashe is another one that I believe Ashe is Lilac Soul's main. Alpha Male Jungler getting that Vi again. That is Alpha Male Jungler's main. Solaris Revenge absolutely blew us away with this Echo, once again proving that their champion pool is as deep as the ocean. I have been a little surprised that the Lulu pick hasn't gained priority, but again, Clorox on the Rocks does have to stay in that bot lane for the vast majority of the game, so I understand not prioritizing that. Plus, Clorox has plenty of options to pick from. Hopefully, nobody's gonna ban away that Nami. I think at this point, potentially banning away that Lulu would actually be justified. The enhancements that Lulu gives Ashe on Ame has been invaluable. We saw that Spike over the edge just absolutely go out of control in the last game with Your Nightmares. That was so nasty when Ame popped off and then the game ended 2 minutes later. Like, that's kind of the power of that duo. They just sit in the bot lane. The Soraka! I'm super excited about this one.
All right, that is going to be an interesting one, and, I guess that combination is a bit better. It's just people like Ashe, Caitlyn, the Senna is so incredibly. There are a lot of big picks that are very, very strong. Jhin is very much strong, at least in this tournament, has been in the past here tonight. So, I am quite surprised. We'll see if they can make it work. Fried Chicken ×9. Which I'm not going to say the whole thing.
Yeah,
Soraka.
every single time.
Fried chicken. ×3. The second ban phase, though, we can likely see some picks against Sign Me Up there in the top lane. Already 2 on board, and that Lucian also focused against Sign Me Up. We know Ame is going to be on the Ashe, but we have seen Sign Me Up pick up the Lucian and do very, very well. It has only been 1 game, I think, so far, but that might be something Prothean really doesn't want to go up against here tonight. Your Nightmares have the ability to try to ban out here both the jungle and the top laner once more. Lots of priority focused on counterpicking or trying to ban out the jungle and the top side. Alpha Male already obviously picking up the main there. But Sign Me Up certainly helping carry that previous game that we saw. Urgot is going to be the first ban of the second phase from Your Nightmares.
Oof. I mean, Urgot has so few counters as well. I think there's like 1 counter to Urgot, like a hard counter to Urgot. So I mean, I understand wanting to take that away, especially in the hands of Prothean. Has been pretty nasty. So not a bad ban. The Lucian ban's really funny. Just because Sign Me Up really does, again, have an extremely deep and diverse champion pool. So, I mean, you can try to ban out to that, but it's the banning phase for Sailor Scouts isn't going to come down to any of this. I really think that Your Nightmares has proved that as far as this tournament goes, they are the most diverse and most adaptable. So while Limit Testers may have the up and up in terms of points, well, not anymore, haha. While Limit Testers did have the up and up and they had consistently won more than Your Nightmares, I think that Your Nightmares really does have the more adaptable comp, the more adaptable players, the players with the highest champion pools. Great ban on that Camille. That was scary in the other game for a brief moment for Sign Me Up before they really just started dominating that top lane. I'm not afraid of Camille. I don't think Sailor Scouts are actually afraid of Camille. I think that the banning phase for them is more of a formality. Wow, they really are pretty afraid of Prothean and Dog Impersonator. I mean, for good reason. Prothean really was kind of a darling for us, especially that first Volibear pick. But the Urgot, the Shen, Prothean, we might see a Mordekaiser come out. What do you think about that top lane there?
Yeah, I think the Mordekaiser would be great. That has been a favorite pick for Prothean. The Volibear, absolutely still an option. Sign Me Up and Prothean both doing an exceptional job there. And then we just saw the Aurelia for Sign Me Up. Granted, that was a counter in response to the Camille, but I can certainly imagine heavy damage. You know, we had been seeing the Urgot, the set, again, obviously another one that has been pretty big for the majority of these guys. And Prothean, I think, has pulled out the Darius a couple of times. The Ornn would also be very, very helpful potentially for either of these teams. Ornn is incredibly powerful right now.
Yeah.
The ability to build up items as well for the rest of your team. And not having to recall to get some of those early items, picking up some extra health, things like that early on after 13. But Graves is going to be Dog Impersonator's selection there. Very, very strong right now and a favorite of a lot of these teams. I'm surprised, actually, the Graves kind of going under the radar there. But Vi should still be able to do her thing, at least for the early part of the game, until Dog Impersonator finds a step up or two over that opposing jungle here. And the Lulu, no big surprise there. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. All but one member right now are the exact same as the first game we saw. The only other one available there would be the Aurelia to make this the exact same team. And there it is. Your Nightmares, exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're running Aurelia, Vi, Echo, Ashe, and Lulu, just like we saw work against Sag earlier tonight here. So Sailor Scouts have one more response in the top lane, and now they get to counter this Aurelia.
Jolly, what is this? I feel like we're watching a mirror match. It's sort of like the Negaverse version of Your Nightmares. It's kind of funny, actually. Just watching them at the exact same comp again. Sailor Scouts, I hope they were watching, or I hope they've had time to at least go over that VOD. I mean, the VOD isn't available, so hopefully they had some sort of ability to watch and play at the same time, because that would serve them well to see how this comp cracked open top lane and just came and pushed and then cracked open mid lane. Like, Your Nightmares in this comp this is a really... I think Your Nightmares wants that money. I think that Your Nightmares is taking this extremely seriously.
Someone wants money?
So I know. Can you you believe? Like,
I
Poppy.
can't. I can't.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's a
wants
fun
the money. That's for sure tonight.
Yeah,
$1,000 is a lot to win in just one night, in just 4 games that we are broadcasting for, I guess, in the quarterfinals. So a total of 7 games will have been played. 3 of them we won't be casting, obviously, that were in the quarterfinals while we casted Your Nightmares and Sag. But that is a big incentive, a big incentive to play well. And I'm excited to see how this mid lane goes. 2 of our most prominent mid lane players, Solari's Revenge, again, a big fan favorite. People in the chat absolutely adore Solari's Revenge. But Pan has been so incredibly consistent that it is certainly a player that can face up against this guy who is such a formidable foe. Based on the last game we saw them play, though, 2 games ago, the first one for tonight, it is going to be a big struggle for the Sailor Scouts here. So we'll see if they can find an advantage in any of these lanes tonight.
Yeah, this is nasty. I'm really excited to see Poppy. We haven't seen Poppy at all in this tournament on Prothean, so that seems like, to me, that seems like sort of like a love letter pick, like the kind of pick that you have. Here I am with my knee. The kind of like love letter pick that, like, you know, you used to love that champ so much, and now you just kind of want to, you know, hit her again because you don't have a lot of options. But I'm excited to see that Poppy play because again, it's an older champion. She doesn't see a lot of play lately. She did have her moment last season, but I think that'll be the fun, spicy thing that I'm watching for, is some good, spicy Poppy zoning plays. I think will be fun. So
yeah, and Poppy should have the advantage in this one as well. You've got the ability to disengage in case anything goes bad with the Aurelia. Of course, that stun is going to make things a little bit difficult if there is a solid gank from the jungler, and having the Vi certainly gives a lot of opportunity for a good gank there. But you know what? As long as the Poppy still just tries to maintain that lane, focus on farming, and then get in the damage, I mean, you can get a kill as that Poppy pre-first back.
Absolutely.
But you gotta keep things a little bit even keel here, because you are going into the number 2 team. Actually, they might end up being the number 1 team after tonight if everything goes according to plan for them, as Limit Testers have already been knocked out by Gamer Snails. And the winner of this game is going to be going up against Gamer Snails in the finals. So a very exciting matchup, and that again is going to be for $1,000 tonight. That is what the winners of this game will receive. That's $200 per player. A very nice chunk of change in their pockets. And these teams are already locked in to go to the finals to split up that $12,500 between the top 2 teams. It'd be nice to certainly pad those stats going in, as I believe the seeding is based on the number of points that these guys have in the standings currently. So the teams closer to the bottom side, the Sailor Scouts and the Gamer Snails, working very hard. Gamer Snails already making it to the finals. Very exciting to see the Limit Testers get shut down. Could we see another fall apart from one of these top tier players, or just some outplays coming from these teams that have been working so hard to grow as individuals and as an entire team together? I love to see how well and how much these players have grown on their own here. Nothing too crazy in terms of the basic pickups, as we can see here. Pretty standard across the board. The Hail of Blades on that Vi makes things pretty exciting, and Prothean should have the survivability there against Sign Me Up for the first bit of this. Most of the pressure tends to go towards the top side, and as we can see, Solari's Revenge just poking over to see the Raptors on the Sailor Scouts top side there. Some good vision already placed by everyone. Always nice to see as well.
Yeah, just trying to keep track of that jungler. It has been key this entire tournament to make sure that the other teams are aware of where each other's jungler is at all times. So just peeking over there at Raptors, seeing kind of where that Graves had started. Kind of important to know, especially as the game continues on. And with Sign Me Up pushing so aggressively, that's critical information to have. And Solari's Revenge and Sign Me Up both have extremely good chemistry together, making sure that they take care of each other in that regard. But Prothean, strong start. Again, we haven't seen Poppy at all in this tournament. Really excited to see those muscles flex, see what Prothean has hiding in their little champion pool chest. So we do have the Battle of the Titans in mid as well. Solaris Revenge has just been a consistently incredible player, and Pan's growth in this tournament, their confidence and their ability to keep them in lane has been overwhelmingly good. Sign me up
man!
and getting a little
there
spicy.
It is! A flash from both. Sign me up. Gotta stay alive. The corrupting potion is utilized fully there now. First blood going over to your Nightmares. Dog Impersonator wants to change that, but there is a very nice ward set there by Sign Me Up. The teleport coming through from Prothean to try to re-engage on this. The flash is already gone, but Prothean is gonna take down Sign Me Up, and that is going to be an even trade across the board. Sign Me Up still has that teleport, so likely will utilize it to get back into lane, but really no response to be had there from Alpha Male Jungler, who is sitting towards the mid side.
I'm really impressed with Prothean's aggression there. Just that raw aggression, slamming Sign Me Up against that wall and grabbing that kill. That was really good. That was actually extremely satisfying too. Just like from a gameplay perspective, it just kind of put a bow on that thing. Get first blood. Super impressed. Really excited about that one. Top lane is already full of all the action as per usual. All the action happens in top lane, I think, as it should be at this point in our tournament. That's how these things have gone, and that's how it will stay. At this point in the
game, God, I started playing top lane, and that was boring. That was not back in the island days. My goodness, it was not very exciting.
Nothing up there.
Yeah, and now now while it is a lot less climactic towards the bottom side, it is still, because you have 4 players down there, there's a lot more to do while you are creeping. You are also poking out the enemy team. You are also trying to maintain vision towards the dragon side, trying to focus out those objectives, things like that. So even though most of this pressure has been for the jungle towards the top side, maybe a little bit also towards the mid, the bottom lane, the ganks just are almost never as fruitful as something towards the top side, because it does take a lot more time to navigate down to the bottom to actually get to the point of allowing either the lane to push up enough for you to aggress on that lane, or just to be in a good position and ensure that there's no vision on you before going in on something. So it is a good sight for these guys to have such an early blood towards the top side. Not good for the Sailor Scouts, though. Their retaliation is there. We saw the quick teleport, and even without a flash, Poppy was able to dive in and pick up the responding kill onto the Aurelia. So the retaliation is there, but the ones who make the first move are going to end up getting a lot more pressure here with the compositions that have been selected. As Sailor Scouts looking for an engage here. Dog Impersonator getting stunned up with the dash. That is going to allow for some nearsightedness, but Sign Me Up popping the Corrupting Potion should be okay here. Prothean took a little bit of damage on that one, but yeah, Sign Me Up feeling A-okay. No summoner spells, though, on the top side, so do keep that in mind, that we don't have any flashes. Most teleports down at the moment.
Yeah, so everybody's kind of just evenly trying to get that farm up. Some really good, solid, even trades here, but nothing too extreme happening. Just that nice little bit of action in the middle of things here, in the thick of it. Just want to stop by for a quick aside here that all of our players are actually gold or higher. And we do have master rank player in this particular game. So the skill levels in these, the skill levels among these players in general, average. We do have diamond players on average. So that's the skill level we're looking at here. And honestly, I've been really pleased to see the skill height of all of our players, male, female, or otherwise.
Oh, Sign Me Up in a little bit of danger here. Dog Impersonator might not even make it in time to get in on this kill. And yes, they are going to. Prothean actually getting locked down there by the stun from Sign Me Up, but Sign Me Up ending up going down in the long run to Prothean. And an assist there going over as well to Dog Impersonator.
Yeah, Dog Impersonator is the master player that is playing in this tournament right now, and for good reason. I mean, we've seen some incredible plays coming out of that player already, and I think that we should probably keep an eye on that one, and it makes sense that they would prioritize vision for that jungler, especially because, given the chance on that Graves to hyper carry through that whole game. We saw it in the last game, hyper carrying on Kindred, so I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, and as has been the theme in this tournament so far, tops and junglers are the ones who have been making these huge plays with mid and bot and support acting as the support staff for these crazy star players. Like I said, the old meta with the big Chad ADC, it's dead now. It's really
Gone.
truly like we can
Get
confirm.
out of here, double lift.
Yeah, ADC. Yeah, get out of here, double lift. You stupid. No, not stupid. Double lift's great.
The Senna, though, I will say that Senna, like, of course,
yeah.
I'm thinking back to today's game, TL versus TSM.
Yeah. Oh, we don't want to talk about that.
The Senna, we won't talk about it because we had to come and do this cast before those games were over, so nobody talk about it.
No spoilers in chat.
I will come find you. Anyway, the Senna is incredibly strong. And we've seen the Senna run in this tournament, both in the ADC role. We actually saw the mid lane Senna as well do incredibly well here. So no Senna at all in picks or bans this week, which is a little bit surprising based on just how powerful Senna is. And also the kind of the opportunities for some of the supports. I think maybe that might be a little bit of a struggle.
Absolutely.
And Senna has a bit more of the unorthodox supports, at least unorthodox in terms of what we have been seeing here. None of the tanky styles that go along really well with that Senna to get the long range damage on. So maybe that might be the reason for it. A lot of picks onto the Lulu, things like the Morgana. Obviously tonight we see the Soraka, which is a little bit surprising here, but should allow for the sustainability on the bottom side. And while we're talking, Alpha Male Jungler's like, yeah, sure, why not? I will absolutely take a Mountain Drake for my team. Might as well make up for the loss in kills. Yeah, Clorox on the Rocks is the one struggling here right now, having issues with disconnecting constantly. So hopefully, it's always the worst thing to have happen during one of these tournaments. We really haven't had any issues big like this. We've had a few pauses, so occasionally people having hardware issues, but thankfully we have not seen anything too big in terms of network issues. Really hoping that Your Nightmares don't continue to have those problems, as it makes for a real big struggle on the Rift here for everybody, including us having to fill.
Yeah, oh man, filling is the worst, but disconnecting is even worse. Especially a player like... Even worser. Yeah, Clorox on the Rocks, an incredible player who really does make a difference in their lane as well. Just the team with Ame there, I would hate to see that disconnect, especially because Ame could land in a bad spot. If you disconnect at just the right time as a support, it's over.
Oh yeah, and with an Ashe too, not really having easy escapability, not having access to get out if Clorox on the Rocks does disconnect at a bad time. The worst is when it's in a fight and you end up dying, but it is also very discouraging to see your support all of a sudden start walking back.
Oh yeah.
Fountain, being like, ah man, it is happening again.
I hate to see it.
And an Ashe, yeah, of all people, of all ADCs, has very, very little escape ability, and so that's going to make things difficult for her, relying a lot on the Whimsy and the Pix Shield as well from Clorox, plus the slow from the Q on the Lulu there that is going to be extending off of the Pix Shield if it is laying down on Ame. So a lot of versatility from that champion, and that would bring a lot of pain and a lot of hurt if Clorox on the Rocks happens to DC at the wrong time. Luckily, our players are pretty good about realizing what's going on, communicating that, and pausing the game so that a player can reconnect. But hopefully Your Nightmares has a sub in the wings just in case things go their way this game and they aren't really relying, or Clorox on the Rocks' internet is not reliable. Dog Impersonator going in for a good one, and they're going to get a flash out of Alpha Male Jungler there. The ultimate was used by Dog Impersonator actually on that fight a little bit early, I would say.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
ends up working out for them in the long run as a lot of pressure goes down onto Alpha Male Jungler and the flash is out.
Yeah, we're only 8 minutes in. You can wait for the cooldown on that. I love this top lane Sign Me Up and Prothean just trading stuns. Just trading stuns between each other. Like, it's absolutely hilarious. Like, for each stun that goes out, there's another one that comes out in retaliation.
Dog Impersonator gets polymorphed here. Obviously, they know what's going on. As you can see, Alpha Male Jungler was there in the back, right? Shaking a Lilac Soul, dealing a lot of damage to Ame. Dog Impersonator getting exhausted, taking one tower shot here. Clorox on the Rocks is going to turn to do a little bit of damage. Clorox on the Rocks and Ame both very, very low on mana. There it is, the ultimate coming out from Alpha Male Jungler. Assault and battering, a lot of damage on Fried Chicken, but Dog Impersonator is able to turn that. And Solari's Revenge jumping in here. The stun getting down to the Lilac Soul and a miss flash. Just used a little too early. Not able to get across that barrier. That is going to be a kill going over to Ame. So 1-0-0. The opposition 0-1-1.
Oof, you hate to see Lilac Soul cornered
Dog
like that, like a wild animal. Dog Impersonator, they want this. They want Ame so bad. They will do anything. They will do a sacrifice, yeah.
The ping there, Dog Impersonator likely going to stop this recall here, at least either that or, yeah, there, that should do it. The stop on the recall, sign me up, taking a lot of damage here from Prothean. That teleport is almost back up, though, so it's a difficult position to be in. Wanting to wait for the teleport to come up, be able to utilize it in the most effective way. There is vision, as we can see there in the river, by both teams, though the straight-up vision ward is going to allow for the clear of the opposing ward. And a very minimal gold differential here at 10 minutes in towards the Sailor Scouts, so it is good to see nothing too insane in terms of sways this early in the game for either team.
Yeah, no crazy plays. We have seen some good sneaky stuff happening here behind the scenes. But nothing hugely notable that has cracked open this game so far. At 10 minutes and 25 seconds, we have a little bit of a farm and gold disparity like you highlighted here, but nothing to write home about in particular. I've enjoyed the action we've had in bot lane, though. That's something that we've asked for a while, so just getting a little bit spicy down there with Alpha Male Jungler. That Soraka, old man, it really sets you back if you're not expecting it. You really need to just keep thinking about, how far you want to take and engage when she can really just bring most of the team back up to speed. How much, traction do you really have when she can just put the top them off there? So, question to ask yourself while you're playing, especially with those world ults. Not fun to play against, especially when unexpected, but good engages on all sides. Ame did not end up succumbing to death there either. I really did expect them to actually get their prize there, but Ame really did get some fleet footwork out there. And Lilac Soul getting cornered as well. Prothean in Sign Me Up's lane is really, really intensely difficult for Sign Me Up, who doesn't usually struggle in lane. I really enjoy seeing Prothean on this bruiser bully type, really great on set as well. Solaire's Revenge trying to go in on Pan there, but Pan not falling for that. Dog Impersonator on Graves here, trying to grab that Infernal Drake, being backed up by Fried Chicken and Lilac Soul, who push their lane in on Ame and Korax on the rocks. They do manage to get that Dragon Soul, or sorry, woo, that's a little early for that one. Dang, I'm
it is
going my way out of this game.
Yep. It is going to be the Cloud Soul, though. On the map right here, as we can see the winds quicken, and that is certainly going to be good for both of these teams, actually, requiring or desiring a lot of mobility on these engages. Sign Me Up once again, getting down very low. Like I said, it is going to be a tough lane here up against the Poppy, having the extra pressure on this one, and still almost 1.5 minutes, just over 1.5 minutes left on the plates here. Dog Impersonator wants to make something else happen in this lane. Not happy about what happened earlier in one of his members being traded over. He did manage to pick up the kill, but it was clearly not enough for this team. Korax on the rocks and Ame, the only two members down here. We can see a teleport coming through, though, and another teleport in response from Prothean. The stun landing onto the Graves. Prothean getting locked down by the Aurelia. Lilac Soul and Fried Chicken trying to do everything to help with that engage. Sign Me Up is going to flash in and throw down the ultimate to continue the engage here on to Fried Chicken. The heal coming through, the ultimate from the Soraka as well. But both members go down as the Wild Growth gets thrown onto Sign Me Up, who is very low. Dog Impersonator has an opportunity to pick up a kill here, but there are many members of your Nightmares here in the wing. Solari's Revenge is going to decide to make a turn onto Dog Impersonator. The flash over and a good chunk of damage to follow it up. That chase is over, though, as Solari's Revenge realizes a couple more members of Sailor Scouts like Pam are going to be continuing that engage, though. In the meantime, your Nightmares want to clean up as much of the enemy jungle as possible. It's going to reset on that blue buff. They're not going to be able to steal it away from Dog Impersonator this time. Ooh, an attempted ultimate to hit. Well, I guess the ultimate did go through, but it did not hit anyone. I think just trying to stop some recalls, maybe throw out as much damage as possible down there to Solari's Revenge on the Echo.
Yeah, just try and chip away at that 2-0-2 150 gold bounty Echo on Solari's Revenge. That would have been a nice one to scoop up there, but it wasn't meant to be. Lilac Soul and that Jinx having a bit of a tough lane. I really think Dog Impersonator here is going for a strategy where, for the most part, the lower ELO players have been in bot lane. It's usually pretty safe, and it sounds like Dog Impersonator really wants to try and crack open the lane phase by targeting that lane continually, just really trying to make something happen there. I think that it's probably a good strategy, but Sign Me Up and Prothean's lanes are so close together that it really wouldn't be an error to try to get some ganks up there. But Prothean now actually pretty much even with Sign Me Up, but look at the farm difference between them. Sign Me Up, as usual, is just an absolute nut on farm with Aurelia. And absolutely manages to knock other players on their feet. Last game we saw, almost a 150 creep difference at the end of the game between this Aurelia and the Camille on top. So, and it's happening again. You can see that gap just widens so swiftly when they're in lane. But you do have Dog Impersonator rounding up here. Slash Revenge going in on Pan as well. Pan using the ult, but to their own detriment, does not manage to land that successfully for a kill. So.
Oh, looks like Prothean wants to, or doesn't want to continue this. There we go. Yes, Prothean does want to continue it. Dog Impersonator ends up getting the kill there. While the plates have been down for a minute, it is still going to be a lot of damage and a lot of pressure. Might be the first tower of the game, and yes, it does appear so. Nobody else from Your Nightmares coming up to try to defend this. Not much can be done to prevent this tower from going down, especially with so much damage from Dog Impersonator here. And that will be first tower going over to Sailor Scouts. On the top side, Your Nightmares have half a tower down here, though, as Shelly was able to come through and get a single charge off on this. So it likely will be a trade, as Pan probably doesn't have the ability to prevent all of this damage from being dealt over to that tower. And there it is, a trade, mid-turret or top turret there.
Oof, this is a really great game in terms of retaliation, cause and effect. You're seeing it happen live here. Sailor Scouts, again, one of the teams that have grown the most in this tournament, and it's the proof is in the play here. They absolutely have made some very important back ins, back outs, and rotations. It's nice to see Sailor Scouts actually matching Your Nightmares' cadence in terms of aggression as well. Other teams have struggled to keep up with that level of aggression, but Sailor Scouts really upping the ante, especially, I think in particular, Prothean has shown a level of aggression that I am not accustomed to from this player, and a level of passivity coming out of Alpha Male Jungler. And I think that Alpha Male Jungler is really just trying to farm up, get ahead, and before they start trying to impact the map. But there is an objective on the map here, a Cloud Drake, waiting for Sailor Scouts, who have decided to engage it. As Solaris Revenge and Alpha Male Jungler and Clorox on the rocks kind of close in, there's a bit of a delicate dance here. They really want to lock this objective down. Solaris Revenge comes in with the ult.
And oh, the shockwave coming through from Pan is going to take out Clorox on the rocks. Sign Me Up jumping on the backside to take down Pan in response there. The dragon going down to Alpha Male Jungler, who decides to flash in to try to continue this fight onto Fried Chicken. A nice little zap there from Lilac Soul is going to force a second tower shot onto Alpha Male Jungler. And now Dog Impersonator does not want to allow Sign Me Up to get out of there. The feel coming from Ame is going to help here. Fried Chicken trying to come in to get a little bit of healing down and steal a little bit of her own. And it looks like that is going to be a disconnect from the fight. A good one for Your Nightmares, picking up 2 kills and also getting the dragon there for themselves. Might as well end it that.
Yeah, this is what Your Nightmares really, really specializes in, is knowing when to go in and knowing when to disengage. They're really good at baiting their enemies into unfavorable matchups. Stealing that dragon, really impressive skills from Alpha Male Jungler. Listen, you don't need to be involved in every single fight as a jungler. You just need to be where they need you, when they need you, more than anything, to knock down those objectives. And objectives really have been huge, especially for this particular week of tournaments. He or she who gets the objectives wins the game. Slayer's Revenge on a killing spree here at 3-0-4 with 150 gold. Slayer's Revenge, definitely not overstaying the welcome, but aggressive to the point of, I think it's really masterful, the way that Slayer's Revenge knows when to engage and when not to engage, and really just makes a point to bully their lanes as much as possible so that they can do those good, reliable roams. Big fan of Solaris Revenge's playing style. Wish I could emulate it myself. Not smart enough to do that. But good stuff in all lanes. Yeah, 2 big brain plays. 2 NALCS plays coming out of Solaris Revenge.
I don't know if that's NA.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's almost an insult, isn't it?
Right.
That's
another
nice.
Super Mega Death Rocket coming out there from Lilac Soul. I did not see it fly across the screen, but I can see the cooldown. The cooldown now on. And somebody possibly now looking to engage on Shelly here. Prothean is going to deal quite a bit of damage to Solari's Revenge. Sign Me Up is right here in the wings. Gonna eat some fruits, and in the meantime, the Crystalline Arrow is going to lock down Lilac Soul, followed up with the Polymorph, and nothing you can do about that one. Your Nightmares finding themselves another kill, and onto the ADC at that, who's sitting at 0-3-2. Sailor Scouts, in the meantime, are gonna find themselves the second tower for their team, third tower of the game there in the mid lane.
Yeah, different balances in different parts of the lane. We have a lot of success here with Prothean on top, but things for the Sailor Scouts kind of skewing out of their favor with Lilac Soul at 0-3-2. Bit of a rough lane. And then you've got Solari's Revenge kind of hovering over this just to see if there's anything to pick up, but not a lot. Time to reset. Time to kind of get back to your respective lanes. I am genuinely... Look at Sign Me Up's farm again. We have an incredible disparity between these two. And honestly, Sign Me Up also has the higher KDA. Prothean still, I think, might have the jump on Sign Me. Well, not anymore now that they're going to go by, so I take that back. But Lilac Soul in the top here, just trying to farm undisturbed, but Sign Me Up is waiting in that bush, perhaps?
Maybe.
Nope.
It looks like, possibly. I mean, okay, so it looks like, yeah, Fried Chicken is going to show a bit of an appearance. You gotta know, though, as Sign Me Up, the Fried Chicken is not going to be alone engaging on anything like this. You can expect Lilac Soul will be there in the wings, and that is certainly the case here. So a good choice by Sign Me Up to navigate away from that one, though you are looking at an 0-3-2 Jinx and an 0-1-2 Soraka. You still have to be aware of the amount of health that Soraka is able to designate over to that ADC. Prothean now going 1v1 against Solari's Revenge. Solari's Revenge does have the push on minions, so it's going to be able to chunk down a bit of damage, but that is not going to be a fight really going in the favor of anyone right now.
No,
Lots of good vision as well from Sailor Scouts, though.
Oh, I know. Just absolutely incredible vision from Sailor Scouts, and they have to. If they want to recover their foothold on the game here, they're going to have control of the map, and we do have an objective coming up here on the Cloud Drake, so it's important to make sure that you go back by and you can make sure that you can participate in this particular spawn. It's becoming critical now. The objectives are becoming critical, and for Sailor Scouts to lose this dragon would be devastating in the hands of your Nightmares. They take these objectives and they just rip holes open in the other team. So if Sailor Scouts can manage to secure this Cloud Drake, that would be in their best interest. You do have Sign Me Up and Prothean, once again, just trying to 1v1. Meet me by the Baron pit and 1v1 me, bro. It's kind of the situation that we have happening up top here. Sign Me Up looks like they are going into the jungle, potentially to farm, or it looks like they're going down to Dragon, actually, and trying to get the up and up on Prothean. To Sailor Scout's detriment if Prothean does not make it down there before they are all dead.
Occurs, though. The Cloud Drake is stolen by your Nightmares. Prothean getting exhausted here, and the dash to the Polymorph. Solari's Revenge, the shockwave on Ame, who was forced to flash out of this with a Mega Death Rocket, not quite hitting the target of Ame there, and nice stun by Sign Me Up to prevent Prothean from continuing the engage on this one, and that is 4 ultimates out from the side of Sailor Scouts, and about the same number there from your Nightmares, but certainly a victorious fight there for your Nightmares, being able to steal the dragon away and pick up a kill to follow it up here. A lot of pressure in the bottom lane, and now we are looking for yet another tower for your Nightmares if Lilac Soul doesn't get a good amount of damage down, and that does seem to be the case.
Oof. You know, the second dragon steal there, I think that it's all about patience, discipline. You know, the dragon doesn't have to be a slaughter. You can grab that objective and get out, just like they demonstrated here, and picked up a kill on Dog Impersonator on their way out. So nice little bonus. But again, the way that your Nightmares functions, they know when to go in, they know when to go out and disengage, and they all agree to do it. And I think that that's one of the best parts about watching this team in general with your Nightmares, is that it seems, if I had to guess, I would think that Solari's Revenge is definitely making the calls, and the whole team is absolutely listening. So really a triumph of leadership, in my opinion, on the Your Nightmare side, just the way that they kind of move as a unit. You usually see a little bit of, you know, brain lag when a team decides to back out or when they decide to go in, and the margin's really small with your Nightmares, their ability to pivot. But Sailor Scouts putting up an admirable fight here. It's just getting a little bit messy as the lane phase ends. It seems that Sailor Scouts doesn't necessarily know which area they belong in, whereas your Nightmares does seem to be pushing for maximum damage efficiency. And also picking up that Cloud Drake, like I said, that was pretty vital for Sailor Scouts to pick up, and it only is going to make the disparity grow and grow. Your Nightmares can snowball out of control extremely fast, so it is essential that Sailor Scouts batten down the hatches, don't get caught out, and do not engage your Nightmares in unfavorable engages. It does look like they may have actually caught Sign Me Up out, with Fried Chicken coming up the back there, and Pan, Prothean really trying. Oh, but the Sign Me Up does turn around on Fried Chicken times 9.
Oh, Fried Chicken just barely, nope, not gonna make it out alive there. The flash was forced away from Sign Me Up, but a 1-for-1 feels okay. However, your Nightmares giving up, one of their high damage dealers there. Certainly doesn't matter. They feel okay about infiltrating the base. Taking out the first inhibitor turret. They're not going to be able to follow it up with an inhibitor here, but they have 2 lanes pushed up very, very far. As we can see, Solari's Revenge was down on the bottom side, putting almost as much pressure as those 3 members of your Nightmares in the mid lane. We can see Sailor Scouts have put down a considerable amount of defensive vision. That might be your Nightmares' next move to try to throw down some counter vision. We can see there right around the blue buff, a ward being placed that should be taken down pretty quickly by Dog Impersonator. Yeah, so still Sailor Scouts doing a good job of trying to stay alive here, but Soul Point for the Dragon on your Nightmares, and now becoming a considerable gold lead over, getting close to 6K actually, right here at 25, almost 26 minutes into this game.
Yeah, we have seen, we've definitely seen people come back from larger disparities. 6K is pretty normal, especially between these 2 teams here in your Nightmares and Sailor Scouts, but it does look like Sailor Scouts are endeavoring to take down the Baron here at 26 minutes, level 10, 13, 13, and 11. Sign Me Up hovering there in the periphery. Have they made a mistake, Jolly? I think it might. Time will only tell here. Prothean engaging.
Oh, the polymorph there. Prothean's going to be the target here. The ultimate coming through from the Aurelia. Flash in from Prothean as well. Fried Chicken is going to be the next target as the Baron is at half health. That is very quickly going to be a dead Soraka. Solari's Revenge picks up the kill on that one. A really good teleport from that Echo and Lilac Soul is the next target here. What a stun. The root down from the traps there, but the flash over the wall from Solari's Revenge is going to be a clean ace for your Nightmares, and a Baron pickup on all 5 members. This should spell the end of the game for Sailor Scouts, and we should be seeing your Nightmares facing up against Gamer Snails in the finals tonight if they can keep the pressure on here. We do have some respawns coming up pretty quickly, and they're going to kind of back off from this one. They do have a dragon spawning here relatively soon, so it looks like they are going to take that major victory, put a little bit more pressure in some of these lanes as they do have the Baron buff to provide to their minions, and instead go for this Dragon Soul. You can never go wrong with a Dragon Soul.
It seems to me that this Ame Clorox on the Rocks sleeper combo, as soon as it comes online, that's when the tide starts turning. You see Ame just popping off in terms of damage.
Oh, they're going to try to engage on this backside. Those Prothean jumps in, gets polymorphed. Silence on Solari's Revenge, who tries to push off the remainder of the Sailor Scouts. That dragon was picked up. That is 3 Cloud Drakes. And Airsoul Cloudful, I suppose, going over to the last team that you wanted on your Nightmares. These are some speedy boys and some bursty girls. I got boys and girls. Boys and girls and non-binary. So I guess in this game we have just strictly male and female. He's and she's. And now we can see some of that vision as well being placed down by your Nightmares, the aggressive vision, but certainly less necessary at this point in the game, over just right at 10K in terms of your Nightmares having a gold lead. That's 4 towers up and 10 kills up, as well as 3 dragons over Sailor Scouts. Sign Me Up might be looking for a little thing over here.
Yeah, this is gonna be disgusting if they decide, oh, okay, Prothean making the right decision, not pushing out too far with not enough vision there to really inform what is going on in the jungle. Sailor Scouts really do have to step back, lick their wounds, wait for this Baron buff to wear off. You got a turtle in this situation. You really can't overextend and get caught out. So it's extremely important that Sailor Scouts make some good calls here in terms of how they want to manage their resources. Not a great idea. There's a lot of pressure with that Baron buff. Lots of split pushing happening as well. Sailor Scouts really need to keep an eye on what is a distraction and what is a legitimate threat to their base. Where they go and how they go there is going to matter here with your Nightmares. And it looks like they are going to pick up their 7th turret here on the top lane and manage to crack open.
Man, sign me up a 1v1 to Prothean. Gets taken down only about half health. Ultimate was expended there from Sign Me Up. Prothean didn't have his available on that engage. That should be another easy turret. And it looks like towards the bottom side, there's Baron minions as well. Dog Impersonator will go down very quickly here. Sign Me Up finding himself on a killing spree. The second inhibitor turret of the game taken down. 2 inhibitors are what Your Nightmares are working on now. This should be an easy pickup for them. Looks like Solari's Revenge wants to go in, gets stunned under tower, is going to use the ultimate to get out. In the meantime, Alpha Jungler taking down Dog Impersonator on the other side. And down goes Pan as well, using the flash and the barrier there to try to stay alive. Your Nightmares utilizing that 50k gold link. Take down the Nexus, get an extra gold in their pockets on that destruction. Almost all objectives going over to Your Nightmares. Really rough time that we saw Sailor Scouts have. And you'd think that, Sailor Scouts going into the face of darkness might come out ahead, take down the bad guys, but that's unfortunately not the case tonight. We are going to be seeing Your Nightmares going up against Gamer Snails in tonight's finals. And it is not just a finals tonight. It is not just the last week of this 9-week event. Of course, aside from the tournament that will be occurring at the beginning of October. But this is a game and an event for $1,000 cash for the winning team. That's $200 for every single player. Hey, that's including your support, guys. $200 for every player on that number 1 team. And of course, the top 4 teams, all of which we have seen today, will be going on to the finals at the beginning of October to try to divide $12,500 between the top 2 teams. Super Go Gaming Pro Series also has CSGO that occurs on Friday and Hearthstone that occurs on Sunday. So tomorrow, if you guys are interested in Hearthstone at all, you can see the first place player take home $250. You missed out on CSGO, though. Unfortunately, that was yesterday. The first place team taking home $1,000, same as tonight here. So a lot on the line for these teams. Your Nightmares coming out victorious. Not that we are surprised, but we have seen crazier games tonight, as we saw Limit Testers go down earlier to Gamer Snails, who are currently in 4th place. So we are going to be seeing the second place team going up against the 4th place team. But I certainly would not put the Gamer Snails at 4th based on how they've been performing tonight.
No, the way that they absolutely our number 1 team, the Limit Testers, just get absolutely crushed by the Gamer Snails, come out of left field. It just makes you wonder kind of what happened there. But it's really exciting. We love to see a shakeup. So, I mean, I'm not complaining at all. And honestly, Limit Testers, they deserve a bit of a break. They've been doing a lot to carry these tournaments, to shake it up, make it exciting. So, I mean, why not give the Gamer Snails a bit of a chance to shine here and go against Your Nightmares? If the Snails do win, I do believe this would be their first final tournament win. And there's no time better to do that than the very last week of the tournament. So this is going to be the last of the finals that we have, but then we have a championship with the top 4 teams going against each other, best of 3. And there is $12,000, $12,500 on the line there for whichever team wins. So a substantial amount of money for some really hardworking teams. Whoever wins, they have earned it already, in my opinion.
Yeah, and a substantial amount of money, especially in these trying times, as we got a lot of people across the United States out of work. I'm sure that money will go well into the pockets of these guys. And, if Gamer Snails do end up taking it home, that's kind of one of those situations where they could go into the finals tournament as they are already locked in as one of those 4 teams and say, hey, we won the final week, guys. We were able to take home that giant chunk of cash. This might be a little bit more than that, but they should be going in with their heads held high. Even if Gamer Snails don't come out ahead on this one, into the finals in the last week, taking down Limit Testers in the semifinals is a really big deal. So we are 3 games in tonight. Your Nightmares taking the first Gamer Snails taking the second. And then as we just saw, Your Nightmares go up against Sailor Scouts, Your Nightmares taking the third. So we'll see if they can make 3 wins as we are going into the finals next tonight. But before that, we are going to take a very quick break. Everyone go grab your snacks, your drinks. We are going to be seeing a knockdown drag 'em out as the final in the last week tonight. Supergirl Gamer Pro Series, $1,000 on the line for the victorious team here tonight. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
Hey, we're back.
We are back going into the finals now. Supergirl Gamer Pro, a series dedicated to women in gaming. And I like to think that we are 2 pretty awesome women ourselves. Jolly as play-by-play, Kari here as your color, and, you know, just all around adorable presence on the broadcast here tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you guys for joining us as well in the Twitch chat and just spectating us in this game. It has been a really exciting round of games tonight. We have had 3 already, all of them I believe going over 30 minutes, which usually around 25 to 30 is kind of the standard for a lot of these games. So very, very hard and well fought teams here. The finals, last game of the night, $1,000 on the line. We will be going into Your Nightmares and Gamer Snails, who have come back, done an incredible job so far tonight, sitting at 4th place, going up against the 1st place team, Limit Testers, in the second game of the night, and taking them down decisively. Not a single objective was relinquished over to Limit Testers. They managed to get Dragon Soul. They managed to get Baron at 21 minutes with 2 of their members. So expect to see some targeted bans there as the Gamer Snails ran a noisy special up at the top lane. The Vladimir coming out. That will likely be one of the bans selected here by Your Nightmares. And you know what? And potentially just taking out either the Kindred or the Lulu. Even the Ashe ban is actually a solid one, as she is very powerful right now. But there are a lot of viable ADCs. And on the side of Your Nightmares, I would not be surprised if we saw either the Aurelia or the Vi or both of those, the exact same composition run in the first game and the third game that we just saw here by Your Nightmares. It worked the first time, it worked the second time. We'll see if they can make it work the third time or if something gets banned out here by them. So we're gonna see exactly how this game pans out. Gamer Snails really just blowing everything out of the water in terms of our expectations, being able to take down that first place team. I hate to say it was something that we weren't expecting, but it absolutely was, especially with such a dominating win like the one that we saw earlier tonight. And going into a team that has showed a lot of prominence here. So very exciting matchup. Looks like we might have a poll here in the chat that starts in a little bit. We're going to see what you guys might predict in terms of who the victor will be here tonight. If you have been watching, you've gotten the chance to watch Your Nightmares play 2 games and Gamer Snails just play that one earlier tonight. And hopefully you've been tuning in the previous weeks and have seen these teams play a lot more because they have all been exciting games. We have some wonderful teams, some wonderful players, and some fantastic sponsors as well for this one. As you can see, the Air Force Marines, Power Crunch as our new sponsor here, Zenny Gaming, and Nissan there. So thanks to everybody watching and everybody helping support here. I also love seeing all of the subs that have been gifted over in the chat. Thank you guys for being so awesome.
Much.
That is always exciting to see, and it's even more exciting to see people excited about the gifted subs that they are receiving. Again, the final tournament, $12,500 to be distributed between the top 2 teams, and that will be at the beginning of October. Keep an eye on the website, supergirlgamerpro.com. Obviously, you got the Twitch page here, but you can follow the Twitter or Facebook at SGGamerPro. Lots of good information there. Also, CSGO and Hearthstone have been a big part of this tournament too. So if you're interested in either of those, all of the finals for these 3 games will be occurring at the beginning of October. So, Kari, we're going to be going in. Yeah, that's you. We're going to be going in to our finals here tonight. It's the last final.
Oh, I'm so sad.
It is very sad.
Yeah.
Very sad. And it has been an absolute pleasure, on this long journey with you.
Yeah,
Captain. We met a couple days before, I think, in a call before beginning this broadcast. And towards the end of that call, we realized that we have the same tattoos, and that was all it took for us to be like, "Yep, this is it. You guys did good. You did good."
Did we just
in
become
hiring
best
the
friends?
2 of us? Yeah, obviously, that's definitely what happened.
Yeah.
And since then, we have gotten to see a lot of phenomenal players work really, really hard to improve their own games, to increase their communication, and just to be better team players overall. So it is very exciting to see our 4th place team, who has struggled, has been in the finals one other time, specifically against the limit testers, if I'm not mistaken. So they were able to take them out earlier tonight. They already took down one of their competitors. Now it's going up against Your Nightmare, sitting in the 2nd place slot. What are we, again, I guess it's going to be the same kind of question. What do we expect to either be banned out or expect to kind of see from these teams based on what we've seen in the past?
I would love for Your Nightmares to not reactionarily ban, like, Kindred, for example, or Zac. I think that at this point in the tournament, you have to be able to rely on just being the better team. I don't think any of these bans should be the make or break factor for any of these. And it also, Krakadon, who is a master level player on the Gamer Snail side, has proved that they are an incredibly competent jungler. That's not to say that they are a perfect player. They have lost. I mean, they've played 2, now 3 games in this tournament. They won 1, they lost 1. They went like 10-0 on Zac in one, and then like 5-6 in another one. And so I think that it's kind of up in the air. It's really just made the best team win. I would love to be able to counsel folks on bans and picks, but at this point in the tournament, it really is just going to come down to who has the best macro and micro play. Whoever gains the most resources pops up really fast. If there is, you know what, I'm going to walk that back just a little bit. There is one condition that I think has been overlooked that needs to be banned out from your nightmares, and that is Ame and Clorox on the rocks. The synergy between Ashe and Lulu, the moment that build comes online is the moment that the other team loses. It's so instantaneous. Lulu finishes that ardent sensor, and Ame just pops off. That's the end of it. There's literally no other like thing that can like manage to turn the tides in the force of team fights. So I mean, it's been a sort of a sleeper hit, and I think it's also wildly underrated. If you don't understand the synergy between these two champions, the way that Lulu works and the way that Ashe works in terms of movement slow crits, as well as attack speed crits. You're not necessarily going to understand that when it hits that plateau, it gets ridiculous. So let's go into Champ Select and let's see if Gamer Sales decides to prioritize that combo as part of their bans.
Possibly. We hopefully won't be seeing an attempt to ban out Alpha Male Jungle. Maybe getting the Vi ban, as we were talking about there in the past. Krakedon just ran the Kindred, and in the past has run the Zac, and the Nidalee. The Nidalee game did not go nearly as well as that Zac game, but Krakedon has provided a lot for this team, so I wouldn't be surprised if top and jungle are a bit of the focus here, and that Kindred is going to be respect banned away from Krakedon.
Lovely.
No big surprise that Sign Me Up is not going to have access to that Fiora, by far his favorite top player, and we've seen it only get passed once or twice, and it has absolutely been devastating and a big regret from the other team for not banning it out immediately.
Yeah, I think Sign Me Up might be one of those players that's not heavily reliant, again, on picks or bans, but that Fiora and the Aurelia have both been relatively devastating, so maybe lend a pick to that. Alpha Male Jungle's mains are, as far as we have seen, I'm sure that their pool is probably as deep as Solaris Revenge, especially because those two seem to have some very serious chemistry in terms of playing together, so I imagine they both have complementing picks. Nocturne and Vi are the two that we have primarily seen on Alpha Male Jungle to great success, so a good ban there as well. Krakedon definitely does not want to go against that Nocturne. It's really difficult. He's a slippery boy, hard to get a handle on as well. I think that's probably a good ban. Oh, they're taking away that Vine. So Alpha Male Jungle is getting cornered into a bit of a box here. And again, Krakedon is the master player that we're looking at here on Mercenails. And so I guess effectively trying to cripple Alpha Male Jungle through bans is a solid strategy. Krakedon does seem to try to find little gaps in skill to try to exploit. I don't think Alpha Male Jungle is the type to tilt. We've never seen them feed. We've never seen them tilt particularly hard, so I'm not 100% sure what we're going to look at here. Kaori has been on that Galio for the last 3 weeks, so to have that taken away from them is not favorable, but respect. Kaori deserves that acknowledgement that they have been so reliable and such a participant in every single team fight. So, I mean, Kaori, it's a bummer, but you did earn that. You earned that respect ban, and I hope that you get the due that you are owed. I would love to see what Kaori picks.
Oh yeah, after that, I mean, we've gotten used to seeing the chicken.
Yeah,
the chicken on the side there of now Gamer Snails for Kaori, and 2 very specific bans there. We can see 4 total jungle bans out of 6 bans. So Krakedon and Alpha Male Jungler are very high priority. The Kai'Sa will be picked up, and I'm actually surprised by the lack of Kai'Sa that we've seen in this. The high meta champions have been picked up. The Ashe is very high meta. The Caitlyn is always very high meta, but certainly right now, definitely up there. So Ame is actually going to pick up the Kai'Sa. I think we may have seen Kai'Sa Ame on Kai'Sa once or twice in the past, and if I'm not mistaken, it has worked very well for them. So the Lulu and the Kai'Sa will be the pickups there. Gamer Snails did get the Ashe, but they're not going to be able to secure that Lulu to go along with it.
Yep. So, I mean, at least they did separate those picks, but the next best thing, you would have predicted this easy off the bat. That Nami goes hand in hand. Hanabi has an implicitly good Nami, a truly good support on Hanabi. So I can't think of a better set of bot lanes here to go for. Oh, I don't think we've seen any Malzahar at all in this tournament so far. Jolly, what do you think about that?
That's an interesting one to pick first, I think, for the mid lane, to be
yeah,
honest.
Absolutely.
because Malzahar does have some pretty easy counters. So it is interesting one. I think part of this is just that they want to get the counters more towards the jungle and the top lane, maybe force that out, because we do have 2 picks now coming, or just the one coming from Your Nightmares. So either they counter the mid lane there, and then Your Nightmares have to have the first pick, or they select something else to where Gamer Snails have the opportunity to counter it later on. But we do have that second phase of bans coming through after this pick is gone through. So, I mean, I don't know, how do you like it? I think it's a bit risky.
I think it's extremely risky. I think it's extremely squishy. I think that it also pegs top and jungle as they have to be, or they have to attempt to be some manner of bruiser. Maybe not, though. Maybe this is the same kind of, like, extra kill comp that they need. Anivia on Solaris Revenge, that's exactly what this comp needs to peel for Ame, backed up by Clorox on the rocks. It depends on how this comp goes, but Kaisa can be a large win condition. I don't think Your Nightmares is going to leave it up to a single player to fulfill that win condition. So I think this is risky. I think Kaori, especially, such a benefit on that tanky Galio. They've been indispensable in that regard. So having that banned away is not amazing. I don't think that Krakodon, look at how squishy and AP focused this is. I don't think they would have picked Zac anyway, in my opinion. But solid ban. The Aurelia getting banned out, I think you and I could have expected that as well, especially after Sign Me Up's incredible performance. Yeah. Every time, the last 2 games have been like, oh man, Sign Me Up is going to get shit on, and then absolutely does the opposite of that. And I love watching that kind of innovative gameplay, even when the odds are stacked against them. So banning out that Aurelia, solid pick, but they have so many options. There's so many things that Sign Me Up can play that I'm not super worried about that.
I do actually like the fact that I know, at least in my personal experience, one of the best counters into the Malzahar that we have seen a couple times come out from Solaris Revenge is that Nocturne. So interestingly enough, it was before the Galio was banned technically, because it does the back and forth. So the Nocturne was banned, then the Galio was banned. So Kaori deciding at that point, all right, hey, our ban worked out perfectly. I'll just go through with the Malzahar. There are still several counters, obviously, but that would be a good one that could work for Your Nightmares composition with the Kaisa for the ultimate in, the potential for the ultimate in, as well as Paranoia coming from that Nocturne. So no darkness included in this matchup. The Olaf is going to be the final ban there from Game Mercenails. We can see Darius there banned away from the Mercenails as Your Nightmares picked that for their final ban. So now we will see what the last selections on this one are. I do like the Olaf ban there, though Alpha Male Jungle hasn't really picked that one. The Vi is already taken off of the table. There are some more opportunities, as we've seen Alpha Male Jungle run a few others. The Evelyn is so strong right now. She is so strong. And, I mean, with how aggressive these teams have all been, it is a fantastic pick up there for Your Nightmares. Alpha Male Jungler showing a lot of prowess on these aggressive jungles. And, the ability to heal, go invisible, that kind of thing, or even do it at the same time, is going to be a very hard push for Your Nightmares. Though there's not a ton of survivability aside from that, so I'm hoping that we'll see a tanky top laner come out. Game Mercenail is going to lock in the Echo.
All right, so we've definitely have some sort of variation here. We thought maybe Your Nightmares would be cheeky and lock in the exact same comp for the 3rd time, but alas, it was not meant to be. We could have memed just the ever-loving crap out of that. However, this is a great comp. You are right, the Evelyn is absolutely nuts right now. And that bursty damage, if she can get fed and get going, that's literally all you need to knock out an entire back line. Echo, Malzahar, Nami, and Ashe, all 4 of them, if they are not standing in the correct positions, and Evelyn takes out that back line, she can effectively take them all. So, I mean, that's like an absolute danger. Kled, of course, is like 10 tanks in one, so that naturally makes perfect sense. This is actually, I'm a little less scared, but you're right. The Malz is a bit of a gap in terms of ability. I think that they should actually be quite afraid with all of these kind of squishy mage types and an Evelyn wandering around who can, if she can get them below 50% health, that caress it's over. It's absolutely 100% over. So that's something to be afraid of, especially if Alpha Male Jungle can get off some really good snipes. So sign me up on that Camille. That's going to be so much fun to watch between this Kled on Noisy. I think we're going to see some really cool, interesting plays and lots of roaming. Make no mistake here, this game will be a yakety sax run around the map, just giggle fest. I think we're gonna probably see, if it's not a complete stomp on some side. I'm a little bit wary, to be completely honest. This is scary. These are all scary comps.
Yes. And a lot of aggression coming from everyone. Nobody decided that they needed any super tank. The Kled does offer quite a bit of survivability, but once you're off Skarl, you've got the opportunity to get killed pretty easily, especially into a Camille. That one is going to be rough. The hook shot to catch up to the dismounted Kled can be very, very easy. And don't worry, guys, Hanabi is not also playing Kled. The Nami picked up there. I do really like the Nami, going into this Kaisa Lulu. I love the utility of the tidal wave later on, and getting that bubble down offers a lot of CC and a lot of potential for some good poke. And a little bit safer as well than going with, like we saw maybe we saw the Ashe come out. Well, I guess we've seen Ashe and Lulu pretty much every single game here tonight.
Yep.
But with Lulu being taken, I do absolutely adore the Nami pickup there, as most of these players really enjoy playing the AP caster supports, not so much those tanky boys. They'd rather get in, get out, do some healing, do some damage, and use some utility for the rest of the team. Both of these compositions, pretty fun.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to how this is going to be executed by both, especially based on the fact that it is certainly early pressure. You do have scaling across the board for both of these teams, but also a lot of early potential to go in, do some quick damage, and go out. I want to say I'd be surprised if this game went over 30 minutes, but I really don't think so, because these teams are probably going to be playing, while these are really aggressive compositions, this is $1,000 on the line. This is the game to where they can win that. So while, they've got these aggressive teams, I can't imagine them going in quite as hard as they might. They might be a little bit safer, because this is not just a finals game to get you the extra points at the end of the week. These teams are already locked in to be going to the finals tournament, where that $12,500 will be distributed between the top two teams. So there's a lot on the line. I like the aggression picked here, but I feel like it's not going to be played quite as aggressively as it might look on paper.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's too much on the line. And, your Nightmares have exercised some very serious caution. Like, when they recalled after getting that Baron buff, you and I were both like, oh, you're not gonna try to team fight at their Nexus. Okay, well, You just want to go lock it down. You want to lock down that Dragon Soul. You want to lock down that Baron, and then you're going to push. So, I think that you are 100% correct. This looks like an aggressive combo for your Nightmares, but I think that they plan to play it pretty safe. As far as gamer sales, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I think this comp is just okay, but we said the exact same thing about their comp against limit testers, and we ate our own words. So, what can I say? I think Kled is an incredible pickup. That's an extremely strong champ. Krakedon can do whatever they want with that Echo pick as well. So, what are we looking at here? I'm terrified. I'm super nervous. Like, I think this is one of the games where I feel unbelievably nervous, because any small mistake on the part of the other team 20 minutes in, and that can be the end of the game. That's kind of how both of these teams functioned tonight, is one small mistake at 20, 25 minutes, and it's over. It's absolutely over. So they're looking to execute each other. It's just a matter of when and finding the right opening. And I think that they will both exercise patience and discipline to make sure that when the win is in the bag, it will be squarely and fully in the bag.
We'll see if that ends up being the case, because both of these teams are quite volatile and do have the opportunity to aggress early on. There's a lot on the line for this one. As we've said many times tonight, $1,000 is going to be taken home by the winning team of this game. It is just a best of one, so one more opportunity for these teams to prove themselves before going into the finals tournament at the beginning of October. Well, more than 12 times this amount is going to be granted to the top two teams here. I do like seeing the Anivia as a selection here that offers a bit more survivability maybe than the Gamer Snails might have a little bit later on in the game, with the passive as well as the ultimate to help clear waves and pressure on things. So both of these teams, they're going to start with a little bit of caution, nothing too insane, which is definitely a good way. Oh no! Definitely a good way.
Clorox!
No, Clorox on the rocks.
Clorox,
It got
please!
disconnected there. This can't be happening. This is a very rough time for this player to be experiencing technical issues. It clearly didn't end up affecting them too negatively in the first two games, or the first and third game of the night, first two games that your Nightmares have played, but it looks like it is still staying consistent, at least in terms of issues. Hopefully that can be resolved because, I mean, I know that we have limits on the pauses. I think it is 20 minutes, so the standard for, or I guess 30 minutes is the standard for in-game, but 20 minutes is our limit on pauses, you know, just so that we don't have to fill for that long.
Yeah, that would be.
Looks like we are quickly back in there. Thank goodness. Hopefully Clorox on the rocks. Here's to hoping that you don't have any more issues here tonight, and that we can see a clean game going across the board, because the last thing we want is an unfortunate sway, you know, that is based solely on the base of bad internet connectivity. That's the last thing we want to see.
Yeah, it couldn't happen to a
Lustfully.
nicer person.
Oh, taking a lot of damage. The heal coming out. The exhaust on Ame. The flash to follow it up. The flash from Hanabi to get a heal down onto Lustfully. Ame is so low, but so is Lustfully. Clorox on the rocks is going to flash in and follow it up with the exhaust of their own. And the Clorox on the rocks goes down to Hanabi here. Another back and forth. There it is. The double kill going over to Hanabi. Everyone. Summoner spells expended, but Gamer Snails coming up 2-1.
What is going on in this bot lane? That was absolutely nutty. The very last game of the official tournament, the finals here before the championships with our top 4 teams. And for the first time ever, bot lane pops off, and not only pops off, but the supports. It's the fight of the supports. I am absolutely speechless. That's ridiculous. That is, what world, what Dr. Seuss world are we living in right now, Jolly? This is absolutely silly. I am enamored right now. That was, you know, they couldn't have started it off on a better tone with Hanabi picking up 2 kills. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I already got my wish. This game could end right now and I'd be happy about it, but Alpha Male Jungler crouching down low here doesn't necessarily have a lot of early game start on Evelynn. Before level 6 doesn't have the Dark Shadows there to veil her, but still wants to come in and get a hate spike off if they can. And it doesn't manage to land successfully, but it is a good way to take pressure off for Solaris Revenge to catch up a bit. Oh, actually, you know, it doesn't need to catch up at all. Just take pressure off, so. Noisy and Sign Me Up doing a little bit of a slap fight here. Sign Me Up does pop that physical shield, and Noisy... I think Noisy's just trying to bait Sign Me Up into fighting at this point, and I'm pretty sure Sign Me Up is aware of the situation. So, good on the top lane, but we don't care about you anymore. You're old news. It's all about the exciting bot lane, the battle of the supports. Clorox on the rocks versus Hanabi, the clash of the titans, the new titans. I still can't believe that happened, Jolly. I'm still kind of like a little bit speechless about this support fight, the little slap fight happening between our little baby supports.
I am quite speechless, and I do, yeah, it's incredible. All 3 of those kills going over to a support, the double kill going to Hanabi. It was really good commitment from everyone, and good focus, obviously, with the first players going down being the ADCs there, and then just a bit of a wet noodle fight with Hanabi going into Clorox on the rocks, trying to get that final pickup. And yeah, all summoner spells expended as well. Exhaust does have the shortest cooldown on those, so we will be seeing Exhaust appear first for both Hanabi and Clorox on the rocks. It looks like they have mirrored summoner spells. We have mirrored summoner spells across the board on this final fight. Everyone's staying relatively safe, going for the teleport in the mid lane instead of trying for the Knight to get the early pressure there.
All right. It's good to see this kind of consistency across the board too. It just, again, it emphasizes the stakes here. $1,000 will go to the winner of this particular game.
On to Kauri, and there it is, the charm coming through from Alpha Male Jungler. Krakedon was sitting there waiting for an opportunity to jump in on Solaris Revenge and help out Kauri, but the move towards the bottom side of that mid lane, towards the bottom river side, allowed for Alpha Male Jungler to engage on that before Krakedon could respond. So down went Kauri before Krakedon even had the opportunity to try to engage or help on that situation. That is one of the qualms of waiting too long. Off goes Scarl as Noisy now has to flash away to escape those blades, and the Hextech ultimatum is going to come down. Sign me up, picking up the first kill there in the top lane. A 1v1 going over to your Nightmares.
Oof. That was a you know, nowhere to go, no recourse at all. I love to see that cage come out and just smack Kled right in the face. That champ has given me so much trouble. And you love to see it. The bot lane here, ever since we had that Hanabi does manage to land a bubble on Ame, but target prio is not quite what it should be between Lustfully and Hanabi there. Lustfully did manage to prioritize the Lulu instead of whoever got bubbled there, Ame. So, not bad.
On the Kaisa, yes.
Yeah.
And the nice thing is, you know, the Lulu has the ability to follow that up by getting a polymorph if she is close enough to Lustfully on the Ashe there. But you do have to get a little bit closer and nail that properly. Otherwise, you are within range of getting attacked by the Ashe and the Nami there. So a great stun, a great engage as well from Sign Me Up. The flash forced out of the Kled, and then the flash used in response with the Hextech ultimatum to follow it up to pick up that 1v1. So the sway going over towards Camille to start things off here. No big surprises. That was the counter pick into the Kled for the top lane there. And this is your Nightmare so far has played tonight just on the blue side. There was a bit of a sway towards red side for a little while there, though it has recently been evening out once again. A lot of these teams picking red side to start and then actually not finding the advantages that they want to get, you know, in terms of the objectives, having the Baron Pit on your side, so the ability to throw vision over the wall, and then also the Dragon Pit access in being able to just roam upwards instead of having to force yourself around a few more barriers there. So your Nightmares on the red side, likely the side selection going over to Gamer Snails, I would assume, based on the first win of the semifinals there, but I may be wrong. I'm not sure. It might just be a coin flip on this one. Should probably ask questions before I talk, but you know, it's worked so far.
Fun. I think that if you just make it up, I'll just go along with it. You know,
perfect.
I'm your partner in crime here. I got you.
There it is, a Vision Ward spotted out by Krakenon, who ran that sweeper, so that is not going to be an invade from Echo. The lane is not really swayed towards either direction, though, so kind of makes sense that he wouldn't want to waste time there anyway, as Krakenon has already kind of wasted a bit of time waiting for a potential gank on the mid lane, and it resulted in absolutely nothing but a loss of your own mid laner's life, or of his own mid laner's life there. So Cowrie already feeling a little bit hurt, down 2 summoners, and no, actually Solari's Revenge has the Unsealed Spellbook. Okay, so has swapped out the teleport there for the Ignite. We'll see if that comes into play here soon. In the meantime, Noisy and Sign Me Up doing a little bit of back and forth. Sign Me Up throwing down a nice defensive ward there just to ensure that Krakenon doesn't decide to come up that river bush. But there is a lot of pressure and the potential for Krakenon to decide to go try there, as there is no ward placed on that defensive side. But no, it's going to be a recall from Sign Me Up, who still has teleport up and available. Going to go back and add on to that Sheen here.
Noisy is going to take advantage. As usual, Sign Me Up is ahead in farm. Even if it's not that significant, we have seen this spiral out of control, so Noisy should take that time to really concentrate on that. But in the meantime, Alpha Male Jungler and Krakenon kind of mean-mugging each other here. Ed Shelley trying to get the advantage. Solari's Revenge coming to back up Alpha Male Jungler with Krakenon leading that Shelley out. It looks like a hard reset for that NPC. Not exactly ideal, but I think it's probably better than letting the enemy team take it regardless. You don't need it right now. Evelyn does not have the ability to stand up to that this early in game either. So the safest thing to do, level 6 Evelyn, just discourage them with a little bit of bullying and then back off. That's the best thing you can possibly ask for right now. Alpha Male Jungler there is also heading down on bot, but we have Noisy with Krakenon. This is like the Krakenon special, just kind of hovering in the bush before the enemy.
Oh, and there it is. The Hextech ultimatum's going to come out. Noisy taking a lot of damage here, but Sign Me Up is locked down, and the hook shot was disrupted there. That is going to give Noisy a kill and even things out on the top side, allowing for a catch-up in creep score. And it does look like it was a Tiamat there purchased by Camille, so a bit of a swap here as we've got the Hydras, which are classics for that player, trying to get just a little bit of that spread damage. on top of the Sheen here, which I can imagine is going into Trinity Force that, or just a purchase to sell later on, but that would be a little bit silly. Trinity Force, very, very viable right now on a lot of top laners at the moment. A lot of junglers, a lot of everyone, to be honest. Well, pretty much just top laners and junglers, actually, now that I say it. But it is a great item pickup. There it is. Sign me up. Getting the recall and using that teleport. So Gamer Snails not too far behind. Feeling okay. No pressure on this dragon as of yet, aside from a lot of vision from Your Nightmare. So they might be waiting to respond to a play here, as they do have pressure on this bottom lane, not just in terms of vision. Likely, yeah, the next move. I'm very surprised that actually there's not been a move on this dragon so far. Really just attempts at games.
Yeah, really, it looks like Krakedon and Alpha Male Jungler have focused their attentions on making sure that the ebb and flow of all of their lanes is even, that the advantages that their players have are maximized. Ooh, but Solaris Revenge on Kaori really wanted that. Oh, and got it. Absolutely got it.
That'll do it.
Was it Ignite? No, it wasn't Ignite. It was just, God, that's crazy. Good on Solaris Revenge.
And
grabbing
the
that from
flash.
Kaori.
The flash out, Kaori, who did a great flash just before Solaris Revenge's flash, and it seemed to be enough, but it absolutely was not. The ultimate coming out from a Noisy here, Krakedon trying to help out with this, and that ultimate ended up being in the wrong direction, but Sign Me Up doesn't matter. The flash expended right before Sign Me Up went down. Krakedon really just being moral support there. In the meantime, Infernal Drake finally being jumped on here. Your Nightmares are going to be the ones to take it. Solaris Revenge having to help out this Evelyn who almost went down there. That's what teamwork is about.
Definitely not an easy start for Evelyn here, but begins to gain steam, especially farm with that extra heal in the passive. So that'll be nice for the future here, especially keeping up with Krakedon, who is making some very serious plays and is also the quote-unquote player to watch out for in the situation. But Noisy making lots of headway up there with that Rift Herald. Sign Me Up has been struggling in this lane, overextending a bit, I think, and needs to just kind of reassess and get a hold on their mental before continuing on here. So not a lot of damage has been done, I would say, to Gamer Snails or Your Nightmares. Nothing irreparable so far.
Both from bottom lane, you know.
Yeah, oh man, the bottom lane though, that was
this now is just gonna be AP Nami now at this point.
Nami
3-0-1, right? Nami carry is working out pretty well for Gamer Snails here. Increasing that gold disparity just a bit. Yeah, I am super ready too. There's a good fight down there. The tidal wave used a bit earlier. We haven't seen any crazy crystalline arrows, but we can definitely expect that from Lustfully, who has played a lot of the Ashe so far during this tournament. Sign Me Up. Going in for a hook shot just to take the tower shot in response. Ha, take
just
that.
A little slap there. Sign Me Up really needs the lifeblood of others to continue playing with good morale. So just sneaking on down there to just kind of slap him with the legs and then back out. You're right, take that funny tower shot. But sticks around.
And the ultimatum coming out. The suppression onto Sign Me Up as the ult in respawn appears, but no flash from Kaori means that Sign Me Up was definitely waiting there for a good reason. And now it looks like the Mercenaries are going to try to come in and save this mid tower. Noisy going to jump in onto Sign Me Up, who is taking a considerable amount of damage but dealing quite a bit back. A great ball there and a flash in from Krakedon, who's going to instantly take down Sign Me Up. Noisy taking a lot of damage, having to flash over the wall. Alpha Male Jungler looking to find him out. Solaris Revenge in the meantime is facing down Krakedon. There's the crystalline arrow. It's not going to hit anyone this time. And the ultimate to save the life of Krakedon and turn around, go on a killing spree and take out the Lulu. And that should be the end of Solaris Revenge as well. The passive of the egg coming up. The resurrection almost coming through, and it is going to just a tiny bit of health. Lustfully is going to flash and heal in to pick up the kill, and that's 30 seconds of gray screen for Solaris Revenge. Game Mercenaries coming out of that one 2 for 1.
Sitting pretty on the Game Mercenaries. That was a genuine gasp of surprise on Krakedon coming in there as well and entering the fray. The counter gank, it just absolutely took me by surprise. I wasn't watching the map, I was watching the fight. Really difficult retaliation from Krakedon for Your Nightmares to deal with, but Again, not irreparable damage has been done here. Sign Me Up's aggression is absolutely lending to some of the issues that your Nightmares is having. Probably just take some time, stay in top lane, farm up a bit, and then re-enter the fray in some better engagements. Sign Me Up is definitely known for their flashy style of play, and it seems like almost if they can't do that, they get into the pout zone. So this is
Oh, and Krakenon might find another great situation for the team here. The hookshot going to come through, but the ultimate as well from Noisy to follow it up. A teleport now being used from Solari to revenge from the mid lane. Krakenon and Noisy recognizing that they probably have to disengage from this one, but Krakenon might be too far in. It's going to turn around on to Sign Me Up, but that is way too much damage coming out of the side of your Nightmares. Another kill going over to Alpha Male Jungler.
Krakenon meant to do that. He needed to go back anyway. That's just a faster way to get back to base. Whatever. No, that was that wasn't necessarily puzzling. I think that Noisy was, the higher chance of getting away, and I think that they were looking to secure that kill on Sign Me Up, but it just didn't go their way. Especially with Anivia around, there's no way that's going to happen anyway. Plus, you have the sort of quote-unquote charm with Evelyn. There's no way that he would have been able to move to that gap. But Noisy on Kled becoming increasingly difficult to kill, and that's one of the difficulties with Kled in general is that probably not susceptible to any of the ganks, even on Evelyn, and may become a problem later. Like I said, 10 tanks squished into one may become a problem later for your Nightmares. It already has, let's be real. Kled already has become a problem for your Nightmares, but Sign Me Up, still cool as a cucumber, usually has a hard start to their games anyway, and does incredibly well in late game.
Sign Me Up! Oh my gosh, that may be enough. The exhaust coming out, the tidal wave as well from Hanabi, and a flash out of that now. Sign Me Up, gonna go under tower, take a few shots. Krakenon here is available for the team. There is still a teleport also available from Kaori, who is not going to decide to go in on this one. That is a very smart move because the sway is still heavily in favor of your Nightmares. Some pings coming out that your Nightmares want to help out this mid laner here. The turret does go down, yeah, but a charm instantly on Kaori is going to spell one death, and Noisy quickly after getting exhausted, and Hextech Ultimatum is going to send a kill over to Ame there. And now the kill sway is in your Nightmare's favor. This should be an easy dragon pick for them.
Yeah, your Nightmares always moves around objectives. They always make these decisive team fight-based decisions when there is something to risk based on these objectives. So once again, Gamer Snails should be able to prepare for that. But
oh no,
the Mercenails just stole Dragon. I am stunned.
Okay, all right. The resources used for the vision there, though, were spectacular. So first, a vision ward was thrown over the wall. Instantly, your Nightmares is like, okay, we're taking that out. So they swapped aggro between the dragon, took down that ward. Immediately after, the Hawkshot was thrown across from Lustfully, and that spotted out, okay, we're close, but we're not quite there. And then Lustfully threw down the Crystalline Arrow, not only hit the dragon, but also hit a few members there in the stun with that arrow. And then you had the jump over from Echo and just a beautiful steal there. Unfortunately, we don't get to see. We're immediately cut off as the insanity is about to ensue. There is definitely a big fight that should be coming here. Unfortunately, Clorox on the rocks likely still having issues, as that has been the one, I don't want to say catalyst, but catalyst of these disconnection pauses that we've had, or at least these pauses throughout tonight's matches here. Already such an exciting game. So back and forth. I believe you guys can't correct me if I'm wrong, but I will be corrected here shortly because you don't have the game in front of you. But I think it was still 1 kill advantage towards your Nightmares, but a 1 to 2k gold lead in Gamer Snail's favor, as they have the only 2 towers of the game, picking up the second one there, sacrificing 2 lives to be able to grab it on one of the engages there, but then immediately turning around, stealing the dragon. So those numbers might be different. It might even be more in favor now of the Gamer Snails, but we won't know until we get back into game. Either way, this is still absolutely anything. While the kills have been going to the right people on the side of your Nightmares, that's the scary thing. There is still that gold advantage over for Gamer Snail. One of those dragons has been picked up by them, 2 now by your Nightmares, but it is still definitely a possibility. It just already feels, I don't know why, but it already feels like there's a sway towards your nightmares, even though they don't have the gold advantage, and it just seems
I
to
agree.
be some outplays.
Yeah, there seems to be the map control advantage. That is where your Nightmares is excelling. You are 100% correct. They are the ones who are controlling the flow of the game. You are like they manage to make these very calculated engagements right as these objectives are coming up, making sure that they can secure them. Whereas Gamer Sales doesn't seem to have the exact same kind of foresight or the objective focus that your Nightmares does. The way that the cadence with which your Nightmares controls the map is really masterful, extremely difficult to counter unless you know exactly what's happening when it is happening. So, I mean, I suppose that the best possible option for Mercenaries is to have a master level jungler on their side. So let's hope that serves them very well. But right now, we're actually going to jump to a 3-minute break. I'm assuming there's some technical difficulties on that side, but we will be back in 3 minutes. I'm gonna do it. Yay!
Welcome back.
Okay,
We're
listen,
here.
I want to set everybody's expectations. We are probably gonna be here for a hot minute, okay? So listen.
Get ready. If you thought the jokes were bad before,
Oh yeah.
imagine when we have nothing to talk about. No, we can always find things to talk about here.
Yeah.
At least we will do our best. Yeah, we're just we're trying to do some investigating right now. We will keep you guys updated as things go on, but we will have more for you. Don't worry. It's not like anyone is going to be out a game. We are going to be watching at least the rest of the game at least. So,
at least we can guarantee that. Okay, but listen, I want to point your attention to my cat is sleeping right here. Do you see? Do you see this tiny sweet baby angel? Anyway, I'm not going to disturb her, but that's just one thing. That's just one thing we're going to add on to this. So, your Nightmares, Gamer Snails. Gamer Seals just stole the dragon out of your nightmares. Pretty rough with the crystalline arrow there. I don't know what else we have to talk about in terms of the actual game, since we are not. Oh, listen, we can't really get into it quite yet because we're waiting to hear some news. But we just kind of need to stall for a minute.
Yeah, just a minute or two. Hey, don't expose the secrets of how we stall, which is really just this.
Yep.
So we do have so far a very exciting game right now. The Kled and the Echo are definitely putting a lot of pressure here onto Camille in the top lane, and Sign Me Up has been massive throughout this entire night. This is the third Your Nightmares game that we have been able to witness so far tonight. And I love the Evelyn pickup as well in Alpha Male Jungle. You were like, Evelyn, gotta wait for the ultimate, gotta wait for the level 6. And we saw the exact opposite of that happen is around a level 2. There was a great invade, and a lot of presence has been made by this Evelyn. Not nearly as much time spent in the jungle as you might imagine she would want to take, because this is our aggressive player, Alpha Male Jungler. She has been one of our favorites from the beginning. Yes, a lot of it did have to do with the fact that we found out her name. We saw Alpha Male Jungler. We're like, okay, we didn't know what the pronouns or what the nomenclature of any of this was beforehand, and then we ended up asking, hey, can we please get his names? Or Alpha Male Jungler immediately followed us on Twitter, and we're like, what? Yes, she is.
You're a lady?
Best. And an alpha, she is. Absolutely.
Indeed.
She might
It's
not
her
be
birthday.
a male. It is her birthday. That's right. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Alpha Male Jungler. Really been a spectacular performer throughout the entirety of this. Haven't been banned out. I mean, we've seen times where 5 of the 6 bans of one team have been all Alpha Male Jungler. And consistently, they're like, this has got to be it. This has got to be the champion pool maximum. And no, this is actually a no kids allowed 15-footer pool. This is one of those diving pools that you don't want to lose a toy in the bottom of. She has so many champions available for this team, and they all seem to flow with the composition. She has so many aggressive champions that have been played, whether it's the Vi that is her number 1 pick and her decided pick, or if it is, we've seen some Nocturnes come out. We've seen it clearly right now, the Evelyn come out. We've seen the Echoes come out from her before. We've seen the Jarvan, I think, come out from her, actually. So all over the place, but always playing these aggressive, high frequency in terms of lane invasion junglers, and just played spectacularly well. Gamer Snails now having the couple of swaps as well, or at least mainly just the jungle swap cracking on. They've had several swaps throughout the entirety of these 9 weeks. And they've had really good weeks, and they've had really big struggle weeks. Towards the beginning, they seem to be finding a lot more success with some of the compositions that they had. We saw them in the finals with the Sailor Scouts that very first week, and then we saw them making their way towards the bottom, and then just really struggling against Limit Testers and Your Nightmares. So it was very exciting to see how well the play or the game into Limit Testers went earlier tonight, but that is still a team that you cannot discount, as Limit Testers is sitting in the number 1 spot. Things might be different towards the end of the night. Depends on how things play out here with this next game. But which other shout out here would you like to make for tonight's games? And I know we've talked about the growth of a lot of players, so maybe that might be included in your decision.
Yeah, okay. Let me just take a look at the roster here. Hold up. I lost my listen. I got a little distracted here by Twitch chat. So, Noisy is what? What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. I was talking to myself in a mic.
I too talk to myself. I think that Kaori is probably the MVP that we are looking for in terms of growth, and just like a meteoric rise, going from just your standard mid laner who really is just there to like entertain the other mid laner, to this incredibly strategic, specifically on that Galio, participating in all of the team fights, has been really impressive to me. I think that they are one of the strongest players, especially because we have highlighted before about how Your Nightmares, they work as a team, and they definitely let Solaris Revenge make the calls, and they all follow that leadership. And I think Kaori would do well to kind of learn that role, especially from the mid lane. That usually has, historically fallen to a mid laner or a support. to do the shot calling and everything like that, and the team is just supposed to follow suit. And I think Game Arsenals could learn a lot, especially because Kaori participates in nearly every team fight as well, especially on that Galio. With that crazy, I mean, of course, with that engage, what else would you do with it except be party to every single team fight on the map? So I think that Kaori is definitely the one that I would say has had the most exponential growth. That we are so proud of our sweet angel Kaori, and they have been extremely good natured throughout this whole thing. Puppy,
Oh yeah,
it's puppy time.
puppy. He's a slightly large puppy.
Oh, he's so good though.
He's
oh,
a good
doggo.
boy. He's the goodest of boys.
What's his name?
This is Monty.
Monty.
Thank you, Monty. Oh,
Monte Cristo.
he just drank water.
Did not like that. Did not enjoy.
That's all right. It's just a little bit of water. I can deal with that. I agree. I think Kaori, however you say, I think you might be saying it right, Kaori. I'm not sure. Has certainly improved a lot, and that Galio pickup, because I feel like towards the beginning of things, the Galio was picked up and then a couple times banned out. Yeah, we saw the Morgana actually come out from Gamer Snails, and they went up into limit testers so many times. Actually, it was really surprising how often they had to go into that number one team. And at the time, they weren't number one because Your Nightmares remained in the number one position for several weeks. And they ended up, both Your Nightmares and Limit Testers had 1 week where they were out. It was consecutive weeks. The first was, I think, Your Nightmares. The first was Your Nightmares. The second was Limit Testers. And Limit Testers came back with a hard vengeance. Your Nightmares almost kind of fell apart. And part of that also had to do with Alpha Male Jungler being out for 2 weeks after that. Some other swaps in their roster that kind of dissociated the cohesion that they had created within the 5 players that we were so used to seeing. And these are the 5 players that we now see here. And that certainly has returned to this team. So it is exciting that that we're back to the basics on this one. But they didn't manage to regain that first place position. Still, again, it's 4 teams. Normally, you've got 2 or 3 teams, generally 2 teams actually going to finals. But the fact that this prize pool is so huge at $12,500 for the top 2 teams, just the fact that it's so big, they're like, all right, well, we can definitely split it between 2 teams. And you don't want to send 1 team home without any money out of 3, So you got to throw the 4th in there to make things fair. And they will be best of 3s. So these teams have a lot of opportunity to grow on the fly. Whereas over these last several weeks, they've had one shot into some of these teams to be able to actually move along and understand why they might be losing or where their hindrances might be for the either compositions or the players that they have on the teams. And it's very exciting to be able to finally, for the first time in the beginning of October, be able to see those best of 3s and how they might differentiate from the best of 1s that we've seen. Because that can certainly change a mental for a game series, having to play a lot longer. I know that is going to be a long broadcast for us. That is going to be a very long set of games. 4 teams, all best of 3s. And I don't know, depending on how long it goes, I thought there's might have been something about a best of 5 finals, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be best of 3s across the board. So some of these teams might not have the duration to maintain their mentals as some others, and that's where things are going to get complicated for players getting into the finals. I don't think we've got any more information for you guys as of right now. Unfortunately not. That means that we're going to have to talk about something else. Okay, all right. You know what? We're getting into this point. Kari, who's your favorite champion?
My favorite champion?
Is it Kindred?
Kindred. You knew it already. I
know. I feel like
I like Spooky Forest bitch. Yeah. Oh, sorry guys.
She is definitely a good one. So how long have you main jungle? Just
2 seasons. Background. 2 seasons now.
2 seasons.
Season 9. Yep.
What season did you start playing?
Season 3 when Elise in between seasons 2 and 3 when Elise and Zed came out. It's really a long time for how shitty I am, but listen, I play League of Legends for enjoyment, which I'm like the very small section of the population that plays it to relax. So, I mean, it's not necessarily, I mean, the highest I've ever shot is gold. I feel good about it. That was when Nidalee top was a big thing. I was, Hotshot GG was like my hero back in
Oh
the
my
day.
gosh.
Yeah,
I
so.
love it.
Okay, so how about you? Who's your favorite champion? I actually do not, I could guess, but I'd like to know.
You might know better than I don't have like a favorite. You know what? Possibly Gnar.
Oh.
Gnar is so much fun. Oh, I just love the kit. I love the idea behind the rage and the transformation to Mega Gnar. The ultimate is just stupid. You know, I love it's so satisfying. The boomerang, like the slows. I love the kit. I love
This
the
is
kit.
fun.
Yeah, very fun, very fun. But you know, that's I first main top, then I did support. Now I do ADC. Because I love CS and Kite. I will destroy anyone at you know CS and Kite.
I've
support
seen
might
it
not
in
be great,
ARAMs.
but
I've seen it in ARAMs. I've seen you absolutely just oh, it's so nuts. What's your
Oh,
favorite
thanks.
position?
Thanks. Sorry. I like 80. Okay. I feel like I should get back into top because of the current meta of the game. I love
Yeah.
this current state of the game, and this is what Riot has been working a long time towards. I remember several years ago, Riot came out and they were like, "All right, guys, we're going to be making a lot of changes." And I think this was right before they started making the major crit changes to the ADC items. So like 2 years ago, maybe. They're like, it's going to be a lot of changes. It's going to be really rough. It's going to be really bumpy for a couple of years. It's going to be a long time of not being what we want it to. But that's because we have this vision in mind, and we've almost gotten there. To where the idea behind the big changes that they made was so that ADC was not just the one big carry. I guess ADC and mid were the two big ones. It was just trying to integrate all 5 players to really 100% necessary. No one player a hard carry. You still have the ability to get really far with a very, very fed or snowballed champion, but the comeback ability is much greater there. So instead of this top lane island happening, you now have a lot more focus on the jungle towards that top side because of the addition, since this is all the addition of Shelly, and the different buffs that are available, the changes to Dragon that adjust things on the map itself, which is really fun. So having not played top lane since these big changes came about, ADC is definitely my main, and I'm really comfortable with it. I could play pretty much any ADC and any support there on the bottom side. But man, top lane looks so much fun now. Top lane used to be so boring, and it is really actually enjoyable. Wait, what is that? I have to. I gotta do the thing.
You gotta they finally got what they wanted. Oh man. All
now you can't stop me. Now I'm just gonna be good all night.
I know. Once you pop, you can't stop. It's extremely addictive. Families everywhere have suffered because of finger guns. So while we take it very lightly, it's actually the scourge of the Pacific Northwest. So fun facts. No, I agree with you though. We have like toiled with the unbalanced map play and gameplay, and that so like I mean to just bring it back around. You're saying that you would love to mid top, like that's kind of like where your heart is. It truly ever always was. You want to go back there is kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah,
I feel that. I feel like you're like
I just love ARAMs.
Yeah, ARAMs are fun. I mean, Summer's Rift.
I love outplaying people in team fights. I think it is a big part of it. It is the original team fight tactics. Okay, you're doing 5 players into 5 players on a single lane, and I mean AOE and CC is just deadly. But and sometimes you do get those real rough games where the composition's just impossible. But hey, you can surrender early, okay?
Yeah, there you go.
And I do like the changes they've been making to that. Really, Riot has been doing a good job of adjusting things and listening to the people. While occasionally there are instances, where 200 years of experience doesn't quite get us the best result, but they have been doing a really good job of listening to what the players want and trying to make some of those adjustments, and including the players more in these decisions. Got dog hair.
Oh man, we can't see it. I just want you to know it doesn't register on camera. Nobody can see the dog hair. All we see is that incredible Witcher amulet. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
It's
Thank you.
Good.
I cannot hug people with this, by the way. It's
I mean,
it's far too
you
sharp.
can kill me with it if you want.
It's
I'm fine
either
with
hurts
that.
me or it hurts the other person. And I
Yeah.
can't run. I instinctively now, whenever I run, I have to hold it
Just
because
hold it.
it's heavy. It is a heavy. I got this from the $150 the collector's edition, of which are obviously
Oh, it
before
looks
it came
so
out. I
good.
had to. It is beautiful. It is nasty.
And
people try to
dangerous.
have their little replications, but they're not the same as
Mhm.
it is dangerous. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
It's definitely one of my favorite little things.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back. Let's try to circle this back around to what we've
League of
seen
Legends?
in today League of Legos
Lego
in today's
Legends.
game. The
It's the Kari and Jolly show.
yeah, right. God, that's basically what it's turned into, and I feel bad that that's the. I could go on about random stuff, just so you know, forever, like absolutely forever. I can make stupid jokes about stupid stuff for the rest of my life, but they're paying me to talk about
League of
game.
Legends.
I should probably
Lego Legos.
I have a feeling that I should probably try to stick with that. And this game is quite intense right now.
It
We
is.
do have Gamer Snails in Your Nightmares. Your Nightmares appearing on the Red the first time. We can kind of talk about that. I brought up the kind of the slight swap in the map selection changes. How it was for a good amount of time, for a good amount of the split, I guess, for the LCS season, was the red priority. And now we've kind of got not so much a swap, but some of these teams picking up red and realizing, ooh, that didn't go at all how we wanted it to. Maybe blue side might actually work out better for us in the long run, to be able to get that first pick, as obviously the initial bonus, a real reason for the red side pick was sincerely mostly for the pick ban phase, to be able to get the counter picks, to be able to relinquish that first pick, which hasn't been as pivotal as we've seen in previous patches of the game for sure. Usually first pick is a massive one because you have so many overpowered champions. But now, because Riot's finally getting to that point where, yes, there are overpowered champions, but the balancing is relatively good and that there's always counters, or there's always ability to shut those players down thanks to the current items and the current state of tanks, and like lifesteal and things like that, lethality and whatnot. So how do you feel about the map? Do you think there is a distinct advantage now back to blue side? Because there definitely used to be, at least statistically. How do you feel about the picks? Do you have any preference whatsoever when you play, or do you think there's any difference in what we've seen over this series?
You know what? I should have. You know, we could have statistically actually tallied it up maybe at some point, but I think that at this point, I think Riot has been really mindful not to give any of those game starting advantages, and so I think that at this point, it's literally just superstition. I think that as far as like the actual statistics, I think if we probably pulled a bunch of games, I would hope anyway that it would come out a negligible percentage difference. I would like to think that. I don't know. It just feels like maybe they've mitigated it. But the makeup of the map, I perhaps think, has mitigated the benefits that you get even from the picks and stuff like that. And plus, like a lot of unless you are playing at the perfection level LCS, you know what I mean? Like you don't make any mistakes, you never miss any creeps. The champion picking is so negligible. Like it's so much about the macro play of how you actually, because so many players don't know, beginning, middle, end to a perfect degree that like an LCS player would. The only time picks and bans really truly come into play is when somebody is just goddamn insane, like dopamine, just like on point, where they can just like destroy the other team over and over again. And that's rare. I think that's a rare instance. Or you're playing at a much higher level. So I mean, ultimately, I think that a lot of the changes are made to but to help regulate the way pro play works. So I don't think it makes any difference.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
Why? What about you? What about you?
No, I was just more asking. I'm just trying to get conversations in the right direction.
Going.
I'm trying to keep things, on the right track, I suppose. I think it's.
Well, you talk about being female gamers.
Oh, hey, yeah, we can talk about that. That is something that certainly is a big part of the Supergirl Gamer Pro tournament. How long have you been a girl gamer?
What, jeez. I think my first game that I like cognizantly remember was StarCraft when I was a kid. I just used all the cheat codes, Black Sheep Wall. There is no cow level, show me the money, all that silly stuff. And I just watched it for the cutscenes, and I just remember like there's this cutscene where like they destroy a planet because it's overtaken by some bad dudes, Zerg things. And it's super sad. And I just remember as a kid just sitting there with my hands on the keyboard and a single solitary tear running down my cheeks and being like, my life for hire. It changed my life. Absolutely changed my life. Yeah. So scary. Oh. Yeah. It's okay.
Oh, it did it again.
We love a Jolly moment. Okay, so listen, I could talk about myself forever, but I was literally gonna ask Jolly what her favorite video game is, so I'm going to pretend to be Jolly. I'm gonna what game did Jolly play first? Hold on, I gotta put my thinking cap on here. What? Okay, listen, Twitch chat. I'm just gonna talk directly to you. It's not funny anymore that we pretend you don't exist. What do you think Jolly's first video game was? Like the one that made an impression? Because we all played Duck Hunt and SNES Mario, whatever. But honestly, what do you think, Twitch chat? I'm not going to show you my cat until you answer my question. Listen, don't. I haven't broken the fourth wall yet. So, are you there? Witcher 3.
God, Witcher 3, that would be an easy
That was
answer.
so.
The first game? Like, all right, okay, I'm not that young. Like,
come on, Yellow.
Come on. I did very much enjoy Pokemon. Surprisingly enough,
Yeah.
well, so I grew up on a farm.
What?
Yeah, I grew up on a farm in like a
tea.
less than 2,000 population town. And so I didn't have much access. Like I didn't have computer. The first console. I'll give you a hint. The first console I got was an original Xbox.
So is Gears of War?
No.
Damn it, Fable. It was Fable. I don't know. I don't know.
There's like one other.
What other game was proprietary on Xbox?
You're killing me. You're
Halo! Oh my god! What the
yeah,
everybody in
there
Twitch
you
chat
go.
is
Thank
screaming
you.
Halo.
Combat Evolved. Yes, Combat Evolved was the first. Like, come on! Jesus Christ!
Finger guns, and
it was just supposed to be gun, which is I guess in the first Halo you don't dual wield. The second one you do. So that would Halo 2 is a good guess there though. Yeah. Your Combat Evolved was a big one for me. I won an Xbox from a raffle in elementary school. I put one ticket
Farmer
and I won it. I know, and that was it. I instantly was hooked on video games. Yeah, so that was the one. League is the first MOBA I have played. It is. I started season 5 and I've been hooked since then. Oh no! Okay, we're told that we're told we got to keep filling. Sorry, guys.
No, it's completely fine. I'm trying to think of a solid. Okay, so wait. Halo was your first game. What was your first online game? Was it still League of Legends?
No, it was probably some stupid thing on the computer.
Yeah, some stupid computer game.
No, online then would be Halo.
I mean, technically speaking, did you ever watch Red vs. Blue as a kid?
Yeah. I love Red. I still love Red vs. Blue.
Yeah, me too.
It's still great. It's Hangman. I like it. Thank you, chat. Thank you for not ripping on us for having to fill and not being able to talk. We've got 9 weeks of stuff to talk about. You'd think that we'd be a little bit more prepared for something like this, but there's only so much filling you can do after casting for 4 hours before it's like, I just need to see a game to have. I need it put right in my face to talk about it because it gets to be a struggle with the amount of stuff that you have to keep focused on. And also, I hate to reiterate myself, and I do that a lot. So I hate to be like, oh yeah, and this point, don't forget, I said this thing in case you weren't listening to me. But I just want to see. I want to not give away. I want to get to the point of being able to be like, this this team just won $1,000. This player just won 500.
We're
This
so
player just won 500.
excited.
This player 200. Sorry,
Yeah,
200. My
$200
math
for
is.
you.
I see that's what happens. That's a lot more money. But I want to be able to designate the winning team for the end of this and to earn that $1,000 prize. That's what part of this whole buildup has been for, especially with the pressure that has been on each of these teams, and to have Gamer Snails and Your Nightmares now going into things and get stopped right as a team fight, right as the Gamer Snails stole the dragon. I think it was third dragon of the game, probably. It was 1-1, stole the dragon, and there was just about to be a fight to break out, and we had that unfortunate pause as we're doing a little bit of checking around for some information here. But I love
Okay, let me help you. Okay, so listen. This tournament has been actually incredible, though. We've made so many friends, too, other women who play games, and I think that's so incredible. Like, it's been so incredibly illuminating. Like, we've all shared our experiences with each other, and we've all kind of, like, like a little bit of talking here and there. And I think the friends that I've made through this thing have been kind of ridiculous. Like, I really honestly think I'm going to hold on to Jolly forever. So, I mean,
you can't get rid of me now.
Nah, man, we gotta stick together too. And I've just been like so lucky and privileged to be able to meet such incredible like women in gaming, especially because like when you grow up, you kind of feel alone a little bit. Like it's a hard to relate thing. And now this world has like been able to connect us all with each other, and that was kind of part of the point of this tournament was to like connect us all with each other and give us some cool casual fun and a little bit of competition. And I mean, and somebody was saying in Twitch chat actually, and I think it was probably meant to be like a bait troll, but they were like, why, if this is about women, why are you forcing us to like include women? Why not just make it about equality? And like, there is an equality in esports. Like, the women get turned down for gaming houses all the time for being distractions. Like, it's not fair, for example, from the ground floor, the hiring floor. So, I mean, we are giving women opportunities to be visible in this space, to be more visible in the competitive gaming space. Opportunities that they don't get, they just get disregarded. So, I mean, may as well try to help a lady out and give them extra opportunities and visibility. And it's not about shitting on men; it's about giving women opportunities.
Yeah, and they could have said all women. These teams have to be all women. And part of it likely is that, it would be a lot more difficult for players to find, for teams to have 5 women for each role there. But I think the big part is that, yes, it is about equality. And that's why just, slightly over 50% is what the requirement for women is, just so that there is a comfortable setting. And like, I was talking to my roommate actually about this relatively recently and how we were playing League, and there's one of the guys that a friend invited and jumped into chat, and you've got guys that are super awesome all the time, and then you got the ones that are a little overbearing and probably slightly inebriated or something, and just too much in terms of gaming. And at the end of it all, it was a couple hours of playing with people, and at the end of it all, he's like, "Are you like, was that okay? Just like, are you fine?" I'm like, "No, I'm used to it." Like you learn to adapt in a way, or at least I have learned, especially playing like Halo 2 is when I, got the headset and started playing like online stuff. That was, there was a lot on Xbox in particular that made things really difficult, and you learn to adapt to it. Instead of defending yourself, for instance, this is what I was talking about. Instead of defending yourself, you come up with a like a snide comeback, because defending yourself means that, oh, you're offended and it was just a joke. And so there's this mentality that you develop that it's kind of confined in a sense because you've been forced into it. And it works, like I like the fact that I don't feel uncomfortable in those situations, but it's kind of messed up that that's the case. That it's because I've trained myself to just react differently and not take things personally, and not take other people's words for what they intend them to be. And yeah, it wasn't until my roommate was like, "Wow, that's really messed up that you like trained yourself to respond to these kinds of people." but it's just kind of part of the culture. So yeah, the representation, of giving women at least a platform to where at least 3 of the 5 are going to be female or non-binary. And I do love the non-binary representation too, which is really cool. And I guarantee you that non-binary people are like, we've got 0 representation in gaming whatsoever. I mean, what non-binary like characters even in games and things like that do you see? Not much. We're just now starting to get the LGBTQ kind of characters as main or big characters in games, which has been really cool. But it's nice to have several non-binary players in the tournament that we've got to represent that aspect of gaming, because there is so little representation, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. Like the lack of representation. I feel like we know that other women play games. Like you and I are aware of like other like women in our lives that play games,
yeah.
and we also know that they like are a large part of the population. The barrier of entry begins at the pro level. Like the serious barrier of entry is like there are no women in esports. There is 0. There's Scarlet, and that's it. That's the only woman in esports. And then we have no other like women are being allowed in these like large scale tournaments. And so I think that yeah. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. I was about to troll somebody in Twitch chat, but then I realized I'm a professional, so that is fine. But yeah, I think that it's creating these like opportunities for women to actually like make money off of this, to be able to like, make a living from it. Like that's kind of like the ultimate approval that you are good at a thing and you deserve to do the thing, is that people will pay you to be there and do the thing. That's like the final frontier. But you're right, like the behavior is also a barrier to entry. There are tons of stories about like women starting to enter professional like gaming leagues and stuff, and then just getting trolled off the platform. It's too stressful getting doxxed. It's too stressful being perpetually under like scrutiny and all of that. Even if you look at like top female streamers, they get scrutinized for the dumbest things. Like some of it's justified, but some of it is like just I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into the minutia of it, but the criticism is definitely there. And I'm made to feel uncomfortable every time. Like I don't feel like I can go into voice chat in League unless I have somebody with me. You know what I mean? Like I just won't do it. It's just like not worth the 20 minutes of Grill Gamer being yelled into your eyeballs. And instead of like you were saying, we just normalize it. We're like, wow, this is just part of the just always being made to feel weird, and it's always gonna be just a little uncomfortable. We just kind of learn to deal with it, like not acknowledging it, just emulating male behavior when they like brush stuff off, but it happens 10 times more. So
yeah, it is an unfortunate part of the culture, but it's changing. That's the exciting part about all of this is thanks to everyone trying to be so PC and change these cultures that have been so misaligned for so long. We've got the countercultures, and you've always got the backstrokes as well. You've always got the backlashes and the struggles in terms of, like, for instance, somebody, who might support a woman. Now, like, I understand, there's the whole simp concept, which is, it is definitely, it is a thing, but many times it's almost like a guy being put into the same situation that females were in, as the same kind of situation I was talking about, in that getting called a simp when you are just defending a girl or you are just showing your support is just like, and trying to get defensive about it is just like a girl trying to get defensive about, like, oh, you said something against me as a girl gamer. And that culture of, oh, okay, I don't get defensive about it. I don't take it personally. Otherwise, that's me being a classic girl. I come back with a quip or something like that. And for a lot of guys who do show support and are called simps, things like that, that's the same kind of mentality of,
to silence people.
You can't go back and say, oh no, well, I'm this and that, and they're like, oh, classic simp, that's what you would say. But like it's kind of messed up, but at the same time, that's very minimal, and I think it's going to pass quickly. We're at that point where things are progressing so quickly now with the information age and technology and whatnot that everybody's growing, and we've been, I've been gaming for most of my life, actually, as long as I can remember, and it's always been a part of my life. Oh, all right. Okay, we can stop talking for just a moment. We're going to take a quick break here, and hopefully we will be back with some good news for you guys. No matter what, we'll be back. But hopefully it's with good news. So don't go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the final game here for Supergirl Gamer Pro Series week number 9.
My roots are strong. Say the word, say the word. Say the word, goodbye. Say the word and we can run around the earth and around the sun. Say the word and we can say, yeah, I found that better place. And I know you're healing 'cause I know the feeling. The streets stop breathing. I don't wanna let you. Say the word, say the word. I give in to the lesser fight. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes.
Hey, we're back. And hopefully you guys are too. We do have some news for everyone. So after a lot of investigating and trying to figure things out, looks like we are not going to see the end of the match. Unfortunately, Gamer Snails have been disqualified from this one. We don't know how that's going to affect the finals. So if you guys just keep tuned on the Twitter, like I mentioned, at SG Gamer Pro or supergirlgamerpro.com. You'll see the updates on that, how that affects these finals here, or how that affects the tournament that will be coming up, as they are in the 4th place right now. But thank the teams, Your Nightmares and Limit Testers, who would have been the ones had Gamer Snails been qualified earlier, since they were beaten by Gamer Snails there. Limit Testers and Your Nightmares have both graciously decided to just split the money. So instead, it's going to be $500 for each team going over tonight, because it is past midnight for Your Nightmares. So while there was the opportunity to potentially play a game, it makes it easier for everybody to just decide here that we're gonna call it even here tonight. We don't want to keep your nightmares up incredibly late this weekend, and so unfortunately, we're not gonna have another game or the end of that game for you guys. But we do have two winners tonight: your nightmares and limit testers in the first and second slot there of that overall standings. And so those standings likely won't change with limit testers in the first place and your nightmares in the second place. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I'm so sorry about the long delay. And, thank you for participating in our little mini podcast that we had for that fill time between the game and the investigation going on in the background. This has been such an opportunity to help cast the Supergirl Gamer Pro series. This was the last week of the regular series. On October 3rd, though, we will be having that finals tournament. It's going to be the top 4 teams, and it will be best of 3. So it's going to be a long day of League. You guys are going to get a lot of bad puns and a lot of bad dad jokes during that time. So please keep an eye on things. $12,500 will be distributed between the top 2 teams. That's also the case for CSGO. If you're interested in that, keep an eye on the webpage and the Twitter or Facebook, like I said, at SG Gamer Pro. And also tomorrow is going to be the Hearthstone finals. So we still have that as the third day. Friday is CSGO. Saturday is League of Legends. And then tomorrow, the Hearthstone winner of that of week 9 will be going home with $250. So definitely keep an eye on the schedule as well if you are interested in following the finals of those other games too. They are very, very exciting and also have some incredible casters here. And, a big thanks to everyone who has been watching from the beginning of this. We really appreciate all of the participation that we have had and all of the support that we have had in the chat, as well as informing us of, little mistakes or how we can make things better, because that is always something that we take to heart. We appreciate your guys' feedback. Kari, I'm going to let you talk for a little bit because this is, the closing of the regular season. We will be joined together again in October. But, it's a whole month away. We have to wait for that. But I figure you can give your love to people because you got a lot of big fans in the chat. That's for sure.
No, there are fans, Jolly. We are a unit now. It's a non-negotiable. Wherever I go, you go. I just wanted to say thanks to the players of this tournament. I honestly like reading Twitch chat, and you guys are being so kind. And I'm really sorry about this particular bump in the road, especially on week 9, something that was supposed to be so fun and so exciting, where we had out $1,000. Sorry if we let you down. You guys have been with us for so long, and it's incredible that we retained such amazing talent to entertain us completely free of charge. I guess you guys have just played for free, and it's been really interesting to watch that happen without even knowing until last week what you would be winning at the end of the tournament. So it's been really awesome. Lots of people have given us their time, and this is a super unfortunate end to what has been an incredible tournament. But we will be back October 3rd, and this will all be sorted out, and we'll all have 12 hours of League of Legends. We'll all just hate each other by the end of it.
Oh yeah.
So
you're gonna be like, Jolly, this is not a we anymore. You go away.
just don't talk to me. No, I'm a clingy baby. Don't you worry, Jolly. I will find you wherever you are.
Because I'm always annoying.
No, we're good. My biggest regret is not being able to hang out with you guys in person. Unfortunately, with the whole COVID epidemic, we made the responsible decision not to do this in person. But hopefully, we all made friends for life, and there will be a time where we can all sit at the bar and do whatever together.
Yes.
So whatever people do when they go out. I don't remember what that's like anymore.
That was 5 years ago, so nobody knows anymore. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate you hanging in there. Again, so sorry for the unfortunate ending. Congratulations, though, to Limit Testers and Your Nightmares for both taking home $500 a piece for the teams. That's $100 per person. Still a really great way to go about things. So thank you for agreeing to just consolidate together and split that prize money for tonight. Again, there's still a lot on the line. There's going to be lots of teams training over the next month until that tournament comes around on October 3rd. So definitely keep an eye on the Twitch. Go ahead and follow this page if you would, and you will see a lot of fun and exciting games on the 3rd there. Again, if you're interested in Hearthstone, watch for tomorrow. It's this exact same Twitch page. So $250 going to the victor of that. And follow the Twitter and Facebook at SG Gamer Pro. Again, thank you guys so much. We will see you in 1 month's time, and we will be so ready So ready.
freaking
So ready
ready
for this. And you might even see we might do a little bit of cosplaying for
We're going
for the
to.
finals. We might do some cosplaying, some joint cosplaying. So definitely stay tuned, guys. Thank you again. We love you all so very much. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you in 1 month's time for the Supergirl Gamer Pro Series.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Brief. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. That a girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
For a long time, we had to prove ourselves. But we always knew what we were capable of. We knew when the time came, we would be ready for anything. Our numbers keep rising. And so do we.
You can trade all the games, accessories, consoles, and tech you don't use anymore to get cash or store credit at GameStop. Check out the Trade Center on the GameStop app, visit GameStop.com/trade, or talk to a guest advisor at your local GameStop store to see how much your trades are worth.